The regular Rosemead City Council meeting is hereby called to order at 7:05. We will start off with roll call, please.
Councilmember Polly Lowe. Here. Councilmember Sean Day.
Here.
Councilmember Sandra Armenta. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Margaret Clark.
Here.
Mayor Stephen Lee.
Here. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by myself, and then the invocation led by Councilmember Armenta. We ask that you stand and remain standing for both. Thank you. Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for gathered here to make the decisions for our city of Rosemead. We ask that you give us an open heart and an open mind to do the best that we can for our residents and our businesses. We pray for all those service men and women that are away from their families. We pray for our first responders. Please protect them. Pray this in your name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Armenta, for that invocation. Public comments. These are general public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to read a notice to the public in recognition of this council meeting and the uniqueness of this council meeting. That's a little bit different than our traditional council meeting. So I'm going to read the whole thing, and then we're going to have a translators translate that as well. The city process to address disruptive individuals and groups that interfere with city council's ability to conduct council meetings. Although the city very much desires to conduct the meeting with all members of the public able to be present and participate, the city wants to provide information on procedures that may be taken regarding disruptive members of the public in order to permit the city council to consider the items that are before them as required by law and to allow for the proper operation of the city. The mayor will read these procedures at the meeting, which is what I'm doing. If during the city council meeting individuals are disruptive, meaning that their behavior disrupts, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting, the mayor is authorized to remove such individuals as provided for in the Government Code 54957.95. Further, pursuant to the Government Code Section 54957.9, the council may order the entire room to be cleared and may conduct the meeting without public present. As a last resort, if all other options fail, the room cannot be peaceably cleared, the council may have to move to a different room at the Rosemead Community Recreation Center where it can conduct the meeting and broadcast it to the public areas in addition to the live stream on the city website. Here are the procedures that we will outline. 1. The mayor will issue a verbal warning to the disruptive individual. The mayor will describe the clothing worn by the individual to ensure the warning is clear. The mayor will state the individual that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and that continued disruption may result in their removal. If the disruptive behavior continues after the warning, the individual can then be removed from the meeting at the mayor's instruction. If the disruptive individual is using force or making credible threat of force, immediate removal is permitted without any warning. The city council also has the option to clear the entire meeting room if there is continued willful disruption by group or groups of persons, such as the orderly conduct of the meeting, such that the orderly conduct of the meeting is unfeasible, and order cannot be restored after attempting to remove those disruptive individuals. A. Once the room is cleared, the city council may continue to conduct the meeting without the public. B. The public can watch on screens outside the meeting room or online on the city's website at www.cityofrosemead.org or under meeting and agendas page. C. Members of the press or news media who have not participated in the disturbance will be allowed to continue to attend the meeting. D. Only if determined not to be disruptive to conducting the meeting, the council may permit non-disruptive individuals to return to the meeting. If the city council orders clearing of the room, but is unable to clear the room in a peaceful, timely manner, such that the meeting cannot be resumed, the city council and staff will move to room 4 of the RCRC. The meeting will be broadcast on the screens at the RCRC for the public as well as online on the city's website. the meeting will be conducted from that room with the applicant being permitted to present and answer questions to the council only if determined not to be disruptive, to conducting the meeting by the city council will individuals be permitted to provide public comment to the council. With that, I'm going to invite our translators to translate that. I'd like to add to the caveat that as part of public comments and part of decorum, that includes as each person speaks, there will be no applause, there will be no booing, there will be no other outbursts of words, so that each speaker has the right and has the safety of feeling to conduct their public comments without intimidation. So just so everyone is tracking that. So with that, we'll start with Vietnamese.
Xin chào quý vị, tôi là thông dịch viên tiếng Việt. Tôi sẽ đọc cái thông báo của thị trưởng vừa mới đọc. Quy trình của thành phố để giải quyết các cá nhân và các nhóm gây rối, cản trở khả năng tiến hành cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố. Mặc dù thành phố rất muốn tiến hành cuộc họp với tất cả người dân có thể tham dự và tham gia cuộc họp, nhưng thành phố muốn cung cấp thông tin về các quy trình có thể cần phải thực hiện liên quan đến những người dân gây rối nhằm cho phép Hội đồng thành phố xem xét các vấn đề trước mắt theo yêu cầu của pháp luật và đảm bảo hoạt động bình thường của thành phố. Thị trưởng cũng sẽ đọc quy trình này tại cuộc họp. Nếu trong cuộc họp của Hội đồng thành phố có cá nhân làm xáo trộn trật tự của cuộc họp, nghĩa là hành vi của họ gây rối, cản trở hoặc là làm cho Hội đồng thành phố không thể tiến hành cuộc họp có trật tự, thì thị trưởng có quyền trục xuất những cá nhân đó như được quy định theo mục 54957.95 của Bộ luật Chính phủ. Ngoài ra, theo mục 54957.9 của Bộ luật Chính phủ, Hội đồng có thể ra lệnh giải tán toàn bộ phòng họp và có thể tiến hành cuộc họp mà không cần có sự hiện diện của công chúng. Biện pháp cuối cùng là nếu mọi lựa chọn khác không thành công và không thể giải tán phòng họp một cách êm đẹp, Hội đồng thành phố có thể phải chuyển sang một phòng khác tại cơ sở RCRC mà hội đồng có thể tiến hành cuộc họp và phát sóng cuộc họp tới các khu vực công cộng ngoài việc phát sóng trực tiếp trên trang mạng của thành phố. Quy trình: 1. Thị trưởng sẽ dùng lời nói để cảnh cáo cá nhân gây rối. A. Thị trưởng sẽ mô tả trang phục của cá nhân đó để làm rõ ràng đối tượng của lời cảnh cáo. B. Thị trưởng sẽ nói với cá nhân đó rằng hành vi của họ đang gây trở ngại cho cuộc họp, và nếu họ tiếp tục gây rối thì họ có thể bị trục xuất khỏi cuộc họp. C. Nếu hành vi gây rối vẫn tiếp tục sau lời cảnh cáo, thì theo chỉ thị của thị trưởng, cá nhân đó có thể bị trục xuất khỏi cuộc họp. D. Nếu cá nhân gây rối sử dụng vũ lực hoặc đưa ra lời đe dọa đáng tin cậy về việc sử dụng vũ lực, thì Hội đồng thành phố được phép trục xuất cá nhân đó mà không cần cảnh cáo họ. 2. Hội đồng thành phố cũng có thể chọn giải tán toàn bộ phòng họp nếu có một hoặc nhiều nhóm người tiếp tục cố tình làm gián đoạn cuộc họp đến mức Hội đồng thành phố không thể tiến hành cuộc họp một cách có trật tự và không thể khôi phục lại trật tự sau khi cố gắng trục xuất những cá nhân gây rối đó. A. Một khi phòng họp được giải tán, Hội đồng thành phố có thể tiếp tục tiến hành cuộc họp mà không có sự hiện diện của người dân. B. Người dân có thể theo dõi cuộc họp trên các màn hình bên ngoài phòng họp trực tuyến hoặc tại trang mạng của thành phố www.cityofrosemead.org. C. Các thành viên của báo chí hoặc phương tiện truyền thông không tham gia vào cuộc náo loạn sẽ được tiếp tục tham dự cuộc họp. D. Chỉ khi được xác định họ không cản trở việc tiến hành cuộc họp thì Hội đồng thành phố có thể cho phép những cá nhân không gây rối trở lại cuộc họp. 3. Nếu Hội đồng thành phố ra lệnh giải tán phòng họp nhưng không thể giải tán phòng họp một cách êm đẹp và kịp thời, khiến cuộc họp không thể tiếp tục, thì Hội đồng thành phố và nhân viên sẽ chuyển sang phòng 4 tại đây tại RCRC. Cuộc họp sẽ được phát sóng cho công chúng trên màn hình tại RCRC và trực tuyến trên trang mạng của thành phố. Cuộc họp sẽ diễn ra trong phòng đó và người nộp đơn sẽ được phép tham dự và trả lời các câu hỏi của hội đồng. Chỉ khi được xác định họ không cản trở Hội đồng thành phố tiến hành cuộc họp thì những cá nhân đó sẽ được phép đưa ra ý kiến đóng góp của mình cho Hội đồng thành phố. Và thị trưởng cũng có bổ sung là để cho phép mọi người có cơ hội phát biểu ý kiến của mình và để cho mọi người lắng nghe ý kiến của họ, thì xin quý vị đừng có hân hô hoặc là bu hoặc là lớn tiếng nói để mất trật tự trong cuộc họp. Cảm ơn.
公眾統治針對咧擾亂會議個人及群體咧，市議會作出嘅呢個應對嘅程序，以確保咧市議會可以正常咁進行。 雖然咧，我哋市政府非常希望所有嘅公眾成員都可以參加並且參與到呢個會議當中，但係市政府咧亦都提供咗相關嘅信息，係可以確保咧我哋嘅會議正常咁樣進行，就係如何處理同採取行動咧，針對呢啲擾亂會議嘅行為嘅人，以允許咧市議會喺考慮法律要求下進行城市嘅正常運作。咁頭先市長咧亦都喺會議上咧預讀咗呢啲程序同埋手續。如果喺市議會會議期間有某些個人或者群體表現出擾亂行為，即係話佢哋嘅行為干擾、妨礙或者破壞咗會議嘅正常程序，市長有權根據呢個政府嘅法典54.957.95嘅規定，將呢啲個人或者群體移除。此外，根據政府法典54.957.9，市議會可以要求咧清空整個會議室，並可以咧喺冇公眾出席嘅情況下繼續會議。咁作為最後嘅手段，如果所有以上嘅方法咧都係失敗嘅話，而且會議室係冇辦法可以和平清空，市議會可能需要遷至我哋嘅由慈物社區娛樂休閒中心 RCRC 嗰度繼續舉行，並通過咧市政府嘅網站咧進行直播。下邊咧就係有關嘅程序。第一，市長將會咧向呢個作出擾亂者發出口頭警告。A， 市長咧佢會描述嗰一個人所穿嘅衣服，確保咧呢個指令係清晰嘅。B， 市長咧就會向呢個人説明佢進行嘅行為正喺度擾亂會議，繼續作出呢個擾亂行為咧將會被移除出會議室。C， 如果擾亂行為喺警告之後仍然繼續，該人將被移除出會議室。D， 如果擾亂者使用暴力或發出其他嘅暴力威脅嘅話，市長可以要求立即移除該人，無需發出警告。第二，市議會或者市長咧，仲可以選擇清空整個會議室。如果有持續嘅故意干擾或者人群係阻礙會議嘅正常進行，而且市長喺試圖移除呢啲干擾者之後，會議仍然無法恢復秩序嘅話，以下嘅程序就係咁嘅。A， 會議室清空之後，市議會可以繼續會議，無需公眾參與。如果都係唔得，B 就係公眾可以喺會議室外通過市政府嘅網站觀看會議直播。C， 未參與到呢個騷擾或者擾亂嘅媒體記者可以將被允許繼續參與會議。D， 如果被確定不會干擾會議可以繼續正常之後咧，市長可以允許冇參與到擾亂嘅人咧返回呢個會議室。第三，如果市長喺度下令清空會議室，但係冇辦法和平清空之後，而且係冇辦法及時咧正常恢復會議進行，市議會及其工作人員咧將會移至 RCRC， 即係由慈物市嘅休閒娛樂活動中心嘅4號房間繼續進行會議。
以下是普通話公眾通知。市議會應對擾亂會議個體及群體的程序，干擾市議會正常進行。儘管市政府非常希望所有公眾成員能參與和參加會議，但市政府也提供了有關程序的信息，處理可能需要採取的行動擾亂行為者，以允許市議會在考慮法律要求下進行城市的正常運作。市長將在會議上也會閱讀這些程序。如果在市議會會議期間，個人的表現出擾亂行為，意味着他們的行為干擾、妨礙或破壞了會議的正常秩序，市長有權根據政府法典54.9557.95的規定，將這些人移除。此外，根據政府法典54.957.9，市議會可以要求清空整個會議室，並可能在無公眾出席的情況下繼續開會。作為最後的手段，如果所有其他方法都失敗，且會議室無法和平清空，市議會可能需要遷至羅斯米德社區娛樂中心，以在那裡繼續召開會議，並通過市政府網站進行直播。程序一，市長將向擾亂者發出口頭警告。A， 市長將描述擾亂者的衣着以確保正確識別。2，B， 市長將向該人說明其行為正在擾亂會議， 继续扰乱将导致被移除。C. 如果扰乱者行为在警告后仍然继续，该人将被移除。D. 如果扰乱者使用暴力或发出可信的暴力威胁，市长可立即移除该人，无需警告。2. 市议会还可以选择清空整个会议室，如果有持续的故意干扰或人群阻碍会议的正常进行，且在试图移除这些扰乱者后仍无法恢复次序。A. 会议室清空后，市议会可继续会议，无需公众参与。B. 公众可以在会议室外或通过市政府网站观看会议直播。C. 未参与扰乱的媒体记者将被允许继续参与会议。D. 如果被确认的不会干扰会议，市议会可以允许非扰乱者返回会议室。3. 如果市议会下令清空会议室，但无法和平清空，且无法及时恢复会议，市议会和工作人员将搬迁至 RC 的4号房间。谢谢。
Aviso de reunión al público. Proceso de la ciudad para abordar el problema de los individuos y grupos disruptivos que interfieren con la capacidad del ayuntamiento para llevar a cabo la reunión del consejo. Aunque la ciudad desea mucho llevar a cabo la reunión con todos los miembros del público que se puedan estar presentes y participar, la ciudad desea proporcionar información sobre los procedimientos que se deben tomar con respecto a los miembros disruptivos del público para permitir que el ayuntamiento considere los temas que se encuentran ante ellos, según lo exige la ley para permitir el funcionamiento adecuado de la ciudad. El alcalde también leerá estos procedimientos en la reunión. Si durante la reunión del Consejo Municipal hay individuos disruptivos, es decir, si su comportamiento altera, impide o hace inviable el desarrollo ordenado de la reunión, el alcalde está autorizado a expulsar a dichos individuos según lo dispuesto en el Código del Gobierno 54957.95. Además de conformidad con la sección 54957.9 del Código del Gobierno. El Consejo puede ordenar que se despeje toda la sala y puede llevar a cabo la reunión sin la presencia del público. Como último recurso, si todas las demás opciones fallan y no se puede desalojar la sala pacíficamente, el Consejo puede tener que trasladarse a otra sala en el Centro de Recreación Comunitaria de Rosemead, conocido por sus siglas RCRC, donde pueden llevar a cabo la reunión y transmitirla a las áreas públicas, además de la transmisión en vivo en el sitio web de la ciudad. Los procedimientos serán los siguientes. El alcalde emitirá una advertencia verbal a una persona disruptiva. A. El alcalde describirá la ropa que usa la persona para asegurarse de que la advertencia sea clara. B. El alcalde le indicará a la persona que su comportamiento está perturbando la reunión y que la interrupción continua puede resultar en su expulsión. C. Si el comportamiento disruptivo continúa, después de la advertencia, la persona puede ser expulsada de la reunión, según las instrucciones del alcalde. D. Si la persona disruptiva está usando la fuerza o haciendo una amenaza creíble de fuerza, se permite la expulsión inmediata sin ninguna advertencia. 2. El ayuntamiento también tiene la opción de desalojar toda la sala de reuniones si hay interrupciones deliberadas continuas por parte de un grupo o grupos de personas de tal manera que la realización ordenada de la reunión sea inviable y no se pueda restablecer el orden después de intentar expulsar a esas personas disruptivas. A. Una vez que se despeje la sala, el ayuntamiento puede continuar llevando a cabo la reunión sin público. B. El público puede mirar en pantallas fuera de la sala de reuniones o en línea en el sitio web de la ciudad en www.cityofrosemead.org, en la página de reuniones y agendas. Los miembros de la prensa o los medios de comunicación que no hayan participado en el disturbio podrán seguir asistiendo a la reunión. D. Solo si se determina que no perturba el desarrollo de la reunión, el ayuntamiento puede permitir que las personas no disruptivas regresen a la reunión. 3. Si el ayuntamiento ordena desalojar la sala, pero no puede hacerlo de manera pacífica y oportuna, de modo que no se pueda reanudar la reunión, el ayuntamiento y el personal se trasladará a la sala 4 en el RCRC. La reunión se transmitirá por las pantallas del RCRC para el público, así como en línea en el sitio web de la ciudad. La reunión se llevará a cabo desde esa sala y el solicitante podrá presentar y responder preguntas del consejo, solo si el consejo determina que no interrumpirá el desarrollo de la reunión. Se permitirá a las personas brindar comentarios públicos al consejo. Gracias.
Thank you, translators, for that notification. We'll now move on to public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Just also, and I'll remind this when we go to the public hearing as well. I'm going to invite you to come up here to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you need a translator or translation services, just let us know. We'll make sure one of the translators are here supporting you on that. If you use translating services, then your time may be extended up to 6 minutes. Okay, so first one up, we have Jessica Alvarenga with Southern California Gas Company.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Jessica Alvarenga. I'm the new Public Affairs Manager at SoCal Gas, and I'm just here to introduce myself, let you know who I am so you can put a face to a name, and most importantly, let you know that I am your liaison. So if you need anything from the gas company, I'm your go-to. I brought business cards. I apologize for adding time to tonight's meeting, but it's a pleasure to meet all of you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, indeed. Welcome to Rosemead, indeed. I have a comment card here. It says general speaker, so I'm assuming it's for public comment, but if it's not, just let us know. Siri Wang. Siri Wang.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all the customers. My name is Siri Wang, and I live next door to Maryvale, just right next door. My concern is the safety of the community of the Rosemead City. The question to the Maryvale is with the homeless single mom that you're gonna this program. Do you have any background check for them? Because these homeless single moms, how do we know they're not a drug addicts, alcoholic, mental problems, abusive, felony, and convicts? The resident works hard to pay taxes to fund several communities programs. So it's not fair that we have to sacrifice our livelihood and live in fear every day, not knowing what will or can happen to our family and properties. And please listen to the voice. We are fathers, mothers, grandparents, that works really hard. And, you as a councilman, you are our representatives elected by the people of Rosemead. We trust you and believe that we believe in you, that you will protect and save our community by making the best and the right decisions for all our Rosemeadians. Thank you.
This is the first warning to the audience. After 3 warnings, we will clear the room. I will say again, I'm going to ask the translators to translate this. There will be no applause. There will be no booing. There will be no verbal utterances for each speaker. This is to make sure that each speaker does not feel intimidated when they're speaking before the council. This is your first warning. After 3 warnings, I will clear the room. Please go ahead and translate that, starting with Vietnamese.
Đây là lời cảnh cáo đầu tiên. Xin giờ nhắc nhở mọi người, xin đừng sau khi mỗi người phát biểu, xin đừng vỗ tay, xin đừng hoan hô, xin đừng có bu hoặc là nói làm bất cứ điều gì mà gây bất trật tự cho cái cuộc họp. Nếu như mà quý vị tiếp tục như vậy thì tôi sẽ giải tán phòng họp.
好啦，頭先市長咧係發出第一次警告，如果係3次警告嘅話咧，佢係有權咧清空會議室嘅，同埋咧再提醒一下大家係唔可以鼓掌，唔可以發出呢啲噓聲，同埋唔可以歡呼。
现在向大家警告一下啊，如果是3次警告的话呢，我们将会清空本次会场。以上是第1次警告，在发言之后的话，会议现场是不可以欢呼、拍手或鼓掌。谢谢。
Este es el primer aviso al público. Van a haber 3 avisos. Después de los 3 avisos, se va a remover al público de la sala. Recuerden, no van a haber aplausos, ni ruido, ni abucheo, ni ningún tipo de ruido verbal después de que la persona o el orador esté hablando. Gracias.
Thank you, translators. We'll now move on to the public hearing we have on the agenda this evening. Item 3, public hearing. I'm going to ask the city manager and his staff to go ahead and conduct the staff report for this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Maryvale has submitted a planned development application requesting to legalize and intensify land uses consisting of transitional and supportive housing, mental health services, administrative services, early education, daycare, religious and institutional uses, and open space and recreation uses to be offered at 7600 Graves Avenue, thereby changing the permissible uses of the site. The project's scope of work involves tenant improvements to both the ground floor and second floor of the Labor Hall to adapt its previous use as an orphanage to transitional and supportive housing. Tenant improvements include the reconfiguration of existing kitchen spaces and conversion of dormitory-style suites with communal bathrooms to individual family suites with private bathrooms. No physical expansion of the existing building on site is proposed as part of the planned development application. Maryvale is proposing to legalize and intensify 2 primary programs, the Seton House Program and Hope Housing for Students programs. The Seton House program provides 6 months of temporary housing to mothers with up to 2 children under 10 years of age who are formerly unhoused or housing insecure. Currently, the program accommodates 9 mothers and 11 children with a maximum capacity of 27 children. The intensification entails renovating the ground floor and second floor of the Labor Hall to create 20 additional units for 20 mothers with up to 2 children, bringing the total from 27 to 87 participants. The Hope Housing for Students program provides 14 female students between ages 18 to 28 enrolled in community colleges such as the East Los Angeles College, grappling with housing insecurity. On September 16th, 2024, the Planning Commission held a duly noticed and advertised public hearing to gather both oral and written testimony relative to Plan Development 2301. During the public testimony, 11 members of the public expressed their support for the project. Relatedly, 4 residents living near Maryvale raised concerns of security issues and increased crime in the area, as well as comments that they did not want a homeless shelter at the property. After considering all public testimony, the Planning Commission voted 4-0-1, with Commissioner Tang abstaining, and recommended that the City Council approved Plan Development Application 23-01. Subsequently, after the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant held a community meeting and open house to address any lingering concerns from residents who were unable to attend previous open houses on October 2nd, 2024. Staff carefully reviewed the proposed project and finds that it meets the goals of the housing element and 2030 strategic plan, which includes, for the housing element, providing a variety of housing types and prices to accommodate a wide range of housing needs and tastes, continuing to foster partnerships with community organizations, religious institutions, nonprofits, industry groups, and other stakeholders to further opportunities for affordable housing, providing a range of housing opportunities to existing and future residents of the city of Rosemead to help ensure that housing is available to all socioeconomic segments and special needs groups within the community. For the 2030 strategic plan, enhancing public safety in our city by providing safe access to public facilities, expanding neighborhood safety programs, and improving quality of life, which will include assisting homeless residents in our community, providing quality services that are inclusive and responsive to meet the changing needs of our diverse community, creating policies that encourage new development, responding to the changing housing needs of residents, promoting activation along our major corridors, and supporting the local business community. As conditioned, the proposed project would meet all the development standards of the PD zone and all applicable code sections of the Rosemead Municipal Code. Based on the analysis and findings contained in this report, it is recommended that the City Council conduct a public hearing and receive public testimony and adopt City Council Resolution number 2024-48, Attachment A, for the approval of Plan Development 23-01, subject to 63 conditions. Staff, the Chief of Police, the City Attorney, and the applicant's representatives are available should the City Council have any questions. At this time, the applicant would also like to make a formal presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time and accommodating us today. My name is Ruben Duarte. I am Director of Planning and Entitlements for Somos Advisors. We are the representative for.
I'm apologize. I'm gonna pause for just a second. We're going to go ahead and translate the staff report first, and then we'll invite the applicant up to speak.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. So just pause for a minute. So I'm gonna ask that we do the translation, starting with Vietnamese.
Xin chào thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố. Maryvale đã đệ trình đơn xin phát triển theo kế hoạch yêu cầu hợp pháp hóa và mở rộng mục đích sử dụng mảnh đất bao gồm nhà tạm thời, có các dịch vụ hỗ trợ kèm theo, dịch vụ sức khỏe tinh thần, dịch vụ hành chánh, giáo dục ấu nhi, nhà trẻ, sử dụng cho mục đích tôn giáo và thể chế và không gian trống trải và sử dụng cho mục đích giải trí được cung cấp tại số 7600 Graves Avenue. Do đó, thay đổi mục đích sử dụng được phép ở địa điểm đó. Phạm vi công tác của dự án đòi hỏi người thuê phải cải thiện cả tầng trệt và tầng 2 của Labor Hall để đổi mục đích sử dụng. Và trước đây là cô nhi viện thành nhà ở tạm thời có các dịch vụ hỗ trợ kèm theo. Những cải tiến này do người thuê thực hiện bao gồm việc định cấu hình lại các không gian nhà bếp hiện có và chuyển đổi các phòng theo phong cách ký túc xá, có phòng tắm chung sang các phòng gia đình riêng lẻ với phòng tắm riêng. Không đề xuất mở rộng về phương diện vật lý các tòa nhà hiện có tại địa điểm trong đơn xin phát triển theo kế hoạch. Maryvale đề xuất hợp pháp hóa và mở rộng hai chương trình chính, chương trình Student House và các chương trình Hope Housing for Students, có nghĩa là tạm dịch là ngôi nhà hy vọng cho sinh viên. Chương trình Student House cho các bà mẹ có tối đa 2 đứa con dưới 10 tuổi trước đây không có nhà ở hoặc nhà ở không an toàn ở tạm 6 tháng. Hiện tại chương trình cung cấp chỗ ở cho 9 bà mẹ và 11 trẻ em với sức chứa tối đa là 27 trẻ em. Việc mở rộng mục đích sử dụng bao gồm cải tạo tầng trệt và tầng 2 của Labor Hall để tạo thêm 20 phòng cho 20 bà mẹ có tối đa 2 đứa con, tăng tổng số từ 27 người tham gia lên 87 người. Chương trình Hope Housing for Students, tạm dịch ngôi nhà hy vọng cho sinh viên, cung cấp 14 nữ sinh viên từ 18 tới 28 tuổi đang học trường cao đẳng cộng đồng như trường East Los Angeles College, đang gặp khó khăn trong việc tìm nhà ở. Vào ngày 16 tháng 9 năm 2024, Ủy ban Quy hoạch đã tổ chức một phiên điều tròn công khai được thông báo và quảng cáo hợp lệ để thu thập ý kiến bằng lời nói và văn bản liên quan đến đề xuất phát triển theo kế hoạch số 2301. Trong phần công chúng phát biểu, 11 người dân bày tỏ họ ủng hộ dự án. Liên quan đến vấn đề này, 4 cư dân sống gần Maryvale đã nêu lên mối lo ngại về các vấn đề an ninh và gia tăng tội phạm trong khu vực, cũng như đưa ra nhận xét rằng họ không muốn có một nơi tạm trú dành cho người vô gia cư tại khu đất này. Sau khi xem xét tất cả những lời nhận xét của công chúng, Ủy ban Quy hoạch đã biểu quyết 401 với ủy viên Tan bỏ phiếu trắng đề nghị Hội đồng thành phố chấp thuận đơn xin phát triển theo kế hoạch 2301. Sau phiên điều tròn của Ủy ban Quy hoạch, ứng viên đã tổ chức một cuộc họp cộng đồng và buổi tham quan khu đất để giải quyết bất kỳ mối lo ngại nào còn lại từ những cư dân không thể tham dự những buổi tham quan khu đất trước đó vào ngày 2 tháng 10 năm 2024. Ban nhân viên đã xem xét kỹ lưỡng dự án được đề xuất và thấy rằng nó đáp ứng được các mục tiêu của yếu tố nhà ở và kế hoạch chiến lược năm 2030 bao gồm yếu tố nhà ở, một, cung cấp nhiều loại nhà ở và giá cả khác nhau để đáp ứng nhu cầu về sở thích nhà ở khác nhau. Hai, tiếp tục tăng cường quan hệ đối tác với các tổ chức cộng đồng, các tổ chức tôn giáo, các tổ chức phi lợi nhuận, các nhóm công nghiệp và các bên liên quan khác đã có thêm cơ hội về nhà ở giá cả phải chăng. Ba, cung cấp một loạt các cơ hội nhà ở cho cư dân hiện tại và tương lai của thành phố Rosemead để giúp đảm bảo thành phố có nhà ở cho tất cả các nhóm kinh tế xã hội và các nhóm nhu cầu đặc biệt trong cộng đồng. Kế hoạch chiến lược năm 2030 tăng cường an ninh công cộng ở thành phố của chúng ta bằng cách cung cấp sự tiếp cận an toàn với các cơ sở công cộng, mở rộng các chương trình an toàn hàng xóm và nâng cao chất lượng cuộc sống, bao gồm hỗ trợ những người vô gia cư trong cộng đồng của chúng ta. Cung cấp các dịch vụ có chất lượng bao quát và đáp ứng được nhu cầu đang thay đổi của cộng đồng đa dạng của chúng ta. Xây dựng các chính sách khuyến khích dự án phát triển mới, đáp ứng nhu cầu nhà ở đang thay đổi của người dân, thúc đẩy hoạt động dọc theo các hành lang chính và hỗ trợ cộng đồng, doanh nghiệp địa phương. Theo điều kiện dự án đề xuất sẽ đáp ứng tất cả các tiêu chuẩn phát triển của khu vực PD và các phần trong bộ luật thích hợp của bộ luật thành phố Rosemead. Dựa trên phân tích và kết quả trong báo cáo này, đề nghị Hội đồng thành phố tổ chức một phiên điều trần công khai và tiếp thu lời nhận xét của công chúng và thông qua nghị quyết số 2024-48 của Hội đồng thành phố của luật A để phê duyệt đơn xin phát triển theo kế hoạch 2301 buộc phải tuân theo 63 điều kiện. Trong trường hợp Hội đồng thành phố có bất kỳ thắc mắc nào, ban nhân viên, cảnh sát trưởng, luật sư thành phố và đại diện của ứng viên có mặt để trả lời thắc mắc. Tại thời điểm này, ứng viên cũng muốn trình bày chính thức. Cảm ơn.
以下咧就係頭先呢個市議會員工報告嘅粵語翻譯。市長和市議會議員大家晚上好。咁我哋嘅申請人咧提交咗一項咧規劃發展嘅申請，要求咧將該土地強化使用，並希望咧該用途咧合法化。咁該用途咧就係包括呢個建過渡性及支持性住房、心理健康服務、行政服務、早教、托兒、宗教或者其他機構用途咧，以及係位於7600 Grave 大道提供嘅開放空間同埋娛樂設施嘅，從而咧希望可以改變咧該土地被允許嘅用途。該項目嘅呢個施工範圍咧，涉及對呢個 Laborie Hall 1樓同2樓嘅租戶嘅改善，以及咧將佢以前咧係作為孤兒院嘅用途改為過渡性同埋支持性住房。咁租戶改善咧，包括重新配置而家嘅現有嘅廚房空間，並將宿舍式嘅套房係帶呢個公共浴室嘅，改為咧係帶私人浴室嘅家庭套房。咁根據咧規劃發展申請，現有嘅建築物咧係唔會包含咧唔會有任何擴建嘅部分嘅。咁喺該申請人提議合法化並加強呢兩個主要嘅兩個建築嘅呢個施工嘅計劃。第一 ，Student House 計劃同埋呢一個咧學生希望住房計劃。Student House 計劃咧為呢個母親及最多2名10歲以下嘅小朋友提供6個月嘅臨時住房。呢啲無家可歸嘅母親或者係呢個住房條件唔穩定嘅個人，目前咧該計劃咧係可以容納9位母親同埋11名兒童，最多咧可以容納27名兒童。咁喺呢個施工擴大規模後咧，將翻新咧其中嘅1樓同埋2樓，新增咧20個單位，可以容納咧20位母親同埋最多2名兒童，將呢個租客嘅總數咧從27名增加到87名。咁而呢個學生希望住房計劃咧，就係希望可以為14名年齡喺18到28歲之間，並就讀喺我哋嘅社區大學，譬如係東洛杉磯社區大學嘅女性學生提供住房，因為有啲學生咧佢係面臨呢個住房唔穩定嘅問題。咁喺2024年9月16號，由次密市嘅規劃委員會咧舉行咗一次公眾聽證會，收集咗關於該計劃 發展嘅一啲口頭同埋書面嘅公眾評議。喺公眾評議中咧，有11名公眾咧就表達對該項目嘅支持。與此相關嘅就係喺該計劃附近嘅4名居民咧提出咗有關呢個安全問題，同埋佢哋咧擔心咧該地區會有呢個犯罪率增加嘅擔憂，以及咧佢哋唔希望喺該物業咧設立任何咧係無家可歸者收容所嘅等等嘅該意見。咁考慮晒所有嘅公眾意見之後咧，規劃委員會咧以4-0-1嘅投票。唐委員咧佢係棄權嘅，並建議咧市政府咧批准呢個規劃咧申請23橫槓01嘅呢個計劃。咁喺個聽證會之後咧，申請人咧於2024年10月2號咧舉行咗呢個社區會議同埋呢個社區嘅開放日。咁希望就係嚟以此咧就係回答咧喺之前開放日咧居民咧仲未問咗但係未得到回答嘅呢啲問題。咁市政府嘅工作人員喺仔細審查咗現已嘅項目之後咧，認為咧佢符合呢個住房要素，同埋咧我哋2030呢個戰略計劃嘅目標，其中包括咧住房要素，第一就係提供各種住房嘅類型咧，就係唔同價格，以滿足咧各種住房嘅需求同埋偏好。咁第二就係繼續與社區組織、宗教機構、非營利組織等等嘅其他相關利益者咧建立合作關係，以促進可負擔住房嘅有更加多嘅機會。第三就係為我哋由此物市現有同未來居民咧提供一系列嘅住房機會，希望可以確保咧各社會經濟階層同埋社區內一啲特殊需求嘅群體咧都可以有獲得住房嘅機會。咁至於乜嘢係2030嘅戰略計劃咧？第一係通過咧為公共設施提供安全嘅依個安全通道，可以擴展社區安全計劃，並改善生活質量，嚟增強我哋城市嘅公共安全，包括咧幫助喺我哋社區嘅一啲無家可歸者。第二，提供高質量且具包容性嘅服務啦，以滿足我哋多元化社區不斷變化嘅要求。第三係制定鼓勵一啲新嘅發展同埋建設嘅政策，以應對咧居民不斷變化嘅住房需求。咁可以促進咧我哋作為咧主要經濟走廊啦，同埋交通走廊嘅活躍程度啦，並支持咧當地呢個社區商業社區嘅發展。咁按照條件嘅話咧，該營議嘅項目咧將符合 P 橫槓 D 區域嘅所有開發標準，同埋咧由此物市法規嘅適用條款。根據本報告中嘅分析同埋結論，我哋建議市議會進行呢個公開聽證會，收集呢個公眾嘅證詞同埋意見，並通過市議會決議第2024橫槓48號，請參考附件 A 批准規劃發展呢個計劃23橫槓01。市政府嘅工作人員啦、警察局嘅局長啦、市政府嘅代表律師同埋我哋嘅申請人咧，可以隨時回答市議會嘅問題。咁同埋咧，陣間咧仲會有呢個申請人咧進行正式嘅呢個介紹。多謝。
以下是中文普通话市政府工作人员报告。市长和市议会晚上好。Maryvale 已提交一项规划发展申请，要求将土地用途合法化并强化使用。该用途包括过渡性和支持性的住房、心理健康服务、行政服务、早期教育、托儿、宗教和机构用途，以及位于7600 Graves Avenue 提供开放空间和娱乐设施，从而改变该地点的允许用途。该项目的工作范围涉及对 LeBron Hall 1楼和2楼的租户改善，以将其以前作为孤儿院的用途改为过渡性和支持性住房。租户改善包括重新配置现有的厨房空间，并将宿舍式套房带公共的浴室改为私人的浴室的家庭套房。根据规则的发展申请，现有建筑物不扩建任何部分。Maryvale 提供合法化并加强2个主要计划 ：Seton House 计划和希望学生住房计划。Seton 计划为母亲和最多2名10岁以下的孩子提供6个月的临时住房。这些母亲无家可归或住房不稳定。目前，该计划可容纳9位母亲和11名儿童，最多可容纳27名儿童。扩大规模后，将翻新 LeBron Hall 的1楼和2楼新增20个单元，容纳20位母亲和最多2名儿童，将参与者从27增加到87名。希望学校住房计划为14名，年龄在18至28岁之间，并就读于社区学院，如东洛杉矶学院的女性学生提供住房。这些学生面临住房不稳定问题。2024年9月16日，规划委员会举行了一次公告并广泛宣传公开听证会，收集关于规划发展23至-01的口头和书面证词。在公众证词中，有11名公众成员表达了对该项目的支持。与此相关的是，居住在 Maryvale 附近的4名居民提出了有关安全问题和该地区犯罪率增加的担忧，以及他们不希望在该物业设立无家可归收容所的意见。在考虑所有公众证词后，规划委员会以4-0-1投票，堂委员会弃权，并建立市议会批准规划发展申请23-01。在规划委员会听证会后，申请人于2024年10月2日举行了社区会议和开放日，以解决未能参加此前开放日的居民的剩余问题。市政府工作人员仔细审查了拟定的项目，认为它符合住房要素和2023战略计划目标，其中包括住房要素，提供各类住房类型和价格，以满足各种住房需求的偏好。继续与社区组织、宗教机构、非营利组织、行业团体以及其他利益相关者建立合作关系，以促进可负担的住房机会。与Rosemead市的现有和未来的居民提供一系列的住房机会，帮助确保各社会经济阶层和社区内的特殊群体都能够获得住房。2030战略计划通过为公共设施提供安全通道，扩展社区安全计划，并改善生活质量，来增强我们的城市公共安全，包括帮助我们的社区的无家可归人士，提高高质量且包容性和回应性的服务，以满足我们多元化社区不断变化的需求，制定鼓励新发展的政策，应对居民不断变化的住房需求，促进我们的主要走廊的活化，支持当地商业社区。按照条件，拟定的项目将符合 PD 区域的所有开发标准和Rosemead市法典的适用条款。根据本报告中的分析和结论，建议市议会进行公开听证，并收集公众证词，并通过市议会决议第2024第48号附件 A 批准规划发展23-1受63项条约的约束。市政府工作人员、市警察局长、市律师和申请人代表可随时回答市议会的提问。此时，申请人还想进行正式演示。谢谢。
Informe del personal. Buenas noches, alcalde y consejo municipal. Maryvale ha presentado una solicitud de desarrollo planificado, solicitando legalizar e intensificar los usos del terreno que consisten en viviendas de transición y de apoyo, servicios de salud mental, servicios administrativos, educación temprana, guarderías, usos religiosos e institucionales, y espacios abiertos y usos recreativos que se ofrecerán en 7600 Graves Avenue, cambiando así los usos permitidos del sitio. El alcance del trabajo del proyecto implica mejoras para los inquilinos tanto en la planta baja como en el segundo piso de la Borough Hall, para adaptar su uso anterior como orfanato a viviendas de transición y de apoyo. Las mejoras para los inquilinos incluyen la reconfiguración de los espacios de cocina existentes y la conversión de suites estilo dormitorio con baños comunitarios y en suites familiares individuales con baños privados. No se propone ninguna expansión física de los edificios existentes en el sitio como parte de la solicitud de desarrollo planificado. Maryvale propone legalizar e intensificar dos programas principales, el programa Seton House y los programas Hope Housing for Students. El programa Seton House ofrece alojamiento temporal durante 6 meses a madres con hasta 2 hijos menores de 10 años que no tenían vivienda o que no tenían acceso a ella. Actualmente, el programa acoge a 9 madres y 11 niños, con una capacidad máxima de 27 niños. La intensificación implica la renovación de la planta baja y el segundo piso de la Board Hall para crear 20 unidades adicionales para 20 madres con hasta 2 niños, lo que eleva el total de participantes de 27 a 87. El programa Hope Housing for Students ofrece alojamiento temporal a 14 estudiantes de entre 18 y 28 años inscritas en colegios comunitarios como East Los Angeles College, que se enfrentan a la inseguridad habitacional. El 16 de septiembre del 2024, la Comisión de Planificación celebró una audiencia pública debidamente notificada y anunciada para recopilar testimonios orales y escritos en relación con el desarrollo planificado 23-01. Durante el testimonio público, 11 miembros del público expresaron su apoyo al proyecto. En relación con esto, 4 residentes que viven cerca de Maryvale manifestaron su preocupación por los problemas de seguridad y el aumento de la delincuencia en la zona, así como sus comentarios de que no querían un refugio para personas sin hogar en la propiedad. Después de considerar los testimonios públicos, la Comisión de Planificación votó 401 con la abstención del comisionado Tang y recomendó que el ayuntamiento aprobara la solicitud de desarrollo planificado 23-01. Posteriormente, después de la audiencia de la Comisión de Planificación, el solicitante celebró una reunión comunitaria a una jornada de puertas abiertas para abordar las inquietudes persistentes de los residentes que no pudieron asistir a las jornadas de puertas abiertas anteriores el 2 de octubre de 2024. El personal revisó cuidadosamente el proyecto propuesto y considera que cumple con los objetivos del elemento de vivienda y el Plan Estratégico 2030, que incluye el elemento de vivienda, ofrecer una variedad de tipos y precios de vivienda para satisfacer una amplia gama de necesidades y usos de vivienda. Seguir fomentando asociaciones con organizaciones comunitarias, instituciones religiosas, organizaciones sin fines de lucro, grupos industriales y otras partes interesadas para ampliar las oportunidades de vivienda asequible. Se proporcionará una variedad de oportunidades de vivienda a los residentes actuales y futuros de la ciudad de Rosemead para ayudar a garantizar que la vivienda esté disponible para todos los segmentos socioeconómicos y grupos de necesidades especiales dentro de la comunidad. Plan Estratégico 2030. Mejorar la seguridad pública en nuestra ciudad proporcionando acceso seguro a las instalaciones públicas, ampliando los programas de seguridad del vecindario y mejorando la calidad de vida, lo que incluirá ayudar a los residentes sin hogar en nuestra comunidad. Brindar servicios de calidad que sean inclusivos y receptivos para satisfacer las necesidades cambiantes de nuestra diversa comunidad. Crear políticas que fomenten nuevos desarrollos, responder a las cambiantes necesidades de vivienda de los residentes, promover la activación a lo largo de nuestros principales corredores y apoyar a la comunidad empresarial local. Según las condiciones, el proyecto propuesto cumpliría con todos los estándares de desarrollo de la zona P-D y las secciones del código aplicables del Código Municipal de Rosemead. Con base en el análisis y en los hallazgos contenidos en este informe, se recomienda que el Consejo Municipal realice una audiencia pública y reciba testimonio público y adopte la resolución del Consejo Municipal número 2024-48, anexo A, para la aprobación del desarrollo planificado 23-01, sujeto a 63 condiciones. El personal, el jefe de la policía, el fiscal de la ciudad y el representante del solicitante estarán disponibles en caso que el Consejo Municipal tengan alguna pregunta en este momento. El solicitante también desea hacer una presentación formal. Gracias.
Thank you, translators. At this point, I will now invite the applicant to come up and give their presentation.
Thank you again, council members, for accommodating us, obviously, today. So my name, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Ruben Duwardi. I am Director of Planning and Entitlements at Somos Advisors. We are the representative for Maryvale, the applicant for this application. So I will know we have a decently length meeting ahead of us, and I know you have the presentation in front of you, so I will try to be as quick as possible. If I could. Thank you. So move to the next slide, please. So just a brief, kind of a brief history of Maryvale for those who are unaware. Maryvale was originally established at the site of the current Union Station in downtown Los Angeles. It was later moved to Boyle Heights, where it did suffer some damage in an earthquake. And it moved to its current location at 7600 Graves Avenue back in could we keep the slide up, please? In 1953. So this was 6 years prior to the incorporation of actually the city of Rosemead. So this was, they actually moved here when this was still unincorporated LA County. Since then, Maryvale has been providing a range of community services since then, including transitional supportive housing, mental health services, community wraparound services, and early education for children. Next slide, please. Just so a quick rundown of the existing facilities. So to emphasize, Maryvale is existing. As I mentioned, it has it predates essentially the city of Rosemead. It's approximately 13.6 acres. It has an FAR of a little over 100,000 spread across, I believe it is 11 buildings. They already currently have housing units for up to 23. So this is the Hope Housing and Seton House representing the staff report. They do have 8 full-time residents. So these are for lack of a better term, nuns associated with Daughters of the Charity that are affiliated with Maryvale. And they do have, as I mentioned, an early education facility. And I do want to emphasize that this is an existing early education facility. It's been ranked as one of the better preschools in the area. There are 120 kids that regularly spend their time on this campus. Obviously, parking available. They do have space for up to 500 visitors. This is typically something that you would see for things like fundraisers or special events, typical things like that. The site is large at 13.6 acres, but about half of it is landscape. So it is actually a very, very pretty, peaceful campus. And as previously mentioned, there is no expansion proposed. The physical work that is being proposed as part of the project, which I will go into the next slide, please, is covered in the existing, what they call Library Hall. So again, just to emphasize that Maryvale's mission is one to just ensure opportunities for everyone, is particularly those who are in need. Next slide, please. So the project itself, we can kind of split it between it's essentially 2 parts. The first part is essentially what the continued use and maintenance. Again, Maryvale has been providing community services, housing, education services since its inceptions in arguably in the 1800s, but at its current site in 1953. These include those that I mentioned previously, so housing, mental health services, community wraparound services, early education. And so the first, we will consider like the first part of this project is the kind of codification of these uses on the site. So again, these examples of these is Seton House and Hope Housing for Students. Again, there's also the Early Education Center. And something as part of our request, we did in our discussions with planning staff, part of the request is the flexibility around these programs, these uses, in large part because a lot of these programs are funding dependent, depending on where the funding is coming, whether it's state funding, federal grants, donations, other organizations. So there are changes in how the programs will operate depending on funding. Now, obviously, the intent is that we have a program and they will stay forever. But obviously, being in the current state of the economy, I'm sure you guys are greatly aware of some of the current fiscal budget for the state, as well as local impacts that has. So funding it changes, and that can change essentially how a program operates or how a program, how many participants, either more or less, will be part of it in any one individual program. So we do ask that part of our request is that flexibility to be able to address those kind of changes as they come. Next slide, please. So the second, as discussed, is the actual physical construction itself. So this, again, is all held within La Brea Hall. This is one of the largest buildings on the campus that was, as mentioned, was previously a kind of set up more as a dormitory. So we think, back to your college dorms, these are just small kind of spaces just for you to pretty much live in. They had common kitchens, community like game rooms, things like that. So the idea here is would be the remodel of this existing building to convert those old dorm units into now 20 individual living units. So these would have their own private bedroom, private bathroom, a living area. They would still have common kitchens. There would be up to 4 of them throughout the building, but each individual would essentially be a standalone living unit for up to 1 parent and up to 2 children. Next slide, please. Just to clarify what the project is not, it is not a homeless shelter. Maryvale works with multiple organizations on a referral basis. So everyone who is participating in these programs is actually a referral. We are not a street to unit homeless shelter. All residents have been interviewed. Again, this is part of our referral program. So residents are screened before they actually ever enter campus. And the purpose of these types of programs is to ensure that these referrals, that these program participants never actually have to experience being on the street and suffering from homelessness. So again, we are not a homeless shelter. We are not proposing 400 beds. I believe there's been some misinformation about the number of participants that would be involved. We can have a discussion about the difference between building code versus a program occupancy. We have, again, it is existing campus at the site, and all facilities are existing. There are no new structures proposed, no new floor area. It's just the only a remodel. And again, the project before you is for the land use and the just remodel of La Brea Halls to accommodate those 20 units. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to take this time. I know that operations safety is a particular topic, so I'm going to let Maryvale's CEO provide some comments. But as I transition myself away from the podium, I do want to thank planning staff for working with us. It has been a long journey to get us here, and I appreciate the collaborative nature that planning was able to provide myself individually as one planner to another, but also the applicant. So I will let Steve, the Maryvale CEO.
Good evening, honorable council members. Can we go back to I think it was slide 3. Is that possible? Yes, no. The one with the pictures. That's it. That's good. Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the operation and safety measures of our campus and programs, as well as address some of the concerns that have been raised. Let me first say that I was deeply saddened by the protests at the last meeting. It was especially difficult to see the effect all the anger and shouting had on the young women from our programs who were present to share their stories. As one of our former residents said, "Why do they hate us so much?" It was clear that a great deal of misinformation had been shared, as evidenced by YouTube videos and other social media posts. I want to be clear that as our application clearly states, we are not operating a homeless shelter, and we are not asking to open a 400-bed homeless shelter. In our mission statement, we talk about lifting up one individual, one family, one community at a time. This is the heart of our work and central to our housing, early childhood education, and community mental health programs, which we have been operating for decades here in Rosemead. In June of 2020, Maryvale made the decision to close our residential treatment program that was licensed for 72 youth to then focus on temporary housing. The Seton House program, which we began 2 years ago, as you've heard, currently houses 9 mothers with up to 2 children under the age of 10, and was a direct response to a need we saw in our community, matched with our beautiful campus and facilities. The plan before you would simply add capacity for 20 more moms with their children. With this program, we have the unique opportunity to provide integrated services, housing, early childhood education, and mental health services to the young mothers and their children in the program. As I already mentioned, it's vital to understand we are not operating or proposing to operate a homeless shelter. Seton House is a temporary housing program. It is a hand up, not a handout. Each family comes to us through referring agencies. We have a thorough interviewing process to determine the appropriateness of each referral to our program and each mother's level of commitment to full participation in the program. A mother who enters the program must agree and be ready to participate fully in the program, which includes following the rules, meeting regularly with a case manager, working on achieving her individual goals, participating in house meetings and classes, and other components of the program. In the first 2 years, we have seen great success, with 71% of the residents transitioning to stable housing, as well as a 70% increase in participants pursuing educational goals after admission into the program. And finally, 55% of our graduates were employed when they left the program. The young women admitted to our program have already taken steps to better their lives and the lives of their children. Our program simply provides them the support, safety, and security to focus on achieving their goals. At the same time, we place high priority on the safety of our campus and the well-being of those we serve and of our staff. As you can imagine, with a capacity for 120 children birth to 5 in our early education program, as well as the young children in our housing program, we are very careful about the programs and services on the campus. As a matter of fact, our Duarte facility currently houses a second early education program for up to 176 children, as well as our community mental health programs. Since 2011, we have had no safety issues or concerns with the 2 programs co-located in the same building. You have already heard there have been no major incidents on or around the campus these past 2 years since Seton House opened. Mothers entering the program understand the rules, which include no drugs or drug use, no alcohol, no weapons, smoking, vaping, and no on-site visitors. No one can enter the program building without being let in by a staff member. Residents of the program must be back on campus by 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and by midnight Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Whenever a resident returns to the program, regardless of the time of day, our staff conduct bag checks, which include purses, diaper bags, backpacks, strollers, fanny packs, grocery bags, water bottles, open containers, and unsealed bottles of liquid. In addition, the staff conducts random room checks. I can assure you, we continually evaluate our safety and security needs and adjust as needed, as evidenced by just recently with all of the activity and people uninvited coming onto campus. We've increased security, we've closed our gates. We take the safety and security of our campus very seriously, so we will always take steps to ensure that. If we're blessed to receive your support tonight for our plans, we will most definitely be prepared to add additional security on campus when we complete the interior building renovations and begin welcoming additional mothers and their children into the program. Again, we are not asking to open a 400-bed homeless shelter. Rather, it's important to remember that once completed, the Seton House program will have a total of 29 temporary units combined with up to 14 residents from Hope Housing. This is 40% fewer residents than Maryvale's previous capacity under our former residential treatment program. In essence, Maryvale will be operating at a lower capacity than before. We have heard the concerns of some of our neighbors and have made every effort to communicate with them, including tours and 3 open houses. We received a photo from a concerned neighbor about a woman who is in the community, but it was clear from the photo that she was not from our campus. I mention this because we want to always be good neighbors and are always available to hear concerns and will certainly address any issues related to our campus or programs that may arise. We are grateful for all the support we have received for our programs, especially the Seton House program. This includes $1 million in funding for the renovation secured by Congresswoman Judy Chu and support from Supervisor Solis. In the lobby of our administration building, we have a quote from St. Vincent de Paul. First the heart, then the work. With your blessing tonight, we will continue to follow his call and provide life-changing services to those we are privileged to serve. Thank you for allowing me the time, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther. Are there any other comments from the applicant? If not, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I do know that traditionally we do let the council speak, but however, due to the fact that I do have probably over a couple of hundred public comment cards, I do want to respect the fact the audience is here this evening and this may be a long night. So I want to respect that fact. I'm going to ask the council delay their questions and comments until we've had a chance to close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And then at that point, my colleagues can go ahead and ask their questions and make their comments. If you're going to, Maggie, go ahead and speak into the microphone. You have to speak into the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, on our
Can you speak louder, Maggie?
What?
Can you speak louder? I'll speak slower if you speak louder.
Okay. That's a private joke. He's very fast at speaking. All right, on our procedure, it says that the mayor shall invite, wait a minute, I'm looking for wrong place here. Let's see. The applicant shall have a reasonable amount of time to present evidence or testimony relevant to any issue before the city council. The city council, city manager, or city attorney may ask questions of the applicant or any witness presented by the applicant. And this is what was presented to us. And I have questions for the applicant that I think would be helpful for the audience to hear.
So I'm going to ask my colleagues, I made a ruling as the presiding officer and as the mayor. Is there a motion to overrule my ruling?
Overrule what?
My ruling is that we will proceed to public comments due to the fact that we have a lot of people here who need to speak. And I ask the council to defer its questions and comments until after the public has a chance to speak. So that is my ruling, as is per Rosenberg's Rules of Order, which is what we follow. If there's a motion to overrule my ruling, this is the time for the council to do so. Is there a motion to overrule my ruling?
I'll move.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Clark to overrule the chair's ruling. Is there a second?
Mr. Dreyer, I have very few things to ask.
Seeing and hearing none,
You
you,
have to say in response to my questions. This is what we approved for the meeting to have. It'll take about 5 minutes.
seeing and hearing no second to your motion, Ms. Clark, the motion dies for lack of a second. As such, we will now go ahead and open up the public comment portion of the public hearing. I do know that there were a couple of people that asked to speak in a certain order. I will respect that. I'm gonna first call up Mr. Daniel Dang. And Mr. Dan, before you speak, I just want to have the translators translate the following statement. Again, everybody has up to 3 minutes to speak. If you need a translator, just go ahead and when you come up, say the language you need. If you are using our translating services, we ask that you pause in between your speech so that the translators can catch up in what they say.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a,
Oh, yeah, hold on one second. Mrs. Lowe.
can I ask a quick question? So the applicant just made their comment.
Yes.
Do we need to have that translated?
So the way that and again, if anybody wants to overrule the chair's ruling, you're more than welcome to. But the part that was going to get translated was going to be the staff report as well as the initial rules. After that, the goal of this meeting is for us as the council to make sure we're hearing from the public, no matter what language that is. So the translator is for the benefit of the council to be able to understand what the public is trying to tell us as we deliberate. So that is the goal. If the council chooses to want every single thing translated, you are more than welcome to make that request. But I would like to advise the council, it is now 8:20 already. So that time will be a factor in that decision.
Mr. Mayor,
Hold on, Mrs. Lowe, do you have any further comments?
I just thought that it would be beneficial to translate at least the applicant's portion. So that the audience can hear just the applicants, what they present, but it's up to the rest of the council.
I've made my ruling. Is there a motion to overrule my ruling? You're not gonna hurt my feelings. Again, my goal is to be cognizant of time and make sure that we have a chance to get through everything this evening and balance everything. So
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Menta.
I was actually gonna speak on that. It's extremely important to hear all the vital information so that misinformation is not being spread. And what the applicant has been presenting, I think it's extremely important to translate those in the different languages.
And I agree.
Okay, well, I count 3 votes informally. That is that. So Mr. Dang, we're gonna have to pause your public comment. I'm going to give the
Mr. Mayor, I just want to understand what's.
I'm gonna state
Thank-
something, and
thank
then
you.
if again, if the council wishes to overrule, they can. I'm going to give the if we need to recess the meeting for this to happen, so the translators have the time for this, they're more than welcome to. Because it is a long presentation, is the council comfortable with just the PowerPoint being translated? Because otherwise, the applicant may need to confer with the translators to get the right message across.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes, Mr.
agree
Menta.
on just the key points and to making sure that everybody understands the facts.
Okay, anybody have does anybody of my colleagues disagree with that?
I disagree. I think they need to hear at least the major points that they made if they want to call them out. But this is not fair just to have a presentation like that. The things that they said were very important.
Okay, I understand. I hear you, Ms. Armenta, Ms. Clark. Mr. Dang, Ms. Lowe, how do you two feel?
I also agree. I think the audience have the right to hear and understand what they presented. So either the key points or whatever they think is the key points because there are a lot of misinformation out there. So I think now's the time for us to kind of clear that up.
Okay.
It is tough that they gave a lot of information. Maybe if they can kind of nail down some of the important things that they would like the translator to translate for the audience.
Mr. Dang, any other comments you want to add to this discussion?
No comments from.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We'll go before I recess. I'm gonna recess this meeting for about 10 minutes before I recess the meeting and give the applicant a chance to speak with the translators. Besides the PowerPoint, if there's anything additional that they want to make sure it's translated through the translators, they may do so. When we reconvene the meeting in about 10 to 15 minutes, the following speakers are up next, just so that everyone has an understanding. Mr. Daniel Dang will be first, followed by Ms. Judy Mack, followed by Long David Liu, followed by Julie Liu, followed by Councilmember Adele Andrade Stadler, followed by Scott Chamberlain. Those will be the next 5 speakers once we begin public comment. Any objections to my decision on this? If not, this meeting is recessed until 8:35.
Recording in progress.
给大家找个位置坐，有空位置请坐下來，我們要開始咯。OK， 大家唔該，你請你坐低，有位嘅揾個位坐低，我哋盡快開始㗎啦。
I haven't used it because we haven't really started, but yeah, I know. Yeah. Mandy was.
Calling Mr. Sean Day, calling Mr. Sean Day. Where are you at? Councilmember Sean Day.
This meeting is hereby called back to order at 8:37. Just remind everyone, we're now going to proceed to the translator's translation of the comments from the applicant. We'll start with Vietnamese, please.
The project overview continue use and maintenance slide, please. Đây là tổng quan về dự án, tiếp tục sử dụng và bảo trì, tiếp tục để bao gồm để tiếp tục sử dụng mảnh đất và hoạt động ủng hộ nhà ở tạm thời có dịch vụ hỗ trợ kèm theo, dịch vụ sức khỏe tinh thần và dịch vụ cộng đồng và dịch vụ toàn diện, giáo dục ấu nhi. Những chương trình này không phải là nhà ở tạm thời cho người vô gia cư, nhưng có mục đích, chỉ là nhằm vào một nhóm người cụ thể được giới thiệu vào chương trình. Hiện tại những chương trình bao gồm trung tâm giáo dục sớm, đây là trung tâm để dạy cho trẻ em và gia đình giáo dục sớm, Sitting House, nhà ở tạm thời 6 tháng và tối đa 9 bà mẹ với tối đa 2 đứa con. Hope Housing có 14 giường cho nữ sinh viên 18 tới 28 tuổi đang đi học đại học và hiện giờ đang có khó khăn tìm nhà ở hoặc là bị bạo hành gia đình. Và dịch vụ sức khỏe tinh thần dựa vào cộng đồng. Đây là có dịch vụ rẻ tiền cho trẻ em tới 25 tuổi và gia đình của họ. Bởi vì những chương trình này và những dịch vụ này tùy thuộc vào nguồn ngân quỹ, cho nên yêu cầu của chúng tôi là phải có tính linh hoạt để chúng tôi có thể sử dụng bất cứ như điều hành bất cứ những cái nhà này tại bất cứ lúc nào. Next slide, please. Tô bổ là Borough Hall. Hiện tại là Borough Hall được xây cất giống như là một ký túc xá, có phòng đơn, phòng vệ sinh chung và một phòng bếp chung. Và sau khi tu bổ thì sẽ tạo ra những cái phòng mà họ có thể sống độc lập và có phòng tắm riêng và những khu vực sinh hoạt. Sẽ có phòng chung mới và có những trung tâm hoạt động, có thư viện và có một bếp để học tập, phòng bếp để học tập. Tổng cộng là 20 phòng, 16 phòng là có nhiều dãy phòng khác nhau và 4 phòng đơn. sẽ không mở rộng những sẽ không mở rộng cái tầng trệt hiện tại, và mục đích là để cung cấp nhà ở cho mẹ đơn thân và con cái của họ.
Thank you。好啦，以下咧就係呢個粵語嘅翻譯咧，就係頭先咧我哋嘅呢個申請人咧，佢介紹一啲重點嘅。咁啊就係關於咧就係土地嘅持續使用啦，同埋呢個維護。第一個咧可以睇到第一句咧就話會繼續咧包括支持以下方面嘅土地使用咧同埋運營，就係有呢個過渡性同埋支持性住房啦、心理健康服務啦、社區綜合性嘅服務，仲有咧呢個早期教育即係早教服務嘅。咁以下呢啲計劃咧，即係呢啲計劃咧並唔係呢個無家可歸者嘅收容中心，而係咧針對具體嘅人口統計同埋呢個轉介而設置嘅。咁而家咧喺該地方嘅呢啲項目咧，就係包括一個早教嘅中心啦，係俾呢個早教係俾兒童咧同埋及其家庭嘅。咁然後第二個咧，呢個 Season House 佢就係6個月嘅臨時性住房，係最多可以咧就係收容9個媽咪同埋咧最多係2個以上嘅小朋友。咁仲有一個叫 Hope Housing， 即係希望住房啦。咁有14個床位咧係俾女性嘅學生。咁呢啲女性學生咧年齡咧係介乎18到28歲啦。咁佢哋係要係呢個社區大學嘅學生啦。同埋咧佢哋係會遭受咗一啲唔穩定住房啊，又或者咧係家庭暴力嘅嗰啲人嘅。咁仲有咧就係呢個然後就係有呢個社區為基礎嘅。社區為基礎，基於社區嘅心理健康或者精神健康嘅服務，咁咧就可以有一啲可負擔嘅睇病嘅服務啦，係俾小朋友嘅，最多係到25歲，同埋俾佢哋嘅家庭。咁因為呢啲項目咧，同埋呢啲服務咧，就係獨立咁樣撥款嘅，所以我哋嘅要求咧係話係可以喺任何時間咧都係可以有呢個獨立運營嘅彈性。Next slide please。咁繼續咧就係講到話持續嘅使用同埋咁而家就講到呢個 Labrador Hall 嘅呢個重新建造啦。咁而家咧佢哋係一個宿舍，好似一個單間咁嘅結構啦。咁有呢個單人間啦，同埋一啲公共嘅沖涼房或者叫廁所，或者一個公共嘅廚房。咁呢個重新嘅改造之後咧，就會建立咧一個獨立嘅住房單位啦。咁個單位入邊咧係有呢個私人嘅浴室、沖涼房，同埋咧係有一啲叫做可居住嘅呢個空間嘅。咁新嘅呢個公共房啊，仲有亦都係會有呢個活動中心、圖書館啦，同埋一個咧以學習為主嘅一個可以用於學習嘅廚房。咁一共咧係有20個新嘅單位，16個咧係套房，4個係單間。現存嘅呢個係唔會有任何唔會對現存嘅呢個建築咧進行任何嘅加建嘅。咁主要嘅服務，我哋嘅服務對象咧係希望可以收容咧單親媽媽同埋佢哋嘅小朋友。大家可以睇下咧呢個結構圖。
接下來是用普通話向您介紹剛才申請人所做的項目介紹。那麼這個項目的話，主要是達到持續性的使用和維護，繼續保持以下方面的土地使用和運營，主要是達到過渡性和支持性的住房、心理健康服務、社區和環繞式服務、早期教育。這些計劃不是無家可歸者的收容所，而是針對具體的人口統計和轉介。主要的計劃包括早期教育中心，為兒童和家庭提供早期教育 ；Stand House 為最多9名母親提供6個月的臨時住房，最多可容納每人2名兒童。希望之家為就讀大學的女學生18到28歲提供14個床位。對於遭受住房不安全或家庭虐待的人士，基於社區的心理健康，為以下人群提供負擔得起的門診服務。兒童是指25歲以下及其家人。由於計劃和服務依賴於資金，我們的要求是任何一種或多種用途，在任何給定的時間下進行操作，且具有靈活性。Next page。接下來是說到了拉布爾大廳的改造。拉布爾號目前建為宿舍式的結構，有單人間、普通間、浴室和公用廚房。 Hello，改造将创造独立的生活单位，设有私人浴室和起居室，新的公共休息室和活动中心、图书馆和学习厨房等，共20个新单元，其中16个套房和4个单人间。不扩大现有的建筑面积，截止在为单身母亲和其他的女士提供住房。
First slide. Resumen del proyecto. Uso y mantenimiento continuo. Continuar incluyendo el uso de la tierra y las operaciones que respaldan viviendas de transición y de apoyo, servicios de salud mental, servicios comunitarios integrales, educación temprana. Estos programas no son un refugio para personas sin hogar, sino que están dirigidos a grupos demográficos y derivaciones específicas. Los programas actuales incluyen Centro de Educación Temprana, aprendizaje temprano para niños y familias, Set and House, alojamiento temporal de 6 meses para hasta 9 madres con hasta 2 niños cada una. Hope Housing, 14 camas para estudiantes mujeres de 18 a 28 años que asisten a la universidad que sufren inseguridad habitacional o abuso doméstico. Salud mental comunitaria, servicios ambulatorios asequibles para niños hasta 25 años y sus familias. Debido a que los programas y servicios dependen de la financiación, solicitamos flexibilidad para que uno o más de los usos funcionen en un momento determinado. Second slide. Remodelación de Labor Hall. Labor Hall está construida actualmente como una estructura similar a un dormitorio, habitaciones individuales, baños comunes y cocina común. La remodelación creará unidades de vivienda independientes con baños privados y áreas de estadía, nuevas salas comunes, centros de actividades, biblioteca y cocinas de aprendizaje. Un total de 20 unidades nuevas, 16 suites y 4 individuales. No se ampliará la superficie existente. Esto está destinada a albergar a madres solteras y sus hijos.
Đây là thông dịch cái quý ông thứ hai, đây là những lời phát biểu của ông. Xin chào Hội đồng thành phố, tôi rất biết ơn có cơ hội để trình bày về hoạt động và những biện pháp an toàn của các chương trình của chúng tôi và tại khuôn viên của chúng tôi, cũng như đề cập vào một số mối lo ngại đã được nêu ra. Trước hết tôi muốn nói rằng tôi cảm thấy rất buồn bởi cuộc biểu tình tại cuộc họp lần trước. Tôi cảm thấy đặc biệt đau lòng khi thấy những người tức giận và la hét đã ảnh hưởng tới những phụ nữ, những bà mẹ trẻ tại giờ của chương trình của chúng tôi đã có mặt để chia sẻ câu chuyện của họ. Và một người từng ở đó nói rằng tại sao họ lại ghét chúng tôi đến vậy. Rõ ràng là có rất nhiều thông tin sai lệch đã được chia sẻ, đặc biệt qua video trên YouTube và những bài đăng trên mạng xã hội. Và tôi muốn nói rõ ràng là như trong cái đơn xin của tôi nói rất rõ ràng, chúng tôi không điều hành một nhà ở tạm thời cho người vô gia cư, và chúng tôi không yêu cầu mở một nhà ở tạm thời cho người vô gia cư có 400 giường. Trong lời tuyên bố sứ mệnh của chúng tôi đề cập tới việc nâng lên từng người, từng gia đình và từng cộng đồng. Và đây là nó nằm trong trung tâm của công việc của chúng tôi. Đặc biệt là và những cái chương trình nhà ở, giáo dục ấu nhi, các chương trình sức khỏe, tinh thần cộng đồng mà chúng tôi đã hoạt động qua nhiều thập niên ở Rosemead. Vào tháng 6 năm 2020, Maryvale đã đưa ra quyết định đóng cửa chương trình điều trị những người ở trong chương trình chúng tôi, và chúng tôi được cấp phép là trị 72 thanh thiếu niên, và rồi sau đó tập trung vào nhà ở tạm thời. Chương trình Sit and House mà chúng tôi bắt đầu 2 năm trước hiện giờ cung cấp nhà ở cho 9 bà mẹ với tối đa 2 đứa con dưới 10 tuổi. Đây là phản ứng trực tiếp bởi vì chúng tôi thấy cái nhu cầu ở cộng đồng của mình, và đặc biệt là nó phù hợp với những cái cơ sở xinh đẹp và khuôn viên của chúng tôi. Cái hồi trước mắt quý vị hiện tại là chúng tôi chỉ muốn tăng thêm khả năng để cung cấp nhà ở cho thêm 20 bà mẹ và con cái của họ. Qua chương trình này chúng tôi có cơ hội đặc biệt để cung cấp dịch vụ kết hợp nhà ở, giáo dục ấu nhi, dịch vụ sức khỏe tinh thần và cho những bà mẹ trẻ và con của họ trong chương trình của chúng tôi. Như tôi đã đề cập tới, điều thiết yếu cần phải hiểu là chúng tôi hiện tại không hoạt động hoặc đề xuất hoạt động nhà ở tạm thời cho người vô gia cư. Sitting house là nhà ở là một cái chương trình nhà ở tạm thời. Đây là để giúp nâng đỡ chứ không phải là cung cấp miễn phí. Mỗi gia đình tới với chúng tôi là thông qua những cơ quan khác giới thiệu họ. Chúng tôi phỏng vấn rất kỹ lưỡng để quyết định họ có phù hợp hay không. Và mỗi bà mẹ phải cam kết tham gia toàn bộ vào chương trình. Mỗi bà mẹ tham gia vào chương trình chúng tôi phải đồng ý, họ phải sẵn sàng bất cứ lúc nào tham gia hoàn toàn vào chương trình. Trong đó bao gồm tuân theo những quy tắc, họp thường xuyên với người quản lý hồ sơ của họ, nỗ lực để đạt được mục tiêu cá nhân của họ và tham gia vào những cuộc họp tại nhà và những lớp học và những thành phần khác của chương trình. Trong 2 năm đầu tiên, chúng tôi đã rất thành công với 71% người ở đó đã chuyển sang nhà ở cố định, ổn định và chúng tôi cũng thấy 70% người tham gia theo đuổi mục tiêu giáo dục sau khi tham gia chương trình của chúng tôi. Và cuối cùng 55% những người mà học xong chương trình của chúng tôi cũng có việc làm sau khi họ rời chương trình. Những phụ nữ trẻ được tham gia chương trình chúng tôi đã hiện giờ đã thực hiện những bước để cải thiện cuộc sống của mình và cuộc sống của con cái của họ. Chương trình của chúng tôi chỉ giúp đỡ họ cung cấp sự an toàn và an ninh để họ tập trung vào việc đạt được mục tiêu của mình. Cùng một lúc chúng tôi cũng rất ưu tiên sự an toàn của khuôn viên của chúng tôi cũng như sự lành mạnh của những người mà chúng tôi phục vụ, kể cả ban nhân viên. Như quý vị có thể tưởng tượng được, chúng tôi hiện giờ có sức chứa cho 120 trẻ em từ mới trẻ sơ sinh cho tới 5 tuổi trong chương trình giáo dục ấu nhi, cũng như trẻ em trong chương trình nhà ở. Và chúng tôi rất là cẩn thận về chương trình của chúng tôi và dịch vụ cung cấp ở đó. Và thật ra cái cơ sở ở Duarte hiện tại cũng có một chương trình giáo dục ấu nhi thứ hai cho tối đa 176 trẻ em, cũng như chương trình sức khỏe tinh thần cộng đồng. Kể từ năm 2011, chúng tôi không có vấn đề về an toàn nào hết hoặc mối quan tâm nào hết trong hai chương trình đó. Quý vị cũng đã nghe rằng là trong những cái công viên chúng tôi không có những cái sự cố nghiêm trọng nào hết trong 2 năm qua kể từ khi chúng tôi mở Sitting House. Những bà mẹ tham gia chương trình chúng tôi hiểu rằng họ cần phải tuân thủ những cái quy tắc đó, bao gồm là không dùng ma túy, không uống rượu bia, không có vũ khí, không hút thuốc, không hút vaping và không cho phép có người tới thăm, và không ai có thể vào tòa nhà của chúng tôi mà không có sự dẫn dắt của một nhân viên. Những người ở chương trình của chúng tôi phải quay trở lại trễ nhất là 10 giờ tối thứ hai cho tới thứ năm, và thứ sáu, thứ bảy, chủ nhật trễ nhất là 12 giờ khuya. Bất cứ lúc nào một người tham gia chương trình quay trở lại, họ cần phải nhân viên chúng tôi sẽ kiểm tra túi xách tay của họ, túi đựng tã lót, ba lô hay là cái xe đẩy trẻ em, những cái túi đeo ngang hông, túi đi chợ, bình nước, những bình nước đã mở rồi hoặc là chưa mở, có nước, có chất lỏng. Ngoài ra nhân viên cũng có tùy thời cũng kiểm tra phòng của họ. Cho nên tôi bảo đảm với quý vị rằng chúng tôi tiếp tục đánh giá nhu cầu an ninh và an toàn và điều chỉnh khi cần thiết. Và chúng tôi rất may mắn để được quý vị hỗ trợ tối nay cho kế hoạch của chúng tôi. Và chúng tôi tất nhiên là chuẩn bị tăng cường an ninh tại khuôn viên của chúng tôi một khi mà chúng tôi đã tu bổ tòa nhà ở bên trong và bắt đầu hoan nghênh những bà mẹ mới và con cái của họ một lần nữa. chúng tôi không yêu cầu mở một nhà ở tạm thời cho người vô gia cư có 40 giường. Thay vào đó, điều quan trọng cần phải nhớ rằng một khi hoàn tất, chương trình City House sẽ có tổng cộng 29 phòng ở tạm thời kết hợp với 14 cư dân hiện giờ từ cái chương trình Home Housing. Đây là ít hơn 40% người ở Maryvale. Theo cái sức chứa của Maryvale từ cái chương trình điều trị trước đây của chúng tôi, trên cơ bản Maryvale sẽ hoặc có ít người hơn một khi mà tu bổ xong. Chúng tôi có nghe nhiều người nêu ra mối quan tâm rằng một số người hàng xóm đã nỗ lực để nói với họ rằng là họ có thể tới và tham quan và xem xét những cái tòa nhà của chúng tôi, và chúng tôi cũng nhận một cái hình ảnh từ một người hàng xóm quan tâm về một phụ nữ đã ở trong cộng đồng. Nhưng mà rõ ràng cái hình ảnh đó, phụ nữ đó không phải từ khuôn viên của chúng tôi, và tôi đề cập tới vấn đề này bởi vì chúng tôi luôn luôn muốn làm một người hàng xóm tốt và luôn luôn có sẵn sàng để lắng nghe những mối quan tâm của quý vị và tất nhiên giải quyết bất cứ vấn đề nào liên quan tới khuôn viên của chúng tôi hoặc chương trình của chúng tôi nếu nó có thể phát sinh. Chúng tôi biết ơn tất cả những sự hỗ trợ mà chúng tôi đã nhận được cho chương trình chúng tôi, đặc biệt chương trình City House. Điều này bao gồm là chúng tôi được cấp 1 triệu đồng để tu bổ, và đây là do nghệ sĩ Judy Chu và sự ủng hộ của giám sát viên Solis. Trong cái tiền sảnh của tòa nhà hành chánh của chúng tôi có trích dẫn một câu từ Saint Vincent de Paul: trước hết phải mở tấm lòng, sau đó rồi bắt tay vào việc. Cho nên với sự ủng hộ của quý vị, tối nay chúng tôi sẽ tiếp tục tuân theo lời kêu gọi của Ngài và cung cấp những dịch vụ mà thay đổi cuộc sống cho những người mà chúng tôi có được đặc quyền để phục vụ. Cảm ơn quý vị cho phép tôi cơ hội này để phát biểu, và tôi sẵn sàng trả lời bất cứ câu hỏi nào của quý vị。
以下係呢個粵語嘅翻譯啦。佢話：尊敬嘅市議會成員，大家晚上好，非常之感謝咧，有機會向大家介紹我哋嘅呢個項目啦嘅運作啦，同埋安全措施，同時咧回應咧之前大家提出嘅各項擔憂。首先我想講嘅話，我哋上次會議中嘅抗議活動咧，感到非常咁樣難過。咁我哋有上次嘅會議當中咧，係有我哋之前咧喺我哋嗰度居住嘅一啲女性啦，喺度會議上面咧分享佢嘅故事，咁見到咁多人咧對佢哋憤怒啊，然後好咁大聲嗌咧，尤其令人心痛。咁其中一個，正如我哋之前我哋喺會議上面咧同我哋分享故事，其中一位女性所講話，點解大家要咁憎我哋嘅？好明顯啊，係因為好多錯誤嘅信息咧，通過呢個 YouTube 啊、油管啊、啲視頻啊或者其他社交媒體嗰度發帖咧，係傳播出去嘅。我想同大家明確咁講明一樣嘢，正如我哋嘅申請表格當中所陳述咁樣，我哋唔係話要經營一個無家可歸者嘅收容所，我哋冇申請話要建立一個要可以容納400人嘅無家可歸者收容所。喺我哋嘅呢個聲明當中咧，我哋有講到呢度話，一次如果可以提升一個人、一個家庭、一個社區，呢個先是我哋工作嘅核心，貫穿於我哋成個嘅住房項目、早教兒童項目啦，同埋以及社區心理嘅健康項目當中。而呢啲項目咧已經喺我哋嘅油池密市咧係運營咗數十年㗎啦。2020年6月咧 ，Maryvale 咧決定關閉咗喺該中心嘅治療項目。本身咧個項目咧係可以容納咧72名青年嘅，然後咧就轉為呢個建呢個臨時嘅住房啦。咁我哋喺2年前咧開始咗呢個 Season House 呢個項目，目前該項目咧可以容納咧9位母親同埋咧最多2名10歲以下嘅兒童。呢啲咧亦都係我哋社區內咧好急需嘅。非常之急切嘅需要嚟嘅。根據呢個計劃咧，我哋將直接增加20個單元，可以容納咧20位母親及佢嘅小朋友。咁通過呢個項目咧，我哋有一個非常之特別嘅機會，有一個好好嘅機會咧，為呢啲年輕嘅媽媽同埋佢哋嘅小朋友咧提供個綜合嘅服務啦，包括住房啦、早教啦同埋心理健康服務。正如我之前提到嘅， 大家要理解一點係非常重要嘅，我哋唔係經營或者係提供或者係建議咧要經營呢個無家可歸者嘅收容所。Season House 咧係一個臨時住房嘅項目，呢個只不過係幫助，並唔係話施捨。每個家庭咧都可以通過相關機構咧推薦或者轉介咧進入呢個項目嘅。我哋一個全面嘅面試嘅過程啦，嚟確定咧呢個被轉介入嚟嘅人咧係咪適合咧入嚟我哋呢度居住嘅，並評估咧每位媽媽咧係咪可以喺全程參與到呢個項目當中嘅，佢哋可以做到乜嘢，或者佢哋可以承諾到啲乜嘢。咁進入呢個項目嘅媽咪咧，佢哋必須同意咧，並準備係充分好參與咧。遵守呢個規矩嘅，包括咧就係遵守各項呢個規定啦，定期咧同埋佢哋嘅呢個個案嘅經理會面啦，制定個人目標啦，參與家庭會議同埋課程，並積極咧參與其他項目嘅其他部分。喺前2年入邊咧，我哋睇到咧，我哋嘅呢個項目咧係取得巨大嘅成功，71%嘅我哋喺我哋嗰度居住嘅人咧，佢哋可以成功過渡到一個有穩定嘅住房啦。此外70%嘅喺我哋住嗰度人咧，喺入住後咧係可會追求咧。呢個接受更進一步嘅教育啦，然後最終咧55%嘅呢個人咧喺項目中之後咧係實現咗佢哋咧繼續讀書啊、接受教育嘅目標嘅。所以我哋嘅離開咗我哋項目之後咧，嗰啲人咧都可以揾到呢個工作，而且咧。好多呢啲女性咧已經係邁出咗為佢自己同埋佢小朋友咧改善生活嘅第一步。我哋嘅項目咧只不過係為佢哋提供呢個支持、安全同保障，可以幫助佢哋咧專注於實現自己嘅目標。同時咧，我哋非常之重視咧我哋呢個設施啊、個住所嘅安全啦，然後同埋我哋服務對象啊、員工嘅福利嘅。正如咧，大家都諗得到嘅就係話，隨住我哋呢個早教項目嘅120名兒童咧，以及喺住房項目中嘅年輕兒童咧一齊咧生活咗喺呢個設施當中啦，我哋對呢個大樓當中嘅項目同埋服務咧都係非常之謹慎嘅。其實咧，我哋呢個機構喺 Duarte 嗰度咧，仲有另外一個可以容納咧176名兒童嘅第2個早教嘅項目，同埋我哋嘅社區心理健康項目啦。喺2011年以嚟咧，2個項目咧係位於同一棟樓，我哋係冇出現過任何嘅安全問題咧或者隱患嘅。大家可能已經聽到過啦，呢個 Student House 嘅項目啟動2年來咧。呢個周邊係冇發生過任何重大嘅安全事件。進入呢個項目當中嘅媽媽咧，係必須遵守規定，其中包括唔可以吸毒啦，或者飲醉，或者係呢個飲酒啦，或者係攜帶武器、吸煙，包括吸食電子煙，同埋唔允許咧係帶人翻入嚟嘅。如果冇工作人員嘅允許咧，任何人都係唔可以進入呢個大樓入邊嘅。該項目嘅人咧，而且必須要喺週1到週4咧係有一個宵禁嘅，即係晚上10點咧係必須要翻回呢個大樓當中，並且咧週5、週6、週日咧，亦都係要喺凌晨12點之前咧翻到嚟嘅。所以無論幾時佢哋翻到入嚟咧，工作人員咧都會隨身檢查佢哋嘅物品啦，包括咧就係呢個銀包啊或者尿布袋啊等等等等。而且咧工作人員咧仲會隨時咧檢查房間嘅。所以我可以向你保證，我哋會持續咧評估呢個安全需求，並喺必要時咧作出呢個調整。如果今晚可以得到大家嘅支持，咁當我哋完成呢個建築翻新並開始迎接更加多呢個媽媽同埋佢哋嘅小朋友入住呢個大樓嘅時候咧，我哋亦都會咧準備咧喺大樓附近咧增加呢個額外嘅安全措施。再次同大家講，我哋唔係話申請要建立一個容納400人嘅無家可歸者收容所，相反。大家要記住一個，一旦呢個項目完成之後咧，將會有29個臨時嘅單元，再加上咧本身喺 Hope Housing 嘅最多14名嘅居民咧，其實咧呢個係比我哋之前咧而家嘅呢個項目咧係減少咗容量咧係減少咗40%嘅，所以從根本上嚟講咧係遠遠低於以往嘅。我哋聽到一啲居民咧佢哋反映嘅呢個擔心啦，我哋已經盡一切嘅努力咧同你哋溝通㗎啦，包括安排參觀啊，同埋有3次嘅開放日活動。我哋之前咧都睇到呢張相咧，係話一個社區嘅女性，但係佢哋並唔係咧喺我哋嗰個大樓邊住過嘅人嚟嘅，所以咧我亦都係希望由始至終咧可以保持咧呢個透明度同埋呢個公眾嘅支持度。我哋對所有支持我哋項目嘅人咧非常之感激啦，尤其咧係各位對 Seaton House 呢個支持啦，包括咧係呢個國會嘅女議員啦 Judy Chu 爭取到咧100萬美元嘅呢個翻新嘅資金，同埋包括咧呢個監事 Solis 女士嘅支持。喺我哋嘅行政大樓嘅大廳入邊咧，係有一段咧嚟自呢個 St. Vincent de Paul 嘅名言，佢話大家先要有愛心，先至可以做先至會有工作嘅。所以今晚如果可以得到你哋嘅呢個祝福，我哋會繼續咧響應咧呢個號召，為 我哋可以服務嘅人咧，繼續咧提供改變服務、改變生活嘅服務。感謝咧大家聽我講咁多嘢，我願意好樂意回答大家任何嘅問題。
Again, the translators translate. We ask the audience to please hold their side conversations. If they need to speak, they can go into the hallway to speak, but we want to be respectful of everybody, make sure that everyone can hear the translations. If we can have the translators translate that, please. I do talk really fast. What I said was, please ask any sidebar conversations to happen outside. We want to be respectful and make sure that everyone can hear the translations inside.
Nếu quý vị có muốn nói chuyện riêng thì xin mời ra ngồi nói chuyện, bởi vì chúng tôi muốn tôn trọng tất cả mọi người để có cơ hội lắng nghe thông dịch viên thông dịch cho mọi người. Cảm ơn quý vị.
請大家保持肅靜啊，因為頭先大家聽到人咧竊竊私語，如果係有任何想講嘢或者交談嘅話，請喺會場外邊。
現在是普通話公告啊，請大家不要進行私下交談。如果您需要說話的話，請您到走廊外面，請尊重每一個人聆聽翻譯的講話，謝謝。
Queremos pedirle al público que por favor sean respetuosos mientras que los intérpretes están interpretando los puntos de vista. Si tienen alguna conversación que necesitan tener, podrían por favor salir al vestíbulo y tenerla ahí afuera. Gracias.
下面用普通話向您翻譯剛才申請人就本項目的發言。尊敬的市議員會成員，晚上好。我們非常感謝有機會向大家介紹我們校園和項目的運作和安全措施，同時回應提出的各項擔憂。首先，我想要說的是，我對上次會議中的抗議活動感到非常的難過，看到所有的憤怒和喊叫對那些年輕婦女的影響，尤其是讓人心痛。他們在會上分享了自己的故事。正如我們的一位前居民所說的一樣，他們為什麼這麼恨我們？很明顯，許多錯誤的信息通過油管視頻和其他社交媒體而被傳播。我要明確地說明，正如我們申請表中所清楚地表述的那樣，我們並沒有經營一個無家可歸的收容所，我們並沒有申請建立一個可容納400人的無家可歸的收容所。在我們的使命聲明中，我們談到的是以此提升一個人、一個家庭、一個社區，這是我們工作的核心，貫穿於我們的住房項目、早期兒童教育項目以及社區心理健康項目中。這些項目已經在羅斯密運作了數十年。2020年6月，Maryvale 決定關閉其居民治療項目，該項目可容納72名年輕人。轉而專注於臨時住房。我們在2年前開始了 Staten House 的項目，目前該項目容納9名母親及其最多2名10歲以下的孩子，這也是我們社區內急需的回應。根據這一計劃，我們將直接增加20個單元，容納20位母親及其孩子。通過這個項目，我們有獨特的機會為這些年輕的母親和他們的孩子提供綜合服務，包括住房、早期兒童教育及其心理健康服務。正如我們之前所說的一樣，理解這一點十分重要。我們不是在經營或提議經營無家可歸的收容所。Staten House 是臨時住房的項目，這是幫助而不是施捨。每個家庭都是通過相關的機構推薦進入的。我們有一個全面的面試過程，來確定推薦者是否適合進入我們的項目，並評估每一位母親在全程參與項目中的承諾程度。進入項目的母親必須同意並準備好充分參與該項目，包括遵守規定、定期與個案經理會面、制定個人項目、參與家庭會議和課程，並積極參與項目和的其他部分。 在前2年中，我们看到了项目取得了巨大成绩，71%的居民成功的过渡到稳定性住房。此外，70%的参与者在住房后追求教育目标，最后55%的参与者在项目中实现了教育目标。我们的毕业生在离开项目时都找到了工作。那些被录取到我们项目中的年轻女性，已经迈出了改善自己和孩子生活的第一步。我们的项目只是为了他们提供支持、安全和保障，帮助他们专注于实现自己的目标。同时，我们非常重视校园的安全，以及我们对我们服务对象和员工的福祉。正如你们可以想象的，随着我们早期教育项目的120名儿童以及住房项目中的年轻儿童一起生活在校园里，我们对校园的项目和服务都非常谨慎。事实上，我们在杜瓦提的设施还容纳了一个有176名儿童的第2个早期教育项目，以及我们社区心理健康项目。自2011年以来，2个项目位于同一幢楼，我们没有出现过任何安全问题或隐患。你们已经听说 Staten House 项目启动2年来，校园内或周边没有发生任何重大事件。进入该项目的母亲必须遵守规定，其中包括不允许吸毒、酗酒、携带武器、吸烟、吸电子烟，以及不允许现场访客进入。没有工作人员允许，任何人不得进入项目建筑。项目的居民必须在周1至周4的晚上10点之前返回住所，并且周5、周6和周日午夜之前也必须回到住所。无论居民在任何时候返回，工作人员都会检查他们随身的包，包括钱包、尿布包、背包、婴儿车、腰包、购物袋、水瓶、打开的容器和未封口的液体。此外，工作人员还会随机检查房间。我可以向你们保证，我们会持续评估安全需要，并在必要时做出调整。如果今晚能够得到大家对我们计划的支持，那么当然，我们完成建筑翻新并开始迎接更多母亲和孩子入住项目时，我们将准备在校园中增加额外的安全措施。再次强调，我们并没有申请一个容纳400人的无家可归的收容所。相反，重要的是，请记住，一旦 Staten House 项目完成后，将有29个临时单元，加上来自 Hope Housing 的最多14个居民。这比 Maryvale 之前的住宅治疗项目减少了40%。从本质上说， Maryvale 的运作容量将低于以往。我们听到了来自一些邻居的担忧，并且已经尽一切努力与他们进行沟通，包括安排参观和3次开放日活动。我们收到了一张照片，是一位社区的女性，她显然很明显，她不是来自于我们校园的。我提到了这一事件，是因为我们希望始终保持透明。我们对所有支持我们项目的人心怀感激，尤其是对 Staten House 项目的支持。这包括由于国会女议员赵美心争取到的100万美元的修建资金的费用，以及索斯普主管的支持。在我们行政大厅里面，我们有一段来自圣文森德保罗的名言：先有爱心，再有工作。今晚有了你们的祝福，我们将继续响应他的号召，为我们有幸服务的人提供改变生活的服务。感谢你们的这段时间，我们乐意聆听并且回答你们的任何问题。谢谢。
Buenas noches, honorables miembros del Consejo. Agradezco la oportunidad de hablar sobre el funcionamiento y las medidas de seguridad de nuestro campus y nuestros programas, así como de abordar algunas de las inquietudes que se han planteado. Primero, permítame decir que me entristecieron profundamente las protestas en la última reunión. Fue especialmente difícil ver el efecto que toda la ira y los gritos tuvieron en las mujeres jóvenes de nuestros programas que estuvieron presentes para compartir sus historias. Como dijo una de nuestras ex residentes, ¿por qué nos odian tanto? Estaba claro que se ha compartido una gran cantidad de información errónea, como lo demuestran los videos de YouTube y otras publicaciones en las redes sociales. Quiero dejar en claro que, como indica claramente nuestra solicitud, no estamos operando un refugio para personas sin hogar y no estamos pidiendo abrir un refugio para personas sin hogar con 400 camas. En nuestra declaración de misión, hablamos de ayudar a una persona, una familia, una comunidad a la vez. Este es el corazón de nuestro trabajo y es fundamental para nuestro programa de vivienda, educación infantil y salud mental comunitaria que hemos estado operando durante décadas aquí en Rosemead. En junio de 2020, Maryvale tomó la decisión de cerrar nuestro programa de tratamiento residencial, que tenía licencia para 72 jóvenes, para luego enfocarse en viviendas temporales. El programa Seton House, que iniciamos hace 2 años, actualmente alberga a 9 madres con hasta 2 niños menores de 10 años y fue una respuesta directa a una necesidad que vimos en nuestra comunidad, que coincidía con nuestras hermosas instalaciones y campus. El plan que tienen ante ustedes simplemente agregaría capacidad para 20 mamás con sus hijos. Con este programa tenemos la oportunidad única de brindar servicios integrados, vivienda, educación infantil y servicios de salud mental a las madres jóvenes y sus hijos en el programa. Como ya mencioné, es vital entender que no estamos operando ni nos proponemos operar un refugio para personas sin hogar. Seton House es un programa de vivienda temporal. Es una ayuda, no una limosna. Cada familia llega a nosotros a través de agencias de referencia. Contamos con un proceso de entrevistas exhaustivo para determinar la idoneidad de cada derivación a nuestro programa y el nivel de compromiso de cada madre con la participación plena en el programa. Una madre que ingresa al programa debe aceptar y estar lista para participar plenamente en el programa, lo que incluye seguir las reglas, reunirse regularmente con un gestor de casos, trabajar para lograr sus objetivos individuales, participar en reuniones y clases en el hogar y otros componentes del programa. En los primeros 2 años hemos visto un gran éxito con el 71% de los residentes en transición a una vivienda estable, así como un aumento del 70% en los participantes que persiguen objetivos educativos después de la admisión en el programa. Finalmente, el 55% de nuestros graduados ya tenían empleo cuando dejaron el programa. Las jóvenes admitidas a nuestro programa ya han tomado medidas para mejorar sus vidas y las vidas de sus hijos. Nuestro programa simplemente les brinda el apoyo, la seguridad y la protección para que se concentren en lograr sus metas. Al mismo tiempo, le damos una alta prioridad a la seguridad de nuestro campus y al bienestar de las personas a las que servimos y de nuestro personal. Como puede imaginar, con una capacidad para 120 niños desde el nacimiento hasta los 5 años en nuestro programa de educación temprana, así como para los niños pequeños en nuestro programa de alojamiento, somos muy cuidadosos con los programas y servicios en el campo. De hecho, nuestra instalación de Duarte actualmente alberga un segundo programa de educación temprana para hasta 176 niños, así como nuestro programa de salud mental comunitarios. Desde el 2011 no hemos tenido problemas de seguridad ni inquietudes con los 2 programas ubicados en el mismo edificio. Ya ha escuchado que no ha habido incidentes importantes en el campus ni en sus alrededores durante los últimos 2 años desde que se inauguró Seton House. Las madres que ingresan al programa comprenden las reglas, que incluye no consumir drogas, alcohol, armas, fumar, vapear y no recibir visitas en el lugar. Nadie puede ingresar al edificio del programa sin que un miembro del personal lo autorice. Los residentes del programa deben regresar al campus antes de las 10 de la noche. de lunes a jueves y antes de la medianoche los viernes, sábados y domingos. Siempre que un residente regresa al programa, independientemente de la hora del día, nuestro personal realiza revisión de bolsos que incluyen carteras, bolsas de pañales, mochilas, cochecitos, riñoneras, bolsas de compras, botellas de agua, recipientes abiertos y botellas de líquido sin sellar. Además, el personal realiza controles aleatorios en las habitaciones. Puedo asegurarle que evaluamos continuamente nuestras necesidades de seguridad y protección y los ajustamos según sea necesario. Si tenemos la suerte de recibir su apoyo esta noche para nuestros planes, definitivamente estaremos preparados para agregar seguridad adicional en el campus cuando completemos las renovaciones interiores del edificio y comencemos a recibir a más madres y sus hijos en el programa. Nuevamente, no estamos pidiendo abrir un refugio para personas sin hogar con 400 camas. Más bien, es importante recordar que una vez completado el programa Seton House, tendrá un total de 29 unidades temporales combinadas con hasta 14 residentes de Hub Housing. Esto es un 40% menos de residentes que la capacidad anterior de Maryvale bajo nuestro antiguo programa de tratamiento residencial. En esencia, Maryvale está operando a una capacidad menos que antes. Hemos escuchado las inquietudes planteadas por algunos de nuestros vecinos y hemos hecho todo lo posible para comunicarnos con ellos, incluyendo visitas y 3 jornadas de puertas abiertas. Recibimos una foto de un vecino preocupado sobre una mujer que estaba en la comunidad, pero estaba claro por la foto que ella no era de nuestro campus. Menciono esto porque queremos ser siempre buenos vecinos y siempre estar disponibles para escuchar sus inquietudes y, sin duda, ocuparnos de cualquier problema relacionado con nuestro campus o nuestros programas que pueda surgir. Estamos agradecidos por todo el apoyo que hemos recibido para nuestros programas, especialmente el programa de Seton House. Esto incluye $1 millón en fondos para las renovaciones obtenidas por la congresista Judy Chu y el apoyo del supervisor Solís. En el vestíbulo de nuestro edificio administrativo tenemos una frase de San Vicente de Paúl: primero el corazón, luego el trabajo. Con su bendición esta noche continuaremos siguiendo su llamado y brindando servicios que cambian la vida a aquellos a quienes tenemos el privilegio de servir. Gracias por permitirme este tiempo y estaré feliz de responder cualquier pregunta que pueda tener.
Thank you, translators. So we're about to open up the public comment portion of the public hearing. There was a suggestion by Councilmember Armenta, so I'm going to amend without objection. So if there's objection, let me know, colleagues. But here's the order that we're going to do this. There were a group of people, 4, that believe that they are the leaders of the opposition of this project. I'll allow them to speak first. After that, elected officials from our neighboring cities, as well as elected officials in general. Since you represent a constituency, I'll allow you to speak next. After that, Councilmember Armenta mentioned, and I believe it's a good suggestion, that anybody whose parents have their kids here with them that wish to speak, we'll go ahead and put them to the very front out of courtesy to being a parent and needing to get their kids home. Once that's complete, we will then invite those who are in room 2, which is this room, that had submitted public comment cards to speak. Then after that, it will be room 1. And then after that, room 3. And then after that, those who are in the plaza and chambers respectively. That is the order in which we'll go through this. I will name 5 people at a time to come up and speak. So if you're in the other rooms as I announce you, please go ahead and come into this room to come speak. So we'll now start off with, we'll now open up the public comment portion of the public hearing. We'll start with Mr. Daniel Dang, followed by Judy Mack, followed by David Liu, followed by Julie Liu.
Good evening, Daniel Dang, 2112 Wanako. I'm an owner, property owner and a business owner of Rosemead. I'm proud to have worked in the city for the last 20 years. It's heartbreaking when we're seeing for the last week, we're seeing so many people come together. And when I feel especially insulted when the applicant who are coming here to ask for us as a city council and our resident for permission, and they insult us for having carrying sign defaming a volunteer attorney and also implying that we're heartless because they're good children there. But I think transparency, that's all we're asking. Accusing us misinformed and accusing us lying it, I think we deserve apology. They did not do their job. It's their obligation to make sure to communicate and let us know. For the last week, 4 attorneys volunteered their time. We look through all the documents, we do other research, we talk to thousands people here. We have over 10,000 people sign the petition. How dare you calling us liar? We deserve apology, first of all. Second of all, the more information we dig into, the more surprise we have. Initially, our neighbor, they loved the school because that Maryvale is a school facility and they operate orphanage. Yes, we're seeing a lot of kids there, beautiful. But later on, we find out, there's 12 building or 11 building inside the compound. We don't know. But when one of our volunteer, Madam Liu, trying to go inside and find out what is the building, how many buildings there, she was detained and kicked out of that place. We're talking about transparency. All we need to do is find out, are they using this one for the second house, which house the mother, single mom, and the kids? I think everybody knows that. Everybody loved that facility, and they support it, and it's used for children. And in the neighbor's mind, that's all those facilities for. But later on, we find out, okay, they get a labor hall. What is that for?
Mr. Dang, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments in the next 30 seconds.
Okay, so I think, all we need to do is the transparency. All we need to do is find out, right now, Hope Housing is for homeless. No matter you walk, look at the website. It's for unhoused. No matter what words you use, it's for homeless. So don't try to praise the words. Hope Housing is the homeless place. So be transparent. Let's come together. Talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dang. Next up, we have Judy Mack, followed by David Liu, followed by Julie Liu. I'm going to ask if I announce your name to please stand behind the current speaker, that we're ready to go to the next person. Go ahead, Ms. Judy Mack. David Liu will be after that, so David, please stand behind her.
Hello, I'm Judy Mack. Actually, I'm not the one living in Rosemead. I live in Maryvale, just 1 block away from New Avenue. I live in 910 Mooney Drive. So even our Montreal past city mayor, David Lau, he's my neighbor. So actually, I know this program actually is since 2 months ago. So someone just told me that, oh, it's not just in Rosemead City, it's near your house. So, oh my God, I wake up. When I see Maryvale, this name, I said, I pass by that area every single day because I have to bring my kid to school. So I saw sometimes the door is open, sometimes the door is closed, the gate, okay, but I don't see anybody stand next to the gate. So today I try to go there, pass by, and a couple times already. So I saw just one guy stand there because this program started last year. As I know, Judy Chu support this program. Is already have a $1 million fund for this program. So it doesn't matter how much they put in, but I still want to thank you her to support the community. Special this program is care about the homeless or the unhousing problem woman with kids. That is a beautiful word, unhousing. But unhousing means, is it homeless? So I very don't understand why they use the beautiful word on this program. Okay, right now I want to represent some residents for what they want to know this program also. I like to ask Maryville, whoever can reply these questions. How can you guarantee those problem single mom, they won't bring their sexual male to bring them to that area? So because the kid, maybe they don't know the father, but one day maybe they go to school and they bring them back to the area. So it's
I'm going to ask you to
time-
wrap up your comments in the next 30 seconds.
OK，我首先要表扬一个这个项目的初衷和目的，帮助那些面临住房不安的单亲母亲、年轻的大学生与弱势群体，是一项非常值得敬佩的事业。Maryville 的项目体现了我们社区的关怀和精神，关注那些困难中的人，尤其那些需要过渡性支持的人群。我对此表示敬意。然而，尽管项目的出发点是好
Thank you,
还是坏，我还是
Judy.
有
Thank
些
you for your time. Miss Judy,
关于
thank you for your
要
time.
还是
Thank you for your time. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a long set of speakers. Judy, please have a seat. Thank you. Next up, David Liu.
My name is Long David Liu. I have a packet I'm holding in my hands. Those are the signatures I collected from Rosemead residents. There's 20,000 signatures. That's half of the population in Rosemead. People have spoken. The message is loud and clear. No shelter in Rosemead. And I also agree with every single thing my colleague, Daniel Ding, just said. We demand an apology. Why? It's very simple. Unhoused, I just looked it up, is exactly the same thing as homeless. So what's this? Using unhoused as opposed to homeless? Because we're Asians, we don't speak English? What's going on? I find that to be extremely insulting and offensive. It's very simple. This is America. This is democracy. People decide what's going to happen. The decision has been made. The packet speaks volumes. 20,000 signatures. Every single one of them has made it super clear. We do not want a homeless shelter. It doesn't matter how you sugarcoat it. It's a homeless shelter. Unhoused means homeless. Somebody disagrees. Please educate me. Please enlighten me as to what's the difference between unhoused and homeless.
Does that conclude your remarks, David?
No.
Okay.
I'm still waiting. People are waiting for the apology. Where is the apology? I tell you, the only misinformation in this room is that there's misinformation. We were being lied to. Who's being lied to? It's us. It's the residents in Rosemead. It's 20,000 of them. The signatures speak volumes. What world are we living in? Black is white, white is black. You know what? For some of you, if you guys are feeling righteous, fine. Move them into your own homes. Right? The problem is
Please wrap up your comments in the next 30 seconds. Thank you.
so it's very simple. If you disagree, move them into your own homes. Give it a year. Find out what's going on. See how it works out, if it works out. Maybe some of us will change our minds a year later. Maybe some of you will change your minds a year later. You know what? As the saying goes, only time can tell. Look, this is America.
Thank you very much for your comments, David.
People decide
Thank you very much for your comments, David.
whether or not
This
the
is
shelter
your
should
first warning. Mr. Liu, this is your second warning. Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Julie Liu, followed by Councilmember Adele Andrade Statler, followed by Mayor Sasha Perez. Go ahead, Judy. Your time starts now.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Feng Lan Liu. I'm a resident from Temple City, neighbor for the Rosemead City. Since October 9th, This month, I had read all kinds of reports about this project with 3 other lawyers. I personally visited this proposed location. I almost got detained by staff there because my visit there. And this is a huge place and this is a big project. This project involves commingled children and women with individuals suffering from mental health issues. This arrangement poses a severe risk and endanger all the lives of children and mothers living within the facility and put the entire population of San Gabriel Valley at risk. If harm occurs, the city attorney council members will be personally liable. You all have a fiduciary duty to these kids and our community. Reaching that duty will oppose the city and officials to lawsuit for gross negligence. I urged council to table this project for 6 months, and the city and the public needs sufficient time to conduct thorough research. I also request the community members and their legal representatives to be invited to the project site to conduct due diligence. This step will ensure that the public is well informed and promote transparency. My message is clear. If this project is approved today, any harm comes to individuals within the facility and any area within San Gabriel Valley because of this facility, we will pursue legal action. We will hold the city of Rosemead, the mayor, the council members, city manager, city attorney, all personally accountable. All medical bill will go to your table directed to you. Even if your assets are hiding on the family trust, we will put links on all the properties under your name, your family trust, and pursue other legal remedies. Please consider my suggestion and thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Julie. After Julie, this is the second warning to the audience. This is the second warning to the audience. One more outburst, we will clear the room. Next up, I invite Councilmember Adele Andres Sadler, followed by Mayor Sasha Perez. Before you speak, council member, at this point, I'm also going to ask the translator to translate the following statement, that if you are a parent with a child and you're in one of the other rooms and you wish to speak, they could start coming into this room to speak after Mayor Perez speaks. We'll start with Vietnamese.
Nếu quý vị là phụ huynh, cha mẹ có con em ở đây, ở phòng bên kia và muốn phát biểu thì xin quý vị vào đây ngay bây giờ để phát表trước. Cảm ơn.
頭先咧係市長嘅一個通知咧，就話如果大家係有帶小朋友嚟嘅父母咧，如果你哋想發言嘅話咧，請咧馬上進入咧呢個房間入邊啦，因為係想照顧到呢個小朋友第日要返學嘅，所以如果你係有帶小朋友嘅父母，請而家咧馬上進入嗰個房間入邊排隊等候發言。
现在是普通话通知，如果您参加今天的听证，并且要做公众发言，而且您是带孩子来的家长，请您先到前台来进行发言。如果您是在其他的房间的话，请您到主会场的房间先发言。如果您是先带孩子的话，谢谢。
En este momento quiero dirigirme a los padres de familia que están aquí con un hijo o una hija y están en algún otro de los otros salones, que empiecen a dirigirse a este salón si desean hablar, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, translators. Council member.
Thank you, Mayor Lee. Honorable council members Armenta, Dang, Lowe, and Clark. I must start by commending you all for providing an example. You should be commended for your example of engagement with your community, especially with respect to your translation. As difficult as it is, as long as it takes, you should be commended on it, and other cities should take note. So thank you for that. I'm here wholeheartedly to support this project. I just visited them a couple of months ago when East LA had started their program at Maryvale. And I'm here to tell you that Alhambra is about to cut their ribbon on their 44 units of supportive housing on Main Street, a place on Main Street where they can utilize the transportation and families in need have a place to go. So I thank you for understanding that that the San Gabriel Valley is now taking responsibility for our families who are struggling in this economy. You don't have to look really far, just go into your grocery stores to see the cost of living has risen so much and our families are trying to make it. I'm here also because this place is a place for young mothers and it's basically giving them an opportunity to succeed. And you're giving them that option to do that. This is not a place of people coming in and out and doing whatever they want. These are students, mothers with children, and we know studies have shown that if you educate the mother, the children themselves will be better educated and be successful. My mom was a single parent. She raised 4 of us. She raised 2 civil rights lawyers, one of whom went to Harvard. The other was a budget analyst for the city of LA, and I'm originally a preschool teacher, but now work in government. I am proud of my mother being a single parent who struggled and worked hard, but she had opportunities, very much like the opportunities you're going to offer today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. We invite Mayor Sasha Perez. Mayor has left. Okay. At this point, we're now invite, if you are a parent with a child and you need to leave soon, we'll invite you to come up and speak. Just state your name just so that I know where to pull your card from. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Chantrell Saxton. I became homeless January 14th of this year with my 2-year-old daughter at the time. I had no family that was willing to help me regardless of me having my child. Before I came to Maryvale, I was living in my car for the most part. And I'm not sure if anyone here opposing the expansion knows what it's like to live in a car while you have your kid, but it's a nightmare. No mother wants to have to think, how am I going to shower me and my kid? What are we going to eat and where are we going to sleep? Women deserve to have a place to shelter themselves while they get on their feet. Seating House has been a godsend to me and my child. Seating House provides breakfast, lunch, and dinner throughout the week to feed the moms who are literally coming here with nothing. Play areas for the children inside and out, and a generous amount of support for all the women who live inside the Seating House. The goal of Seating House is to help us moms obtain permanent and secure housing. To do so, Seating House has strict rules in place we must follow in order to stay residing in Seating House, and they have no problem letting anyone go if they're not following our handbook. I'm here because I'm proof that the Seating House program is working. Thanks to them giving me this opportunity, I will soon graduate the program and be in my own home. Unfortunately, Seating House only has the capacity for 9 moms in the house they have. In California, it's currently going through a housing crisis, and Maryvale has an empty building with room. With your help and support, that's an additional 20 more families that Seating House program can reach. This program has housed me, fed me, given me childcare, provided me with mental health support, and so much more. Seating has given me hope for my future, and they've taken me in when my own family wouldn't. I don't think it would be fair to deny women who come from a situation where they're desperate with no other options. But I'm hoping coming here today and reading my testimony out loud that it'll give you just a small insight on the importance that this program can bring to more families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, just please state your name so we have a card to pull.
My name is Callie Gray.
Go ahead.
Hello, Council. I am here today to speak on my experience while being a homeless mother at Seating House. Well, first, let me tell you how I ended up at Seating House. I was raised by my grandmother. She died in 2020 on Christmas Day. I lost the only person I ever had and known who had loved me. I was truly lost with no family, no plans, and no hope or faith. I was grieving my grandma. She was my first everything, my first love, and my first heartbreak. I remember my grandmother telling me on her deathbed, Callie, I can't leave you. I'm not ready to leave you. I don't know who's going to be there for you or love you. A year later, I became pregnant with my handsome son, Cross. So I knew in my heart I needed to keep him. He was my purpose in life, my push to go forward. I didn't have the best relationship with his dad, so I chose to raise my son in a safe place, and I became homeless. I lived from house to house for a year and a half with a baby, still no plan, no job, nothing. I was referred to Maryvale, and I will never forget when I got accepted and they told me that I was able to move in with all the resources they had. I actually felt in the first time in my life I can get myself together, not just for me, but for my baby. With Maryvale, my son was able to attend early education. He is thriving. He's talking, he's potty training. He has teachers that love him. I never worry or think of anything bad happening to him while he's attending Maryville School. I was able to get my credit score from a 550 to a 678 credit score while being at Seton House. I was able to have my own bed, and I haven't had my own bed in years. I was able to attend work on campus at Maryville as well because of my experience with children. So not only does my son attend the school, but so do I. I also recently just got my high school diploma. In the house, I was able to make bonds with single moms that I call my sisters now. And I call their children my nieces and nephews. Maryville has many resources that have changed my life tremendously. In August, I moved into my very first own apartment that I'm very proud of. As a resident of Seton House, at the last council meeting, it broke my heart to see how many people hate us. It already broke my heart to be homeless with my baby, and to feel the hate that was in the room made me feel sad and scared, and I felt like less of a person. But Maryville has changed my life tremendously, and I just want to let you guys know that.
Thank you. Are there any other parents with their children here that wish to speak? Now is the time for that. Are you a parent with that whose child is here right now? Sure, yes, if you're, come on up. That counts to me. That counts to me. So just go ahead and state your name so I know to pull your name card. Were you in this room initially?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name.
Our names are Elena Meng and Eric Ho.
Okay.
We'll be speaking in Chinese and English.
Do you need translation?
We will
We have translation services just for the official record, that's why. So
prepare the speech together in English and Chinese.
I will give you 3 minutes to speak unless you use our translation services, in which you get 6. Your choice.
We can get it under 3 minutes in English and Chinese.
Sounds good. Your time starts now.
大家晚上好，我们住在 Maryvale 步行距离内。在经过上周五的校园参观后，我们觉得我们有责任澄清围绕住房项目扩展的错误信息的传播。
Good evening. We live within walking distance of Maryvale, and after attending a tour of Maryvale last Friday, we feel that we have a role in clarifying the spread of misinformation surrounding the expansion of a housing program.
我们了解到的 Maryvale 是一个拥有150多年社区服务历史的非营利组织。
We have known Maryvale as a nonprofit organization with over 150 years of history of community service.
他们提供的其中一个项目是为年轻的单亲妈妈及其子女提供短期住宿，以便他们能够找到工作并过渡到长期稳定的住房。
One of their programs is to provide short-term housing for young single mothers and their children so that they can find employment and transition to long-term stable housing.
Maryvale 只是利用其美丽校园内一栋空闲的楼房来扩展这一现有项目。
Maryvale is simply expanding this expanding program using a vacant building on its beautiful campus.
由于 Maryvale 也有幼儿园，他们将继续实施严格的安全措施，例如这些母亲必须戒毒品才能参加该项目，并且每次进入大楼内都要接受安全检查。
Because Maryvale also has a daycare and preschool program, they will continue to implement strict security measures, such as these mothers must be drug-free to be enrolled in this program, and they undergo security screening every time they enter the building.
最后，希望大家能够团结起来，为最弱势群体提供帮助，使他们也能生活在安全的环境中，重新开始有意义的生活。
We hope that our community can come together and provide healing to the most vulnerable populations so that they too can live in a safe place and fulfill their potential in a renewed life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody also a parent that still wish to speak? A parent that whose children are here and wish to speak? If not, we'll go ahead and go up to the next set of speakers. If you're a parent whose child is here and you wish to speak, now it's time to come up. Otherwise, we're going to proceed. I'm sorry, if you're going to come speak and come up here.
Good evening,
What's your
everyone.
name?
Oh, my name is Yuan Zhang. I am
Hold
living
on,
in
hold
Rosemead.
on, hold on. And you are a parent that has a child here?
My child was in their father's room right now. They are both special education,
Sure,
autism.
go right ahead. Your
Yeah,
time,
okay,
hold on, give me a sec. Your time starts now. Go ahead.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Do you need a translation?
No.
No? Okay, go ahead and start.
Good evening, everyone, and all the members of our Rosemead City Hall. I want to speak 3 points. First, my kid was live and study in Rosemead, Garvey School District. Why not we have some money for our common school, our special class? For example, first of all, Garvey Park near Duff Elementary School, just one wall, okay? And when our parent group in our WeChat, the parent show 2 or 3 pictures that some containers. 我说一句中文，这些 container 里面可能是一些有危害到孩子或者是其他方面的一些药物，或者是类似毒品。我们家长群有家长拍到了这些照片，提醒我们所有的家长。Second point, okay? If we have the money, why not support our elementary school? For example, my kid in his school now, only one teacher, one aide, regular. Every special education must have one teacher, 2 kids. It's already 2 months, nearly 3 months from this term, okay? But we still have no money. We don't have another aid to support. Third, I think not safe for our community, not safe for our kids. I have a picture. This picture just now shows Maryvale, this address, 70,000, the number on Grace Avenue, Rosemead, okay? And then this picture also shows there are within 1 mile, we have elementary school, middle school around this area. And today I drive myself from Costco and drive there, just pass by. We have Monterey Vista School very close to the Maryvale, the location. Less than 1 mile, and then you go there, and that is.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, sir. So that's the reason I want to show everyone. I'm not. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name was Yuan Yuan? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Chad Tam, followed by Erica Gonzalez, followed by Scott Chamberlain, followed by Lynn Tansey. Chad Tam. Before you speak, Chad, before you speak, hold on. If I can have Erica, Scott, and Lynn be ready to come up next. Chad, do you need translation?
Do you want to translate in Chinese or whatever? Yes, why not?
Okay, so before, hold on.
Yes, why not?
Hold on. Which language? Thank you.
Cantonese, you want Cantonese? Fine, Cantonese.
Cantonese. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you're going to be speaking Cantonese to
No,
her.
I'm speaking English.
And you do not need translating services.
Oh, then I don't need translation then.
Sounds good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Before I,
Hold on.
before I speak my speech.
Hold on. Nope. Your time starts now. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know what the council.
Sir, please speak to the council.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't know what the councilwoman saying. She never walk on Main Street or Garvey or Valley. There's so many homeless right now. We have so many.
Sir,
people.
please direct your comments to the council.
Okay. Well, let's start. Mayor and city council member, today we are here to against the project in Maryvale. Please vote no to the project plan to develop 2301. We are here. We don't trust the business people here. We don't trust the developer here. That's why we are here. Okay? The problem starts because we have a failure policy of a government, of governor, and the state representative. The state create more homeless and more crime in our state. People living on the street, they often became mental patient, drug addict, gangster, rapist, and so on. Look at downtown LA and San Francisco. Homeless are everywhere. Businesses are closing and crime moving up everywhere. And now, you guys want to bring them here in our community. You guys want to place them next to our school, next to our home, next to our churches and business. Because of that, we are worried about our safety for our senior children and the people who live in Rosemead and although affect nearby city. Councilman, Mayor, Rosemead is a beautiful and peaceful small city. We cannot allow anyone to destroy our city and our life and our livelihood. Mayor and member of council, we are nothing against you guys, personally. We are your friend and neighbor, actually. We are the one who elected you to sit here tonight. However, if you choose, continue to support the project here, we promise you, okay? We will end your political career, fire you in the next election cycle. Right now, we have collect over 10,000 or 20,000 signatures.
It's your second warning, David. You have 30 seconds left, sir.
People currently oppose against your project. Please vote no and don't risk your future to this project. No shelter, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Erica Gonzalez, followed by Scott Chamberlain, followed by Lynn Tenzi, followed by Tony Vong. Erica, do you need translating services?
No, sir.
Go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate your time today. My name is Erica Gonzalez. I am speaking to you as a parent of two children in Maryvale's Early Education Center. I have been living in the San Gabriel Valley my entire life. I actually graduated from Rosemead High School. My first job was actually at Shoe City at Rosemead Plaza. I've been very familiar with the neighborhood my whole life. I became aware of Maryvale about almost 20 years ago and the work that they do in the community. As a parent in the last 2 years with my children in the Early Education Center, obviously as a first parent, I was extremely nervous about what I was going to do with my kids when I needed to go back to work. And having my children at our Early Ed Center just provides me peace of mind every day. The campus is an extremely safe place. Maryvale's not operating a homeless shelter. It's a place for women with small children to go to be able to continue with their life. These are not homeless women from off the street. They're your cousin, they're your sister that just needs some support. I was really sad to hear all the misinformation that was put out. I think Maryvale has done a great job sharing information to the community about what they're doing and what's available to those who need it. We've had, at Maryvale, the program's been going on for 2 years now. And if the community hasn't had concerns about it before and they haven't seen things in the community, I'm proud to have my kids go to school with the parents from Seton House. And it breaks my heart to think that people don't understand what it was like to have any sort of situation where they're suffering. And I just really hope that you take into consideration the great work that the organization is doing and the impact that it has directly on the Rosemead and local San Gabriel Valley community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scott Chamberlain, followed by Lynn Tanzi, followed by Nasa Meek, followed by Cesar Valet.
Great.
Scott, do you need translating services?
No,
Nope.
thank you.
Okay, go ahead and begin.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and the City Council, thanks so much. I'm Scott Chamberlain. I'm with the San Gabriel Valley Consortium on Homelessness, and we try to educate communities and try to collaborate groups together and advocate for more housing and services. And so I just have three quick things to talk to you about. One is that this is the program that is professional, it is drug-free, it is done well, and you've heard great stories. And so for the first thing, this is a program that fits your city priorities and your homeless plan. That's an easy slam dunk to say, this checks off what Rosemead was planning to do in your own housing element, in your own city plan, number one. Secondly, I encourage you to take the recommendation of your own planning commission and your own staff report. We can hear all of this, but they've done the research. I encourage you to be able to take that recommendation, and they confirm that it's not a shelter, it's not 400 beds. It's going to reduce 40% capacity of what they've been operating for decades. And the last thing is just the fact that in reality, in my opinion, and different legal opinions, we shouldn't have even been here in the first place. The CUP ends up still being able to operate with a community care license and what they've been doing for decades. There's no increase of residents. It's a 40% decrease. There's no increase of buildings. So we shouldn't have even been here in reality. And by turning this down, if for some reason you don't support this, it comes across as very discriminatory. That opens yourselves up. They're talking about lawsuits. It opens yourselves up to HCD and lawsuits from other private individuals. And so we don't want that to happen because we want you to do the right thing. And I'm just reminded, and I'll close, in Isaiah 1:17, it says, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow. Such an appropriate thing for this amazing program in Maryvale. But thank you for your strong leadership to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lynn Tansey, followed by Tony Vong, followed by Nasa Meek.
Yes, thank you.
Hold
for
on,
the-
Mr. Give me 1 second.
Okay,
Do you need translating services?
no.
Nope. Go ahead and start.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And first, I thought it does seem to be some confusion about what a shelter is. I can tell that because of the signs. A shelter is something like Union Station where people go off the street and go there to sleep. We're not a shelter. We are a place that has people referred to us that have to meet certain qualifications and they have to be screened out before they come. And so that is, I see that confusion taking place. We are not a homeless shelter. And as they were saying before, we're not growing bigger. There's not a single other building that we're adding, and we're lowering the number of people that we are accepting into the program. We were in our previous program, we could accept 72 people. Now it's going to be women. We're just making the place inside nicer. And there just seems to be a lot of confusion and a lot of misinformation on that. And I would encourage those who can please translate to others and get that information out. Yes, there is misinformation. You know what the misinformation is because we just presented what we're doing. You're going to vote on that. We can't go and build a $400 homeless shelter. Therefore, this is not misinformation, what we're presenting. You're voting on it. This is it. This is it. And so I ask you and I thank you that you're looking at the truth. There's a lot of signatures, but it's on misinformation. And so I just ask you to look at the truth and to vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tony Vong, followed by Nasa Meek, followed by Cesar Valle, followed by Lien Long. Tony, do you need translating services?
Is it okay for you to translate my comment into Cantonese?
The translation is if you need the translation into English for the council. The idea is that we hear your comments so we can understand it and
Okay.
able to use it to deliberate.
Understood.
So do you need translating services? No? Okay. Go ahead and start.
All right. So my name is Tony Vong and I'm a resident of Rosemead my entire life. I live on Flying Avenue on the side of Grays Avenue, just a 10-minute walk away from Maryvale in the first place. So this directly affects my community in a big way. So I've been canvassing the New Avenue area as well as the Grays Avenue area along with many laundromats and have found that there are many people who signed the signatures against Maryvale and many people who put signs, but the moment that they heard about the real facts of Maryvale, they completely changed their minds from being against the program to being for the program in the first place. And there's even one case where when I told someone who lives right across the street from Maryvale about the real information of Maryvale, they just rolled their eyes, they smiled, and then put the sign away as well. So these are three concerns that I learned that people have heard about and are very worried about that could be easily alleviated by the city staff report. So the first one is that people have been fed misinformation, manipulated to show up to this council meeting because they think that the city wants to build 400 units. And that originates from the city staff report, which says the planning commission sought clarification on the occupant load of labor hall and how the addition of 20 units fit within the labor hall's occupant load of 374. The applicant explained that the occupant load represents the maximum number of people the buildings can accommodate at any given time, not how many will be residents. So they're fed that misinformation because they think that just because there's an occupancy limit of 374, that they will house 400 people, which is completely false. And also, no physical expansion of existing buildings on sites proposed as part of the planned development expansion application as well. And the second concern has to do with having a lot of crime that will appear in the neighborhood, which is completely false because Maryvale already has a very good security system with the 24-hour surveillance system, as well as nighttime patrols and the curfew instated. So there's also the statistics in the latest city staff report where 43 calls were made to the police relating to Maryvale in the past 3 years, but only 2 of them were considered crimes in the first place. So that means that Maryvale does not have any correlation with causing crime at all. The data, you guys already read this before, the data says that the staff report says that the data
Give you about 30 seconds to wrap up your comments.
does not present any sort of safety concerns. So these people have been manipulated to come to the city council meetings that will probably last for 5 hours for basically a problem that doesn't exist at all. Crime won't affect the community, but there is one truth that can be learned from this, and that all of us are trying to make a better world for our children that can pursue their dreams. And when people find out the real information of Maryvale, they come to realize that the most vulnerable of our community are also trying to pursue the same things. So my
Thank
final.
you, Mr. Vong. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Nasa Meek, followed by Cesar Valle, followed by Lian Long, followed by Haiti Angelino. Nasa, do you need translating?
No, I don't.
Okay, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Good evenings, council members of City of Rosemead, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I work in the City of Rosemead for 2+ years now, and I think there's a lot of non-trust going on here, and I implore the city council to listen to the people and to clear up the questions that the residents of Rosemead have. As far as we have heard a few who are who live in Maryvale that they have spoken. We understand that this is going on, and my question is, why not Maryvale work under the capacity that has already been going on, but there is a remodeling and $1 million fund being granted in this, if that can be answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cesar Valle, followed by Lian Long, followed by Haiti Angelino. Cesar? Second call for Cesar Valle. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to Lian Long, followed by Haiti Angelino, followed by Guofeng Dang. Hold on, sir, hold on. Lian?
Yeah, Guofeng Dang.
No. Are you Lian?
Yeah, Dang. Dang?
No, Lian. Lian Long. Lian Long. No. Haiti Angelino. Haiti Angelino. No. Guofeng Dang. Guofeng Dang will be followed by Belinda Su, followed by Kenneth He, followed by Luis Portillo. Guo, do you need translating? Yes? Okay. So you have 6 minutes. Can you let him know he has 6 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay. Please wait 1 minute. Okay, go ahead and begin.
市長同埋大家晚安。
Good evening, Mayor and the council members.
佢哋 Maryvale 講得咁好，點解有幾萬人簽反對啊？
So great presentation from the Maryvale representative, but how come there was like 20,000 signature to oppose the project?
因為我住喺隔佢嗰度唔夠半米路。
So I live in a neighborhood that is just really close to Maryvale.
我哋選民同居民唔係黐線嘅，
So we are not crazy.
所以咧，我講你聽，我哋講嘅嘢係真實嘅。
So let me tell you, what we said is truth.
我哋堅決唔同意佢喺嗰度做嗰啲嘢。
I insist we oppose the project, oppose the facility to be transferred to a homeless shelter.
因為我哋已經好多人反對，你哋要聽我哋選民嘅意見，唔係聽佢哋亂咁噏嘢，講得幾好，但係呢係冇用嘅。你
So many of us already expressed our opposition to the project. So you have to listen to the residents and the members in the community, not just the applicant, not just the Maryvale.
我哋係選民，我哋以前選你，以後如果你做得對嘅，我哋選你，因為我哋喺美國，我哋知道選舉係多人，唔係嗰啲講天花龍鳳嗰啲嘢嚟。
So we are the voters. We can vote you in, we can vote you out. So if you do something that's make you upset, and we will vote you out. So this is United States. United States has democracy.
因為你喺Rosemead住，我喺Rosemead住，大家有同一個煲、同一個底船下嘅人，我哋共同嘅命運，唔係佢哋亂講就改變我哋嘅命運。
So you live in Rosemead, I live in Rosemead. We are we are on the same boat. So as the Chinese also says, we are on the same boat. So you listen to us, not listen to the facility applicant.
我哋幾多人喺出邊？幾多人？我哋唔係黐線嘅。
So we are not crazy. Look at the people here. Look at the people outside.
多謝。
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Belinda Su, followed by Kenneth He, followed by Luis Portillo, followed by Chris Soon. Belinda, do you need translation? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone here. And we are here is not for oppose the single mom and their children. Don't make it wrong. I read the staff report for this project. And then it says the intensification entails renovating the ground floor and second floor of labor hall to create 20 additional units with attached bathroom. No additional square footage is proposed. We are not against this. Tonight, everybody be here only. We are here is to oppose the following. Please listen. After renovations, the occupants load of the hall is 186 on the ground floor and 188 on the second floor, totaling 374. Conditions of approval regarding the Seaton House program has been incorporated. What does it mean? Dear Mayor and dear council members, did you read this paragraph? It's 374 is the 400 they are telling us. It's 374 housing, not 20 units for single mom and children. We are here is to against this 374 approval incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Kenneth He, followed by Luis Portillo, followed by Chris Sui, followed by Giselle Concepcion. Kenneth?
Yes.
Do you need translation? Mandarin, okay, we need Mandarin translation. Give us 1 second. Mr. Translator, let me know when you're ready.
Testing.
我的名字叫坎尼斯黑，
My name is Carlos He.
可以往下。
可以。
好。我是 Rosemead 的选民，
I'm a voter from Rosemead.
也是 Rosemead 现在最薄弱的一个居民，
I'm a vulnerable resident in Rosemead as well.
也是游民的受害者。
I'm also the victim of the homeless.
我的亲身经历就是Rosemead市政工程队的皮卡车和我共同经历了一个被游民抢劫的过程，造成了我的经济损失。
I have a subjective experience that I got robbed along with the pickup truck for the infiltration for the Rosemead, that we have a financial loss because of the robbery from the homeless.
去年12月28日
That was December 28th of last year.
Rosemead 政府应该知道，我和 Rosemead 这个施工队是共同的受害者。
Rosemead City probably know about this. I am the victim. Also, the Rosemead City worker are the victims as well from the incident.
Rosemead 皮卡车的司机在和流浪汉的抢夺中进入了我的私人停车场。
The pickup driver, while fighting with the homeless, and the pickup truck came to my private property.
造成了我的车辆直接报废，7台车受损。
Caused my car totally lost and other 7 vehicles damaged.
Rosemead 给我的答复是，他们也是受害者。
Rosemead City told me the answer is that the city is also the victim.
所以呢，长期以来近1年造成了我的精神上的压力，生活的窘迫。
And therefore, over the past year, it brings a lot of pressure to me emotionally, and also it affect my life quality.
我的身体状况是一天不如一天。
My health quality is not good day by day.
我今天有勇气在这里要对越来越多的加州的这些游民建立这个中心，我感觉一个是要说 no， 第二个我感觉这个不是一个建立中心形成了新的游民的特权能解决的。
I have courage to sit here and say, this is not a center to build more and more homeless. I would say no to this project. This is actually building a privilege for the homeless.
我想用我的选票，用我的生命，用我这一次难得的机会，我要向他们说 no。
I want to use my ballot to say no to them. I want to use my life to say no to them. I would like to use this very cherished opportunity to say no to them.
我是个弱势团体，
I'm a vulnerable person.
我双脚残疾，
I'm disabled with both
双器
my
官
legs.
双器官移植，
肾器官。
双器官2个器官被移植。
Okay, I have 2 organs transplanted.
这1年来，让我的所有的指标都在趋近于 更不好的状态。
My house value numbers go down over the past years because of this
这都是
incident.
拜 homeless 所赐。
This is because of the homeless incidents.
我的手术被推延，
My operation surgery got postponed.
可能这也是我第一次和最后一次机会能说这些话。
This is probably perhaps the first time or perhaps the last time for me to say these words in
所以
public.
所以我会用我的选票来完成我的理想。
Therefore, I will use my ballot to fulfill my dream.
美国公民的
We have one more minute.
OK，thank you 了，不讲了。哦，那我想最重要的是，柔斯密的一个美好的城市是最注重人的生命和美国人的私有财产。
Rosemead is a beautiful city. The most important part is care about the life and the property of the residents itself.
我在柔斯密生活了20多年，
I have lived in the city of Rosemead for over 2 decades.
我见证了柔斯密的发展，
I witnessed the development of the
也
city.
见证了柔斯密被一小撮人不是柔斯密的需要的一些游民。
Your time is up. Go ahead and translate the final part, but his time is up.
Okay. I also witnessed a small group of population that is not from Rosemead that damaged the city.
我要对游民这个阶级东西说 no。
你的时间过了，谢谢。Next up, we have Luis Portillo, followed by Chris Soon, followed by Giselle Concepcion. Luis? Luis, do you need translating services?
I do not.
Okay, give me 1 second. Go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Luis Portillo. I'm the president and CEO for the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. I want to thank you for, this hearing and ensuring that all voices are heard. It's really symbolic of the issues facing a lot of our communities, but it doesn't have to be one here tonight. I understand the concerns with homelessness, specifically homeless shelters, that it's going to attract more homeless people. It's going to attract people with addictions, with mental health issues, but that isn't this program. This is a program that isn't that somebody on the street can't just decide, I'm going to walk in and get help. No, you have to be referred. It is literally the epitome of the type of programs that we should be doing. Because, when I'm listening to some of the comments made earlier, the questions were, do people go through background checks? They do. You have to be referred. And then the program interviews them, making sure that they are aware of the requirements, that they cannot be suffering from addictions, that they are going to take advantage of all the program's requirements. So it's one of those things where it literally is the epitome of what we want more cities to be doing, a really thoughtful approach that ensures that those who need help can get it. And I know our communities, they want to help those in need. We want to make sure that those who are going through tough times get help. And, whether we want to admit it or not, we have a housing problem. We have a housing issue. In 2012, the median home price in the San Gabriel Valley was $475,000. In 2023, it was over $1 million. That's not sustainable. It's not something that people can afford. And some of the challenges that only more and more people are going to get into that. And so it's going to require us to do a bunch of things. But these types of programs are the ideally of what we want to do. It's frustrating because I see both people on both sides. Some people saying they're opposed, and if what was being proposed was what they think it is, I would completely understand that. But it's not. So we got to find a way to bridge that and kind of making sure that everybody understands. Because I think there is more alignment here than it appears. There is more people on the same page if we can simply get a clear understanding as to what it is. And I think, hope that the council member has that. It's a very modest approach, it's a modest increase, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris Sui, or Soon. Chris will be followed by Giselle Concepcion, followed by Teresa Ehlers, followed by John Kawakami, followed by Elaine Chan. Chris? Is Chris here? If not, we'll proceed next with Giselle. Is Giselle here? Are you Giselle? Okay. Giselle give me 1 second. Giselle be followed by Teresa, followed by John Kawakami, followed by Elaine Chan. And if it's okay with the council, after Elaine, a 5-minute recess for the council? Is that okay? Any objections? If not, okay. So Giselle, give me 1 second. Do you need translating services?
Oh, yes, I will need for Spanish.
Spanish. So you're going to speak Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Oh, thank you.
Well, actually, as long as we can hear the translation. There we go. That works too. Mr. Translator, just let me know when you're ready. Okay. Time begins now.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Giselle Concepción Muñiz.
Good afternoon. My name is Giselle Concepcion Muniz.
Primero espero que todos estén bien, que se la están pasando bien, sin tanto nerviosismo. Sí. Espero que todos estén bien.
I hope you guys are all doing well.
Quiero recordarles de que este programa se trata de madres solteras que necesitan ayuda y ser madre soltera no es simple, sí necesitan esta ayuda.
I want to remind you that this is a program to help out single mothers, and to be a single mother is not easy, and single mothers do need help.
Imaginar el hecho de que no pueden proteger a su niño, que tienen que ir a trabajar, estar con ese pendiente, no es algo que una madre debe de sufrir.
Imagine that they have to protect their child, they have to protect their children, they have to go to work and leave their children. That's something that no mother should suffer from.
Ahí terminaría mi comentario sobre el programa de Rosemead, que estoy muy agradecida de que ayuden a madres solteras.
And that will be my comment for the program here in Rosemead, that they are helping single mothers.
Yo soy del programa Hope Housing for Students y me encuentro extra agradecida con ellos.
I'm part of the program Hope Housing, and I'm very thankful with them.
Estando sola en este país es demasiado aterrador para mí. No tener familia o amigos que hablen mi idioma es totalmente abrumador.
Being alone in this country is very scary for me. Not having family members or friends that speak my language is very terrifying.
Pero gracias a Hope Housing for Students he sido capaz de hacer amistades y ser parte de la comunidad, como comprenderla.
But being a part of Hope Housing for Students, I've been a part of that community and I've learned to understand them.
Me encuentro extremadamente feliz de todo su apoyo hacia mí, de cumplir mi sueño de ser total estudiante y no preocuparme por comida, por techo y ser transferida a una universidad de 4 años en el futuro.
I'm very thankful for the support they have provided to me. Thankful that I have shelter, I have food, and not have to worry about that, and helping me with my education, where I'm going to transfer to a 4-year university in the future.
Así que me pregunto, ¿qué hubiera sido de mí si no hubiera estado en este programa? ¿Qué hubiera sido de mí si no tendría la esperanza de continuar mis estudios? Estaría trabajando sin descanso en un trabajo toda mi vida de baja paga.
So I ask myself, what would have been for me if I wasn't in this program? If I had to work day in, day night, working a job of minimum wage.
Cuando puedo estudiar y ayudar a más gente como yo y puedo tener una carrera donde puedo proteger a mi familia en un futuro.
Where I can continue my education and help out people like myself and make sure they have a career in the future.
Porque la educación universitaria es un derecho que todos necesitamos tener.
Because university education is a right that we all must have.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Teresa Ehlers, followed by John Kawakami, followed by Elaine Chan. Go ahead, Ms.
Mr.
Give me
Mayor.
1 second, Ms. Ehlers. Yes, Ms. Armenta.
Thank you. Can we remind the audience that when there is a translator, it's 6 minutes. So I appreciate your doing all this, but the mayor has a timer. So he's looking to see how long each speaker has. So remember, translators have 6 minutes, not 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armenta, for the clarification. Ms. Ehlers, do you need translating services?
I do not.
Okay, give me 1 second. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, good evening, Council. I am so excited today to be speaking in support of this project. My name is Teresa Eilers, Rosemead resident, and I've had the honor of serving on the homelessness subcommittee and getting to know a lot of you over the past year and a few months. And as a lot of you know from our work on that homelessness subcommittee, how hard it is to build housing for individuals who are experiencing homelessness from the ground up. This is such a gift for us to be given a built-out program with existing services. So many cities would love to have this opportunity that now we have, and I'm excited that we can be able to work to fulfill our mission in working to solve homelessness step by step. And I know that all of you, as I've gotten to know you, that this is a value that you all hold dear, is wanting to solve homelessness as well. Maryvale has been around in Rosemead since 1953, longer than the city itself has even been incorporated. It's one of the city's oldest neighbors, and it has championed neighborly values for over 70 years. Maryvale has even chosen to include the city in its planning process to create just 20 new units for low-income women and children. And my understanding is that Maryvale didn't necessarily even need to include the city of Rosemead in its planning process, but it chose to do so for full transparency. And it's also my understanding that even if the city were not to vote in favor of this development, it could supersede it. Scott Chamberlain mentioned some of the language that it might even be able to supersede what the city passes and continue building it. However, the people opposing this project, in my mind, are not acting neighborly. I've also been really disappointed to hear so many of the speakers speaking who aren't not even Rosemead residents. And I know for a fact that many of these individuals who have spoken have been going from city to city. They've been in West Covina, Hacienda Heights, unincorporated San Gabriel, and they're the same individuals that continue to spread mistruths about affordable housing, about the root causes of homelessness, and about how to solve homelessness. And I know it must be tricky for you all as council members to be threatened to be elected out.
Sailor's going to just say about 30 seconds left, okay?
But you definitely would have my support. And as you all know, Congressmember Judy Chu fully supports this project. She brought in $1 million of federal funding for this project. And if Rosemead were to lose this $1 million for this project, we wouldn't be able to use it on any other project. Also, Supervisor Hilda Solis fully supports this project and has participated in every council meeting and planning meeting of this process. I really hope that you join me, Congressmember Judy Chu, Supervisor Hilda Solis, and all the homeless service experts in supporting this project.
Thank you, Ms. Ehlers.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be John Kawakami, followed by Elaine Chan, after which the council will take a 5-minute recess. Mr. Kawakami, do you need translating services?
No.
Okay, go ahead and begin.
My name's John Kawakami. I'm from South San Gabriel. I fully support the project. The program seems to be very good. The expansion is very modest. And I've known about, what we call the orphanage, maybe about 45, 50 years. And it's never been like a big issue. It was just something kids talked about. And so I never felt like, oh, this is like some kind of threat. I don't see them as this expansive organization that's going to go and take over anything. I also appreciate that the city council has provided all these interpretations. I feel like, if we had interpretation or translation of all the materials earlier, maybe this entire fiasco could have been avoided if the documents were available in all the languages that people needed. I feel like the community is a victim of a misinformation campaign by David Liu. I saw some of these petitions, and it just gave the impression that it was going to be a giant homeless shelter. And I feel like that's a lie. And it's, I get it. 20,000 people signed on to that because it was a falsehood that, was scary. When in actuality, the project expansion was very small. It was far smaller than I actually imagined it was. Anyways, I'll just keep it at that. I won't go on any longer. I know people have to get home. All right, thank you.
Thank you. When our next speaker will be Elaine Chan. Give me 1 second, Elaine. After Elaine, the council will take a 5-minute break. After its 5-minute recess, the next set of speakers will be Tani Miyagawa, followed by Cynthia Amezcua, followed by Lisa Chan, followed by Brianna Ramirez, followed by Stephen Dye. So after the recess, those will be the speakers. Elaine, do you need translation services?
No, I don't.
Okay, in that case, your time begins now.
My name is Elaine Chan. I've been a resident, I've been a resident of the San Gabriel Valley since 1983 when I immigrated here. I went to elementary and high school in San Gabriel Valley. So I just want to start by acknowledging that I understand the fear and panic that is being expressed by the residents that are protesting the approval of Maryvale's permit. It is indeed preposterous and scary to think that 400 transients from downtown LA would be flooding the city. However, we know this is logically and empirically untrue. We live in an age where misinformation and malinformation spread like wildfire. And once this gains a foothold in the minds of unsuspecting, well-meaning people, it is very hard to undo. In this case, I feel that this has to do with unethical politicians who wish to build a platform for themselves at the expense of an upstanding charitable institution, using fear-mongering tactics to manipulate residents and whip them into a frenzy, fearing for the safety and integrity of their beloved neighborhoods. I find these dishonest agendas extremely disheartening and disappointing. This past Friday, I canvassed with a couple of members from the Rosemead Tenants Union and went door to door at the condos on New Avenue and the houses right across the street from Maryvale. I spoke to the residents in Cantonese and Mandarin, and the vast majority of them are under the impression that Maryvale wants to build a homeless shelter for 400 people. They had no idea what it is that Maryvale does and were completely clueless of their existing mission and services. After I explained to them, they realized they have to put they had put their signatures on a petition where they weren't given complete and accurate facts and information. I myself toured Maryvale on Monday, yesterday, and spent 1.5 hours with Mary Koenig, their VP of Business Development. Maryvale maintains a pristine, beautiful, and safe environment for all those who live and work there. There's even a pool and a gym. There is also 24-hour surveillance. They enforce a 10 p.m. curfew on weekdays and 12 a.m. on weekends, and do not allow any outside guests. The women do not have keys and are required to ring the doorbell to be let in so that administration can monitor the ins and outs on the property. Bags are routinely searched to make sure no contrabands are snuck in. You will have to admit, not even the most strictest parents in this room can maintain such standards in their homes for their families. I also toured the building that this permit will allow to be retrofitted to fit 20 more dormitories for 20 more women and their children. Just imagine being able to help 20.
So you have about 30 seconds left.
I wish they can fit more. Maryvale is something I wish that we had more of in this society. The women and children given shelter, safety, therapy, and resources so they can given a chance to thrive. Maryvale is a shining example of what rest of the society should be modeled after. They can certainly teach us a thing or two about compassion, empathy, generosity, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, the council will take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 10:45. The following speakers after our recess, will be Tani Miyagawa, followed by Cynthia Amezcua, followed by Lisa Chan, followed by Brianna Ramirez, followed by Stephen Dye. Council is in recess.
请大家就座，我們的會議馬上就要繼續進行了。
請各位盡快就座下，會議準備要繼續開始啦，請大家盡快就座。
Sí, por favor, gustan tomar asiento. Vamos a empezar en unos segundos. Por favor, tomen su asiento.
Xin mời quý vị vào chỗ ngồi, xin mời quý vị vào chỗ ngồi, chúng ta bắt đầu họp trở lại. Xin mời quý vị vào chỗ ngồi.
We're going to reconvene this meeting at 10:51. City Clerk, are we ready? Thank you. Okay, next speaker up, we have Tani Miyagawa, followed by Cynthia Amezcua, followed by Lisa Chan. Are you Tani?
Good evening. My name is,
Hold on one second, Tani. Let me just get my time.
it's not my pronunciation, but that's okay.
Oh, please correct me when the time comes. Do you need translating services? No? Okay. Give me one second. That's for decorum. Thank you. Go ahead.
Members of the council, my name is Taiji Miyagawa, and for full transparency, I am not a resident of Rosemead, but I have friends here, and I frequently come to shop and eat the good food of Rosemead restaurants. And I'm in support of the project, and I guess one of the main reasons why I came here is because I heard some of the lies that were being circulated by political opportunists like David Liu, and I think they're very hurtful and disingenuous in the sense that they're opposing this proposal, which to me makes a lot of sense. I thought the presentation was really good, fact-based presentation, but the insinuations from the opposition, they're not consistent with what's actually on the table. It is, as others had spoken to, it's not a homeless shelter. It's an augmentation of an existing facility. And I also wanted to say that I have friends and members that have been victims of domestic violence, domestic abuse in their homes. And I understand the difficulty that some of these people go through, even though I didn't went through it myself, but I know enough to empathize with it. And I kind of wanted to come to also stand in support of the mothers and the children who are existing in the facility that have had to hear these accusations that are just completely hurtful from the opposition, implying that all single mothers are promiscuous and irresponsible. And here these people are in this facility that are just trying to create a safe environment for the children. I think it's ironic that people have these fancy signs saying protect the children, but they're saying nothing about the mothers that are trying to give a safe place for their children at the Maryvale institution. And I really think that it's harmful to spread these implications that all homeless people are drug addicts and criminals. I feel bad that that one gentleman that spoke was a victim of a crime, but homeless people aren't the only people that commit crime. The majority of drug addicts in this country actually live in homes, right? So this sort of like underlying racial implication that, certain types of people, by the way of the color of their skin, are all criminals and drug addicts, I think is very harmful. And I'm really hoping the city council can see through the misinformation, look at the facts, and push forward.
30 seconds left.
Push forward according to the recommendations from the other committees in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Cynthia Amezcua, followed by Lisa Chan, followed by Brianna Ramirez, followed by Stephen Dye. Cynthia, do you need translating services?
No.
Nope. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, good evening. I am a Rosemead born and raised. My sister's quinceañera was in this center. I've attended many middle school dances in this center. When I was in high school, I was a lucky participant of the Youth City Council here in Rosemead. So I know that I am speaking for the values of this community, because this is the community that made me. Since my youth, my professional experiences, I went on to Stanford Law School, and I have used my law degree first as a public defender. I've also been an immigration attorney, providing direct legal services to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. And now I'm lucky to be working as a policy expert, focusing on the financial stability of survivors and uplifting the realities of economic abuse. And in my experience, the research is ample that there is a strong connection between people who are unhoused and domestic violence that they experience. Although I do want to be very clear that that does not seem to be at all what's at question today. It's been made clear over the evening that this is not a shelter. And so just I want you to urge your support on this program, and I really demand that the city approves this plan and continue to support these types of efforts and go further and invest in these types of efforts. It's really, to me, disheartening to see the people in this room having signs saying that they are concerned for children's safety, because I asked them where were they during the school board district meeting after the allegations of how Rosemead teachers were preying and committing sexual abuse of students. They weren't there, I was. People who are concerned with crime in this room, it's ironic because ensuring people have their basic needs met, such as housing, food, and water, is the best way to ensure that we're all safe in our communities. So Maryvale is not a shelter. That's been made abundantly clear, but I want to make it clear that I know others in Rosemead do support shelters. We support having free housing for people. We all know what's happening with the rising rent crosses across California that we're seeing here locally. We know about the rising food costs and just how inaffordable day-to-day living has become. Housing is a human right.
Cynthia, just to let you know, you have about 30 seconds.
Yeah. You started this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance, and that Pledge of Allegiance ends with justice for all, not just for the few who can afford it. The values of Rosemead is to treat people with dignity and to recognize the dignity of every human life. So I demand that Rosemead prioritize, support, and invest in its most vulnerable. And let's be clear, this vote tonight is just a first step. There's so much more work to do. And to the Maryvale participants, you are very much welcome here.
Thank you, Cynthia. Lisa Chan, followed by Brianna Ramirez, followed by Stephen Dye, followed by just Joanne, followed by Lai Wong Kwan. Lisa, do you need translating services?
No.
Okay, go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp, and the city councilman and the faculties. My name is Lisa Chan, and I am not running for office. I'm not affiliated with any political. I'm just a resident of Rosemead, and I can tell you that tonight you have many speakers that are very sophisticated, that speak very good in English and able to present themselves very well. I myself actually have the privilege to tour Maryvale, and thank you, Steve, and this staff that show me the facility. But there's a reason why there is this mistrust, and because if you do look at the Seaton House, it says after renovation, the occupant load of Labor Hall is 186 on the ground floor and 188 on the second floor, totaling 374, I guess, occupants. And I just asked Mel earlier, he's like, well, yeah, that is the occupancy. It doesn't mean that we're gonna have 374. And that's where the misconception is about 400 units, because they're looking at that. They're like, whoa, there's that possibility that they can expand, and they do have the land to expand. And there's one thing I do want to debunk, which is the security. And I did bring this up to Steve. I go, Steve, you guys don't have security during the day. And he's like, yeah, we do have security after 5. So whoever said that there's a 24-hour security surveillance, that's false, because there's no 24-hour security. And I can tell you that I live practically walking distance from Maryvale. And I didn't even know they have 9 families there because I've always wondered, why do I see strangers like walking up in front of my house all the time? You know what I mean? And they would be like lorries standing out there. We call the cops. They don't even respond. And another thing, if you know about Asian cultures, they don't like to call the police. They're very timid and they're very scared. Many of these folks in here, and I can tell you right now, the speaker earlier that mentioned that they went across the street, I went across the street. I told them, I did not give them misinformation. I told them, no, it's not 400 units. They're just adding 20 more, okay? So we don't know the impact that's gonna be adding 20 more families because, and this is a very sensitive issue because I'm a mother too, and I have children. And
Lisa, just letting you know, you have about 30 seconds
right.
left.
So I have to also protect my community, and you guys are elected officials. You have to listen to the voices of your residents. We are your constituents. These folks that operate Maryvale, they don't live there. Those folks that are coming up here telling you that they don't live here. Understand this. You guys are our elected officials. You got to listen to us because you have to protect us, our community, because it's going to affect traffic, crimes, our business, and our whole livelihood. So I encourage all of you. I know you have a difficult decisions to make, but do understand that.
Lisa, thank you very much
support
for your time.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Thank you. This is the third warning to the audience. One more warning, one more outburst, we will clear the room. Please translate that to the public.
Đây là cảnh cáo thứ 3 đến quý vị, mà lớn tiếng một lần nữa thì chúng tôi sẽ giải tán phòng này. Đây là cảnh cáo thứ 3.
嗱，警告大家，而家係第3次呢個警告啦。如果再嚟一次嘅話咧，就係要清空呢間會議室㗎啦。
这是第3次警告，如果会议现场还有任何的喧哗的话，我们将会清空会议现场。谢谢。
Este es el último aviso a la gente. Si hay otra ola de ruido, entonces vamos a tener que dejar la sala.
We're going to invite up Brianna Ramirez, followed by Stephen Dye, followed by Joanne. Brianna? Okay. Stephen Dye, followed by Joanne, followed by Lai Wong Kwan. Stephen? Okay. Understood. Does he also need translating services? Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second, Stephen.
Yeah, sure. My name is Stephen Dai. I currently live in Arcadia, but I do have a home here. I have been living in Rosemead for many years as well. And since 2011. And I still own the home, and I have family members that live in Rosemead as well. So there's 2 objections to this project here. Number 1, California has spent over talking about billions of dollars on homelessness and crisis. But the homelessness crisis has not improved, if you notice, okay? Many monies are poorly spent, and homelessness crisis has worsened. And most of the tiny shelter or low-income housing or housing for single mom, all these are just kind of program that has not really proven to work. Okay, that's point number 1. Number 2, it seems like this city council, the administration, the mayors has disregarded all these residents here today. I'm speaking on behalf of all the residents here. And you have already come down with a quick decision to approve on this project, this project. The lack of early awareness, acknowledgement, and announcement to the Rosemead resident is a major concern to our community. There must be transparent in this process. So here's the question. There are hundreds of people in this room, and there's probably 100 more outside waiting for a decision today. And my question to all of you, I know you serve for the city of Rosemead. Do you, as a city member, understand the magnitude and the impact of Rosemead community if this project would have passed today? And I just want to clearly also want to express that if this project is approved, just think about what you just earlier said. From that project, you say, hey, there's only 20 bed or 20 unit. But in fact, if you look
Stephen, we have about 30 seconds left.
on the fine print, there's 374 unit. Can you explain that and be transparent about it? And last but not least, Mayor, I beg you not to bully the resident. I mean, you keep knocking on the thing just to say, hey, I'm gonna clear out the room. That's really bullying. And that's disrespecting all the residents who voted for you. Okay, I want like you to.
Stephen, thank you for your time.
All right.
Mr. Dye, thank you for your time.
Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next up, we have Joanne. Is Joanne here? After Joanne, we have Lai Wang Kwan. Lai, come on up. Do you need translating services? Which language? Gandongwa, okay. Well, we'll give you 6 minutes. And Madam Translator, let us know when you're ready. Go and begin.
My name is Wang Quan Lai.
我住喺 Rosemead City 已經係超過咗30年。
So I have lived in the city of Rosemead for more than 3 decades.
我喺呢30幾年嘅時間，我一直都好勤力咁樣做工。
So I worked very hard in the past 3 decades.
我同我丈夫係好辛苦咁慢慢儲錢買咗而家住喺 Rosemead 嗰間屋。
So my husband and I worked very hard to save money so we can buy a house in Rosemead.
但係當我聽到咗而家有一個係遊民區嗰度嗰個建喺我哋嗰個隔離嗰度，我真係感到好驚。
So I feel so scared. And once the second I heard about this project, gonna build very close, a walking distance from my neighborhood.
因為我住個社區 Rosemead 係好安靜、好平靜嘅。我係好喜歡呢個 city 嘅。
So I love the city so much. We live in a peaceful, quiet neighborhood.
但係如果真係呢啲遊民搬咗入嚟嘅話咧，就係影響我哋社區，甚至帶嚟咗係不安同埋危險。
So if this project is approved and the shelter will be built, and this will greatly impact our neighborhood, our safety.
因為我哋成日都出去做工，唔喺屋企嗰陣，我哋好驚有啲壞人入去偷咗我哋啲嘢。因為一下子咁多白生人一齊咁樣住入去我哋個社區，我哋真係好擔心。
So we were so concerned about the safety in our neighborhood if the center is there, and because we need to go out for work during the daytime, we are so worried about that there will some burglary happen.
就係而家你哋在座咁多位議員啊、市長，即係你哋都諗下，如果係你哋個屋企突然之間有咁多白衫人住喺你屋企，行成日周圍咁樣喺圍繞你屋企轉，你係會感到好驚嘅。
So I asked the mayor and every one of the council members here to think about that. If a center built in your neighborhood, and then there's like more than 300 people swarm in your neighborhood, what do you feel about that?
我今日講個嘢都係好真實嘅。我係一個好居民，亦都係一個好妻子，亦都係一個好媽媽。即係我想我哋個個家庭都係有一個安全嘅社區，有安全嘅有安全嘅全部嘅鄰舍鄰居。
I'm speaking the truth from the bottom of my heart as a good wife, as a good mom, as a good resident. So I just want a safe neighborhood in our city.
我希望我哋嘅社區都係仍然保持係寧靜嘅同埋安全嘅。我哋真係唔想話有一下子咁多白衫人係圍繞我哋個社區遊嚟遊去。
So we just want to keep our neighborhood, our city safe and peaceful. We don't want like more than 300 people swarming.
同埋咧，如果住入咁多人咧，係一定係會帶嚟問題同埋交通，而且我哋 Rosemead 個 city 都冇警局嘅，我哋好擔心有事嗰陣冇人嚟救我哋啊！
Also, if there's 300 people coming in, and then there will be like a traffic issue, there is gonna safety issues, and especially in Rosemead, we don't have our own police department. So if there's anything happen to us, no one can come to us, no one can help us.
請在座咁多位議員幫下我哋呢班可憐嘅居民，停止呢個 project 嗰個 Maryvale 個 project，唔好再搞落去啦！我哋真係好擔心啊！我唔贊成啊！我哋全部呢度在座嘅人都唔贊成㗎。
I implore every one of you to stop the project, to make the right decision for our residents. So we're here to against the project, every one of us here in the room.
仲有出邊咧，仲有好多居民咧，個我哋啲全部啲居民咧都係唔贊成嘅。希望你哋真係考慮下我哋為我哋個安全。多謝。
So also take a look of the people outside of the city hall. Look out on the outside, so you will see how many people oppose this project. Please think about it, make the right decision.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Y Ma, followed by Scarlett Lee, followed by Jody Situ, followed by Shun Cheng Liu. Y Ma, Scarlett Lee. Scarlett Lee here. Jody Situ. Wei Ma. Okay. Translation?
Cantonese, please.
Cantonese? Okay. We'll give you 6 minutes, 6分鐘.
Okay.
等一等佢嚟. We'll wait for her. Madam Translator, just let me know when you're ready.
OK， 我哋係好反對呢個你哋話係 homeless shelter 又好 halfway home 又好，唔關我哋事，我哋唔想響呢個 city。
So I strongly oppose this project, no matter what name you call it, like transition home, homeless shelter, whatever you call it. We don't want it in our city.
我啲仔女響呢個 city 度讀書。
My children go to high school, go to school here in the city of Rosemead.
點解我屋企門口會有針筒？
So why there is just like a needle and the syringe outside of our house? Because the homeless issues, because the homeless here.
The homeless is living across the street from our house, and it's been a long time already, few years, but yeah, you guys finally get the homeless out across the street, but they keep on coming back. I'm sorry. Wow. Yeah. Well, how can you think 300 something family, single family come to our city, but versus not 20,000 signature, it's 20,000 family signature. Okay, we just like us, just like me over here. I have elderly at home, children at home waiting for me. Okay, to speak right here, but earlier say, okay, you have children, you're willing to speak, you can come up now. I think this is not right, because you know what? We're taking our time of our life to speak up for ourselves, to speak up for the community. But this don't seem it's getting nowhere. This is the second day we come back already. And I just don't think this is right. And how long it is going to drag? 300 family versus 20,000 family over here in Rosemead. Okay, so I think this is all I have to speak. Thank you, Councilman and everybody.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scarlett Lee. Scarlett, followed by Jody. Scarlett, are you here? Nope. Jody C2. Jody C2 here. No Jody. Shun Cheng Liu. Shun Cheng Liu. Bing Jiang. Bing Jiang. De Wei Zhong. Dewei Zhong. Dewei Zhong, followed by Yoki or Yok Wu, followed by Tina Kwan, followed by Pamela Gomez. If I announce your name, please line up behind Dewei. Yeah. Please line up behind him. Dewei, do you need translating services? Which language? 国语 OK. 给你4分钟. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Translator. 6分钟，对不起。喂。
想两句要停啊。OK，Hello，大家晚上好。
Good evening, everyone.
我是 Rosemead 的居民，我叫 David。
My name is David. I am a resident of City of Rosemead.
我今天发言只是想问几个问题。
Today, my speech, I just ask a few questions.
首先，我不探讨你们这个项目的真实性和可行性。
First of all, I don't want to hear to discuss about this program, if it's true or this is practical or not.
你们项目的选址在我们 Rosemead 的社区，而且还是社区中心。
The location of this program is in the community. It's actually in the middle of the community.
原因是什么呢？
What's the reason behind it?
第二，
Secondly,
刚才你们谈到这个项目很成功，很多成功的例子。
and a moment ago, you guys discussed about the success of this program and the other successful cases.
但是加州这几年的游民跟瘾君子的数量一直往上涨。
However, in the past few years, the homeless numbers and the crime from the homeless has significantly increased.
它上涨的数量和你们成功的例子刚好成正比的关系。
The number increased, match with the case numbers that you guys have successful cases.
这到底是巧合呢，还是另有隐情呢？
Is this coincidentally happened, or this is have other things behind?
你们可以解释一下。
Are you able to explain?
第三，
Thirdly,
我是一个普通的市民，
I am just a regular resident.
我相信在座的大部分也是普通的市民。
I believe most of us sitting here are also regular residents of the city.
其实是普通市民的生活很简单。
Regular residents, their life is very simple.
每天高高兴兴出门去，平平安安回家来就行。
Okay, all they demand is leaving the house with happiness and come home with peace. That's the only demand that they want.
你们刚才把项目说得很好听，也很感人。
And you guys present the project in a very nice way, and it's very touchable emotionally.
但是我认为还是藏着很大的风险。
But however, I think there's a lot of risk in it.
所以我不敢冒这个险，你们这个忙我帮不了。
Therefore, I don't want to take this chance or risk, and I cannot help you.
如果我们今天都同意通过，
If everyone agree to pass this,
我们的孩子长大了，或者我们的孙子都有了的时候，他们会问我，
in the future, our children or our grandchildren, when they grow up, they will ask us this.
爸爸，或者说问我爷爷，我们的城市环境卫生如此糟糕，
Dad or grandpa why our living environment is so horrible.
治安如此差，
The public security is so bad.
你叫我们做这些长辈的怎么回答这个问题？
How can we answer their questions? Yeah.
这不一定有一个直接的关系，
It may not have a direct effect or relevance,
但是还是相信会存在有一些间接的关系。
but I believe there are a lot of indirect relevance to it.
所以我们不敢冒这个险，我们伤不起。
Therefore, we cannot take this chance. We cannot afford to be harmed.
1分 1 more minute.
Rosemead 中文油翅蜜，
Rosemead in Chinese is soft and sweet.
这个城市就像它的中文名字一样，很温柔，生活甜甜蜜蜜。
And this city's name, just like the meaning of in Chinese, that's soft and sweet in life.
我相信所有的居民对我们的现在的生活现状非常满足。
I believe all the residents are satisfied with the living condition that we have right now.
所以各位议员和市长，就大家不要在这上面再做什么文章了，我们对现状很满意。
Therefore, I hope all the councils that please do not do anything further. We are satisfied with what we have right now.
好，我说完了，谢谢。
That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢你. Next up, we have Yoki Wu or Yoku. Yoki? Tina Kwan. Do we have Tina Kwan here? No Tina Kwan? Pamela Gomez. Do we have Pamela Gomez here? Pamela Gomez? Pamela Gomez, give me 1 second. You'll be followed by Gabriela Cervantes. Gabriela, if you're here, please stand behind Pamela. Followed by Dali Cordova. Please come up as well. Followed by Mel Tilakuratane. I apologize for if I got that one wrong. Pamela, do you need translating services? No? Give me 1 second. Begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening. I'm Pamela. I'm a student and I'm a resident of Maryvale. First, Pasadena City College referred me as a student to the Hope Housing Program. They did my background check. I was accepted after I agreed to my rules and requirements. And I'm here to support of the expansion of Maryvale. I am a witness to the support they give us every day. They offer me a safe place to rest, to my homework, and they provide us with all the necessary resources to achieve our academic goals and as students. I have been in the program for 6 months and I have seen an improvement in my grades. I have A's in all my classes and my case manager is a witness to that. I'm grateful for the help that they have given me. And I support the new project they want to carry out within Maryvale. I would like the help to reach other people and for them to have the same opportunities. It is a community that contributes positively to the Rosemead community. We're not homeless. We're just students, moms, and girls with dreams and goals to be able to have the future we want and to be able to make a positive change in society. Thanks.
Thank you, Pamela. Next up, we have Gabriela Cervantes, followed by Dali Cordova, followed by Mel. Gabriela, do you need translating services?
No, no translation.
Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabriela Cervantes. I came here to shine some light on the great work that has taken place at Hope Housing for Students, for those who couldn't be here today to advocate for the program. I'm here to share this story. Recently, I had the opportunity to help a student from ELAC find housing with our program after living out of their car for 3 months. Before that, they were staying at a friend's house and staying at family members' garage for safety. They were able to do homework and log into their Zoom classes because they would park at a McDonald's parking lot and connect to their open Wi-Fi. She wasn't able to keep a job due to hygiene issues and was too embarrassed to take in-person classes due to her housing instability. Now she has a roof over her head with guaranteed safety. She has a clean space to study and a place to create her recipes, which, by the way, she's a really great baker. Now she's able to work 40 hours a week, attend in-person classes, and is set to graduate in December and receive her degree in childhood development. She is one of many in our program who has succeeded tremendously immediately after having housing security. If these students have the motivation, why can't we be there and give them that support? A lot of us here today have the privilege to never know what it feels like to give up on our dreams or to be 20 and think about what are the next safe place will be at where you can get some rest. I bet we can all sit here, break down a dream and make it into a small goal and complete it in no time. If you can, why not these students? They are our future. Maryvale, I am here in support of the expansion of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella. Next up, we have Dolly. Are you Dolly? Dolly will be followed by Mel. After Mel will be Gloria Santoyo, followed by Christina Moore. Dolly, do you need translating services?
No, sir.
Okay. Start. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right. Good evening, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak tonight. I am attending this meeting in support of Maryvale and the tremendous work done by these programs, specifically the student housing program, to perpetuate the success of our students. I work with students who struggle every day to overcome barriers that come with being unhoused and have seen the potential they have to do such amazing things. I'm currently working with a student in this program who reached out to us from aging out of the foster care system, and he doesn't have many choices as to where to go or knowing what to do next. They have no family at all to lean on, and with this program, they're able to focus 100% on their studies. They're saving money from a job that they got recently. They're about to graduate in a few months to earn their bachelor's in nursing, take the NCLEX and become a med-surg RN at a hospital. Another student lived in her car for 2 years, having to shower in public restrooms, not feeling safe, having to watch her back when she'd have to clean herself, all while attending classes and having to do homework. And now she has a place to care for herself and can focus on her path to becoming an Air Force nurse after obtaining her AA and BSN in nursing. And the reason that I bring up these students, these are just some examples that they have in the student housing program at Maryvale, is because these students have the freedom to pursue their hopes and dreams without, they shouldn't need to worry about a basic necessity of living, which is shelter. Everyone deserves an opportunity, an equal opportunity to succeed, mothers and students alike. And they have the goal to achieve all of that, but just not the means. And they need that support to bridge that gap and, help them reach their full potential. And we can help them along with more students to do that if we just, go along with the Maryvale project and be able to succeed in that. So I appreciate your time and consideration for this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel? Is that correct?
You can try to say my last name, Mayor.
Till.
I'm kidding, Mayor. I'm
Okay, I was
kidding.
gonna say. Do you need translating services, Mel?
No, I do not.
Okay. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Mayor Lee, Councilmember Armenta, Councilmember Dang, Councilmember Clark, and Councilmember Lowe. Thank you. I know this has been a grueling night. If it's this way for us in the audience, I can only imagine how it is for you. And I don't envy you right now. I don't, because you are facing a really big predicament. I'm actually the person who founded the Hope Housing for Students program. And the students you saw speak here and the moms you saw speak here from Maryvale are very different from the story a lot of these people believe is happening. You are elected because you're the best of us, which means it puts a responsibility on you to look at the information in front of you, look at who you're representing, and make the right choice. And for Councilmember Armenta, Councilmember Lowe, Councilmember Clark, it's an even bigger decision for you. Because the question at here is not men. The question at here is single moms, single girls who are going to school, and people who would actually be the victims if they had to go back to living in their cars or going back to living on couches of people they don't know. And there's an even more responsibility on you today, because like the organizers of the opposition said tonight, they're classifying women in a way that they have multiple partners. That's how they're talking about single moms. So your responsibility tonight is to decide whether you're or not you're gonna let 20 single moms be safe. I don't envy you because you have a big task, you have a big opposition, but you do have to go to sleep tonight. You do have to live the rest of your life understanding that you close the door on 20 single moms and all the infants that they're going to bring in. So I don't envy you. I just hope you have the courage to do the right thing. Mayor Lee, I saw how you asked any parent here with a kid to come forward. I'm sure your mother taught you that. That is amazing. But you can't have that kind of gesture for the people here and say no to 20 single moms. That's a hard decision.
You have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. So again, I don't envy you, but at the end of the day, as the electeds who are the best of people, Councilmember Lowe, Councilmember Clark, Councilmember Armenta, as the women representing all these moms over here, I'm just asking you to do the right thing. I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gloria, give me 1 second, Gloria. I'm just gonna make an announcement. We have approximately 55 speakers left. I'm going to accept comment cards for another 5 minutes through our city clerk. Anything after that, there will not be any more comment cards accepted this evening. Gloria, do you need translating services? Go and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we appreciate your time and attention on this matter. You've already heard plenty of voices for both sides. Maryvale has provided us and the community with clarification on the misinformation that was spread and what the program entails. We have demonstrated transparency, and we can educate what unhoused means. It means respect. Respect to those who have been dealt an unfair hand. Sorry. The Seed in House program supports families in improving their lives to succeed. They deserve that chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next up, we have Christina Moore.
Yes.
Give me 1 second, Christina.
Okay.
Christina will be followed by Cecilia Mercado, followed by Jeffrey Tran, followed by Sean Morrissey. Christina, do you need any translating services?
No, thank you.
Okay, go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Christina Moore, and I support this expansion of Seton House. I have seen firsthand the benefits that Maryvale's programs provide to children and to families. My own foster sister, who my family adopted when she was 16 years old, was a resident at Maryvale for just over a year. During that time, she was surrounded by staff members that were trained to meet her mental health needs, and she was able to receive the care and supervision that she needed to stabilize and ultimately graduate from a Rosemead High School. As a staff member, I have also seen the transformation of our mamas and children that live in Seton House. Callie was a great example of that this evening. She shared her story. We've hired 3 of our mamas from Seton House to work in our early education centers. If you could see the transformation in these resilient women as they gain employment, find permanent housing, and feel hope for their future, you would not question this program. These are moms that need a hand up, not a handout. They are not drug addicted, and they are not criminals. They are daughters, sisters, mothers, people like you or me, or our own sisters or daughters or mothers. They found themselves in an unfortunate situation that none of them ever asked to be in. There should be no shame in seeking a safe haven for them or their children, or for seeking mental health services. Maryvale has a preschool on the same site as Seton House, and we care for approximately 120 children each day, children that are ages 0 to 5, our most vulnerable children. 100% of the families that bring their children to Maryvale reported in our annual survey that they feel that their children are safe, healthy, and happy in the program. They see firsthand the moms and children that live in Seton House, and they trust Maryvale with their babies because they see the difference that we're making in our community. Our campus is safe. We have security guards on site and cameras that allow for the 24-hour monitoring of the entire campus. As we expand, it's anticipated that we will increase not only the staff presence on campus to meet the needs of the additional 20 units, not 400, that has been stated over and over again, but we also anticipate that we will need to increase security as needed to meet our high expectations for safety on campus.
About 30 seconds left.
I ask that you please allow Maryvale to continue providing these much-needed, high-quality housing services to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cecilia. Cecilia will be followed by Jeffrey Tran, followed by Sean Morrissey. Cecilia, do you need translating services?
No, sir. Good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Cecilia Mercado. I'm an employee of Maryvale, and I'm also a resident of Montebello in the San Gabriel Valley. I just wanted to give an example of every given day that you can drive up to Maryvale. I live 5 minutes away, and it still takes my breath away to drive up and see how beautiful our campus is. There's a sign outside that says Maryvale was elected and nominated the best early education center in San Gabriel Valley. So we're really proud of that. There's children being walked into with their parents. There's family members dropping off kids. There is a lot of activity going on at our campus. There's young ladies from the program that are getting ready to head out to school that afternoon, going to college. There's staff members. There's facility staff doing a beautiful job, making sure our campus is clean, that our security is there, that our staff is taken care of. You walk in, there's children in the playground. There's small kids practicing You Are My Sunshine out by the gazebo. There's staff walking around. The Seton House mothers are, walking their kids to school. That's every single day. That's what's happening behind those walls that everyone is so afraid of. It's kids singing You Are My Sunshine and Seton House mothers and their children having lunch with staff. That's what's happening every single day at Maryvale. So when they say that there's random people walking around, there's no random people walking around. There's no trash. Our campus is gorgeous and it's a happy place. And we really, really want an opportunity to bring it to more families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jeffrey Tran. Jeffrey, are you here? Sean Morrissey. Sean Morrissey here. Sean Morrissey. Tina Wah. Tina Wah. No, this is Tina Wah. This is Tina Wah. This is Tina Wah. So please have a seat. Come on, if you want to see it, come on. Followed by Rianne Torres. Followed by Rianne Torres. Are you Rianne? Okay. Rianne, you'll be followed by Joanne Young. Joanne Young, followed by Vivian Hu. Vivian Hu, followed by Salvador Melendez. Salvador Melendez. If I've announced your names, please come on up, start lining up. Rianne, do you need translating services?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, Rianne. Begin when ready.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rhiannon Torres, and I have been a resident here of Rosemead for the past 36 years. I have gone to school here, elementary school, middle school, and high school. I also volunteer at the Rosemead Rebels football and youth cheer organization. I am a board member there. I'm also an active parent at San Gabriel High School on the Booster Athletics Club. But not only am I a resident and a parent, I am actually an employee here at Maryvale. I was blessed to start my journey here. I never thought I was going to be able to work in my backyard. I am the program manager here at Seton House, and I see day in and day out all operations. I wish you guys can all see what I see when I see these moms come in on day one with nothing, no hope. They come from traumatic experiences from just being homeless, not because they choose to, but because of the circumstances. I'm a single mom myself. I've been a single mom for the past 13 years. So this program is so important to me. Seeing these moms come in and putting their trust in us with their children means everything to me. We hold workshops, we hold education programs, we hold activities. We had a beautiful Mother's Day celebration. We had a beautiful Easter celebration for these kids that are hopeless, but when they come in there, they're happy as can be, knowing that they have a bed to lay in, knowing that they have food to eat. These 20 more rooms will only support 20 more single moms and more children that need us. Being born and raised in Rosemead has been the best. I'm raising my kids here, and I wouldn't see it any other way. The misinformation that has been brought to the community is heartbreaking. It's not fair. I hear the moms every day, why are they doing this to us? And all I have to say to them is have faith and spread the word and educate everyone. I ask you guys and I urge you guys to take in
About 30 more
consideration,
seconds left.
take in consideration of these moms. Not all of them come from backgrounds that are horrible. Not all of them choose to be like this. I thank you and I urge and I invite you guys to come take a look at Seton House for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up Joanne Young. Joanne Young, followed by Vivian Hu. Vivian Hu, followed by Salvador Melendez. You Salvador? Joanne? Vivian. I'm sorry, you're Vivian? Okay. Vivian first. Vivian, do you need translating services? Yes, which language?
Cantonese.
廣東話 Okay. You will have 6 minutes. 6分鐘傾可以傾。Madam Translator, please let me know when you're ready.
我的名字係 Vivian，
So my name is Vivian.
尊敬的議員、
So honorable council members,
翻譯員和市政工作人員，
translators, and the staffs of the city.
感謝你們的服務，
Thank you so much for your service and for being here.
感謝你們今晚用咗咁多時間在這裏為社區做出呢個重大嘅決定。
Thank you so much for being here for tonight to serving the community and making the important decision.
我是否可以徵得你們的同意，喺度問觀眾一個問題？
Can I ask for the mayor's permission to ask the public a question?
他們可以淨係舉手回答。
So I only ask the public to raise their hands to express their opinion, their response.
是否可以？
Is it okay to do so?
你有6分鐘 total， 你想用6分鐘可以咁用得。If you want to use your 6 minutes that way, you are more than welcome to.
Sure, thank you.
請在座各位保持安靜，遵守規則，尊重議員，不要浪費我們的努力。我想請所有反對這個項目的在座各位舉手表達你的想法。
So please respect the procedures and respect the council members and be quiet and show your hands if you oppose the project.
請多舉1分鐘。
For 1 minute.
你哋看到大家嘅想法
So take
同
a
埋
look.
反應。
Take a look of the room and the response from the public.
我哋有現場今晚至少有1000人出現。
So tonight we have at least 1,000 people showed up
反對嘅意見。
to oppose this project.
有10幾萬人簽名反對。
We have collected at least 100,000 signatures on the petition to against this project.
我們希望議員們能夠 say no。
So we encourage the council members to say no to this project.
按照居民嘅意願，重新審核呢個項目。
So we, to respect the wills of the residents, we consider the proposal.
Reconsider would be a good way。我們非常願意幫助單親媽媽和學生。
So we would really like to help the single moms and the students.
我哋嘅心同佢哋喺一齊。
We are here with you to support you.
但係不要讓流浪漢嘅項目混在同一個項目中。
So but we don't want to mix the homeless project and this project.
影響到呢個幫助單親媽媽嘅項目。
To affect the wonderful program that help the single moms and the students.
作為公務員，
As a public servant,
我們相信你們將代表我們呢啲居民做出最好嘅決定。
so we believe you guys will make the best and the right decision for the residents of the city.
正如好似你見到嘅，
As you can see,
我們大部分人出現在這裏，就是不希望有呢個流浪漢項目在其中。
so the majority of us here tonight to oppose this homeless shelter project.
唔係反對單親媽媽。
It's not against the single moms.
So 就嚟到12點啦。
So it's close to the midnight.
所有嘅人等到現在，就係希望你哋今晚可以即刻投票。
So we are here waiting for 5 hours in the meetings. Just want you to make the right decision.
我們希望睇到一個公開透明嘅投票過程。
We would like to see an open and transparent voting process.
感謝你們留到現在，
So thank you so much for staying up so late.
幫助社區做出最大嘅努力。
So serving the community and make the right decision and the best decision for us.
謝你哋。
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivian. We have next Salvador Melendres, followed by Vayon Mai, followed by Annie Wu, followed by Winnie Tang, followed by Tina Chen. Okay, Salvador, do you need translating services?
No.
No? Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Just
Give me
mainly,
1 second. Please go ahead.
here tonight, not really to oppose or to endorse support this project. What I have is more of concerns and questions. Everyone's been talking about whether they want to vote for it or not, get this project going, but I haven't heard of anything as far as after the project gets approved, if it gets approved, all the standards are met by the chief of police standards and everything for security and whatnot from Maryvale. What happens after a year? Who's held accountable? When are they gonna go back to revisit security measures? Revisit how many of the beds are being used, whether it's 40, 400, 4,000, whatever it is. Where's the checks and balances? You know, is it once this thing is approved, that's it, it's out of sight, out of mind? There's no more going back and revisiting? If it is it brought to a special committee? Is it brought to you? Is it brought to us? Are we gonna be aware if there's any kind of violations along it? My property is not across the street from Maryvale. It is not down the street from Maryvale or another city in Maryvale. Mine is back to back with the northwest corner of Maryvale. I'm as close as you can get to Maryvale. I'm fine with whatever they want to do. I'm fine with whatever you guys want to do. All I'm concerned about is security of my home, my property, where I could walk onto my backyard. I don't have to not worry about homeless or anything like that, but there is an opening gap within the fence that has been there for quite some time. Did contact Maryvale and you guys were quick to respond and put up a temporary fence. Thank you for that. But it wasn't until all this kind of came about where certain measures were going. That opening the fence was there for at least a year before any of this took place. If you have 24-hour surveillance, if you're monitoring your campus, all along the west side, all those homes that are backed up against that fence that's been there for, well, the newer one that they put is probably maybe 10 years old, but the one before that is over 20 years old. All these concerns just came out now. You had all this time to be proactive and secure borders or do anything else, but everything seems to be reactive. They're just reacting to whatever it is that it is. But my concerns are what happens with checks and balances after this project gets approved or disapproved, comes back, who monitors this?
Salvador, you have about 30 seconds left.
That's all I had to say.
Oh, thank you, Salvador. Appreciate your time. Vayon Mai. Vayon goes first, please. Vayon, come on up. Do you need translating services?
Yes.
Which language?
廣東話。
Guangdonghua. Okay, we're gonna wait till translator comes up. 有6分鐘 ，you have 6 minutes. Madam Translator, just let me know when you're ready.
OK，各位
等一陣，等佢可以，
OK 可以嘛？
可以。
各位議員同埋市長，希
So
望你哋 OK。
honorable council members and the mayor.
我喺度 Rosemead 已經住咗20幾年，
So I have lived in Rosemead for more than two decades.
希望你哋聆聽我哋由此物嘅市民嗰個呼聲係反對呢個 project。
So I ask you to listen to us, listen to the residents in Rosemead.
有成幾萬人係反對嘅。
So there are more than 10,000 of people against this project.
如果你嗰啲建築商講到嘅話，嗰個 program 咁好嘅話，應該係建喺佢個城市，唔係建喺 Rosemead 嘅城市。
So if the program is so nice and wonderful as the applicant said, so the program and the facility should be built in their city, not my city.
Mr. Mayor， 呢度 Rosemead 都有好多嗰啲。
等一陣。
Can I ask the speaker to get closer to the microphone or bring the microphone closer to her?
講近一啲嘅電個 microphone。
Or just bring the microphone closer to her. It's probably easier. Yes, thank you.
Great. Go ahead.
OK，既然佢哋嘅開發商講到呢個計劃咁好，幫助咁多個人，佢應該係建喺佢嗰個城市，唔係建喺 Rosemead 嘅城市。
So let me repeat, if the project and the presentation is just as wonderful as the applicant said, the developer said, so it should be built in their city, not my city.
你既然想建喺你嘅城市，你都要徵求呢個由此物城市嘅市民，佢哋 say no。
So if you want to have the project in our city, you should ask the permission of our residents.
其實咧有好多號係單身媽咪，但係呢度由此物都好多單身媽咪，但係佢哋係勤力努力工作賺錢。
So I know there is a lot of single moms and also a lot of single moms in Rosemead City, but they all like hardworking moms.
佢哋所以有屋住，係有租屋住。如果佢嗰啲單身媽咪唔去做工嘅話，係冇屋住。要你哋呼籲佢哋去做工。
So they work very hard so they can afford the house or maybe get a rental. So if those single moms need help, just go get a job.
我係好希望好似保持返以前嗰種寧靜和平嘅生活。
So I just want my city to be safe and peaceful as it is.
唔想過家下咁嘅生活，家下好多有啲遊民喺度。
So I don't want to live with terror, constant worry about the homeless people.
開門都要左睇右睇先敢出
So I need to look over my shoulder to look around to see if there's like a random people.
因為上幾日有幾個遊民喺個街嗰度唔着衫，就咁着條褲，揦住個褲頭咁行。
So let me tell you, a couple of days ago, I saw a couple of homeless and naked, with no shirtless, like walking around in the neighborhood. I was so scared.
希望你哋嘅市長同埋議員要聆聽由此物嘅市民係佢哋係 say no 呢個 project。
So I encourage the mayor and the council members to listen to the residents of the Rosemead, and we are saying no to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Annie Wu. Annie Wu? Are you Annie Wu? Annie, do you need translating services?
Yes, I need a Mandarin.
Mandarin, okay. You have 6 minutes. Give us 1 second to get ready. Mr. Translator, let me know when you're ready.
谢谢各位的那个市长，还有那个议员们。
Thanks everyone, the mayor and the city council.
我的名字叫 Annie，
My name is Amy.
我住在 Rosemead。
I live in Rosemead.
我今天上来要讲几句话。
I would like to have a few words.
首先，我也是为人父母的，
Also, I am one of the parents.
我们有很有同情心的一个有爱心的家庭。
We also have a family with sympathy.
我在想，如果说这个慈善项目 Maryvale 的项目，
If I think that this Maryvale charity program
可以减少我们现在日益增加的这个无家可归的人的话，
if this program can truly reduce the homeless numbers,
我们将举双手100%的支持。
we will raise both of our hands to absolutely support it.
因为我觉得我们的爱心不是随意廉价的，
because our love is priceless.
实践是检验真理的唯一标准。
Practice is the only way to prove.
大家可以查一下，加州政府在近5年来花了多少钱在治理这个非法就是叫无家可归者的问题。
Okay, and everyone can look back in the past 5 years how much money the California government spent on the homeless issue.
5年时间240亿美元。
24 billion US dollars spent on this issue.
但是
in
我
5
们
years.
的这些流民有减少吗
Did we reduce the number of the homeless people?
？No，
No,
根本没有。
absolutely no.
在大概21年到22年的财年， 政府花了72亿美元。
From 2021 to 2022 fiscal year, California's government spent 7.2 billion US dollars.
2023年的这个无家可归的人总共是18.1万，比10年前增加了6.3万。
2023, there are 181,000 homeless, which is 63,000 increased in 10 years.
对，在21跟22年的财年，等于一个无家可归者的这个支出，我们政府支出是4.2万美元。
Okay. In the fiscal year
come
from 2021 to 2022, the government spent 42,000 on each homeless.
每个月是3500美元。
That is $3,500 a month.
所以我不管这个项目是支持单身母亲，还是支持大学生，或者还是支持精神病人，或者还是支持瘾君子。
Okay, it doesn't matter this program to support single mother students or mental health issue or gentlemen.
它都是在变相的鼓励并创造更多的无家可归的人。
This program advocates or indirectly advocates to become a homeless person.
因为他这样做的目的，最后只是告诉大家，你可以不负责任的、不计后果的做任何糟糕的事情，或者做出错误的决定。
Well, this program can tell you or advocate you or encourage you that you can be irresponsible. You can disregard the consequence, make a decision without any thinking.
而不需要承担任何的后果。
And without it taking any responsibility or consequence.
因为有人已经替他们准备了退路，为他们兜底，给他们买单。
Because somebody has already prepared for them to back up with them and pay the bill for them.
很多没有家的人，他们根本没有意识到自己做了很多错误的选择。
A lot of homeless, they are not aware that they made a wrong decision for their life.
他们没有意识到，只有彻底的认罪悔改，才会有新生活。
They are not aware that they need to have a full awareness of their mistake of their life and make a great change so they can change their life significantly.
想依靠我们的政府，
They want to rely on the government and use taxpayers' dollars.
无家可归者的增加，
have one more
我
minute.
们政府资助一个房子可以解决的事情。
Homeless burden is not just if the government give them some housing can resolve their issues.
英文里最可怕的9个字是什么？
啊？
英文里最可怕的9个字是什么？9个字。
There are very horrible 9 words in English.
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'm from government. I'm here to help.
所以我们在任何做爱心的时候，请想一想，
And therefore, anytime when we show our kindness,
是否对人真的有帮助？
and we need to consider if this something we do is truly help them.
如果你把爱心置于我们的公益之上， 那这种慈善不是真正的善举。
If you do something kindness that are above our charity, and this charity is not for the purpose of.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. Next up, we have Winnie Tang. Is Winnie here? Are you Winnie? You want Cantonese? 广东话? Okay. You have 6 minutes. After Winnie is Tian Chen. While that gets ready, I want the council to know that there are 30 speakers still on our list. What I'm going to do is that after Winnie and Tina speak, I'm going to ask who else is still here from the other rooms, have them line up, and then the council can decide at that point if we want to continue with public comments, or we're going to have the city attorney talk about options that we have at that point as well. Because it is now officially midnight, just letting everyone know. Winnie Tang, you have 6 minutes. Time starts now.
OK，大家好。廣東，我哋唔好意思，大家好。So good evening, everybody. 我嘅 family
Okay, hold on 1 second. Can we just have her speak closer to the microphone? Okay. Give me 1 second.
OK 好。
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, begin.
Hello, everybody.
我從移民到而家嘅第一日就喺第一個 city 就喺 Rosemead。
So the Rosemead is the only city I settled in once I came to United States.
咁然後咧，我而家並唔係住喺 Rosemead， 但係我因為好中意 Rosemead， 因為我 sister-in-law 啦、brother-in-law 啦，同埋我 mother-in-law， 我所有嘅 family 都喺 Rosemead。
So even though I don't live in Rosemead anymore, but a lot of my family members live here. You know, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, a lot of my family. So I come here a lot of time.
當我同我先生咧儲到錢，我哋 always first choice 喺 Rosemead， 所以我哋喺 Rosemead 買到一部分資產。咁我今日點解？
So once my husband and I have enough saving to buy a property.
但係當我哋聽到話 Rosemead 要可能要 approve 做 homeless。
So the second I heard about this project is gonna be approved by the city council.
其實我哋好 upset 嘅。
So we feel really upset.
如果真係好似Maryvale 咁即係呢個開發真好似佢哋咁樣講，真係幫呢啲single 媽咪真係小朋友咧，咁然後佢亦都係一個管理好好，冇影響我哋周邊嘅鄰居啦。咁其實我哋相信在座每一位都係願意幫助佢哋嘅。
So I believe we agreed to help the single moms and the students if this proposed project is managed and operated as the applicant and the developer said.
我好害怕佢哋可能係打呢個口號，然後可能 city 批咗之後咧，佢哋可能做完全係唔一樣，或者可能 combine 咗，我可能有啲無家可歸者同埋呢啲一齊。
So what I'm concerned is the developer or the applicant say something, but they do something else.
咁然後因為我睇咗呢個第3頁啦，佢話如果佢裝修完咗之後咧，佢有370幾個係 for housing 嘅。咁具體 housing 佢係 for 邊啲人啦，佢又冇清楚，但佢就話。
So and I saw the proposal and the statement. So there will, after reconstruction, there will be more than 300 units for people.
For homeless.
For homeless.
咁我就想知道，如果 City 批咗呢個方案，然後佢亦都冇按住佢哋而家個理想狀態去發展，然後的確對我哋 Rosemead 周圍嘅市民或者 Rosemead 呢個市區又帶嚟好大嘅影響。City 有冇任何嘅即係措施？
So my question is, if this proposed project has been approved by the city council, and what if they don't manage and operate as they said?
呢樣嘢有冇可能係 condition approved?
Will there be any consequence to the developer, to the Maryvale? So is it possible to just like conditionally approve?
可能我哋要設定一啲條件。 如果係因為呢個問題引起，例如可能門口多咗 homeless，
So we need to set up some ground
That-
rules. So what if there is increasing numbers of homeless in the neighborhood?
如果或者犯罪啊、吸毒啊喺我哋呢度有 increase，
So
有
what
啲
if the
居民有
increased crime rate?
咁我哋可唔可以將呢個 project stop？
So is it possible we can stop the project at that time?
我希望 something in writing， 將來我哋可以 go back stop 呢個 project。如果 something 真係 homeless around 個 city 嚟，咁我覺得係 very bad。
So, and I would like to have something in writing. So if that's the case, and we have the option or we have the choice to stop the project.
仲有一個問題就係，我唔知你哋有冇同 homeless 有相處過，有冇同 homeless deal with them？
So another question is that have you really personally deal with the homeless people, or you have spent some time with them?
我經常同 homeless deal with， 我就今年早2個月之前，我哋有一個工地喺度開工，我哋從開工到完工 ，homeless always in and out，in and out。我哋個 gas， 我哋嗰啲電啊、meter 啊都俾佢 cut 咗4次。
So I have dealt with homeless people many times before. One of our construction site, there's constantly present with like homeless people. They stole the electricity, they stole the water,
everything.
And
also I call for city, I call for county, I call for police department, even I call housing. Nothing they can do for me.
1 more minute.
Okay. And also what I did at the last, I need to raising 7, 9 feet. Before I do 6 feet fence, later I do 8 feet fence. They still cut my fence inside my house. And later on, there's no way I can do it. Hiring people living in the house is no power. They bring the very, very couple big dogs. Don't let them in. That is a really terrible experience.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Dang.
Mr. Mayor, just wanted to mention that if everyone holds up their signs, the people in the back cannot see the monitor. Just wanted to.
Yes, and Nikki actually was going to address that before I called the next speaker. So thank you very much for that segue. You are more than welcome to put up, as long as it's peaceful, you're more than welcome to have your signs up. But I will tell you right now, this council has seen the signs all night long. So we've read all your signs. We've spent time reading all your signs. At this point, we probably read the Chinese and the Spanish as well, even though we may not be our native languages. So feel free to do so, but you're not necessarily convincing the council of anything by fighting over who gets to put their sign first. We've seen it all at this point. So take that as you will, Councilmember. Tian, you want translation? 国语吧？国语了。She spoke? No. Yeah. I know it's midnight. Yeah.
讲国语。
Okay. Let her know she has 6 minutes. We're going to start whenever she's ready.
My name is Tina Chen. I am living in Rosemead 40 years.
Hold on.
Okay.
Do you need translation or not? Lee, can you ask her?
Yeah.
If you need translation, then you need to be speaking Mandarin so that he can translate. Otherwise, you speak English, you have 3 minutes. Okay? Go ahead.
我今天来想请求各位官员，因为你们都是我们居民选出来的，所以我觉得你们应该爱护我们的居民。我就请求从今以后，这个重大的事情一定要给我们每一个居民一封信，尤其这个游民是破坏国家、破坏我们的地方。我住在 Rosemead 觉得很羞耻，为什么 ？Rosemead 是所有附近有 Montreal Park 最穷的，可是你们为什么不问我们每一个人？你把游民。
Mr. Chancellor, do you need time? If so, let her know.
My name is Tina Chen. I have lived here for 40 years. Today, I want to request all of you guys, because you guys voted by us, and I hope that you guys can take care of us, at least when something significantly and may affect the residents. Can you just simply send us a letter and let us clearly know what's going on? And the homeless people is really damaging this country and damaging the local cities. And I just feel very humiliating that compared with other neighbor cities such as El Monte, Monterey Park, Rosemead is very poor, and nobody asked any of us the question. Continue. 继续。
你把游民，你让这个建商发了财，然后以后的日子，我们住在 Rosemead 的居民都会倒霉。
We will okay. You allow the homeless people to come to our city. You make the construction development company developer those companies rich, and you make the local city residents to suffer from the time on.
我要求你们这个重大的事情一定要给每一个人信件。
I demand you that any important and significant events needs to give us a letter and notify us in advance.
游民不是给他白吃白喝就好，他们的精神，他会走到你的家里面，把你的叫你出来，房子让他住。我们 Rosemead 的人要受这个罪吗？
Okay, homeless people is not just like you feed them for free, give them drink for free, so they are all set. They can come to your house and grab you out of your own house and they want to live in.
第二点就是说，我看到这个东西才知道 ，Home House 已经收留了那个游民，但是你们没有诚实的告诉我们。你们用小孩来骗我们，
Okay.
你们这个官员就是不对，因为是我们选出来你们的，你们不为我们服务。
Okay. Secondly, I just find out that from the Hope House program that you guys accept homeless people, but you got children to cheat us, to lie to us. That is wrong. You guys voted on by us.
民主党放了很多那个乱七八糟的游民，那么你民主党为什么要把这些游民塞到我们每一个村庄里面，每一个城市？
Okay, Democratic Party allows a lot of homeless people to come in, and they shove all those people to every town, every city.
我不知道我们的 Rosemead City 的你们这些官员是不是已经收了那个赵美心的100万美金？
I'm not sure if any of your sitting officers receive any kickbacks from the $1 million from Judy too.
你们要把这个钱还给赵美心。
You need to return the money back to Judy too.
需要有游民哦。
We don't need this homeless, therefore.
所以民主党做的事情对我们民众都不是好的。
One more minute.
Democratic Party did not do anything good to the people.
你们是代表我，你们官员是代表我们，但是你们没有，你们官官相护。
You, the officers, you're supposed to protect us, but you guys did not do your job. You guys are protecting to each other among yourselves.
我们的小孩长大以后，我说你回到加州，他不回来。我们赚钱赚了半天，都是养这些永远养不完的
When
游民。
our kids grow up and we ask them to come back to California, they said no, they don't want to come back to California. You see, all the money that we pay are paying all this to this homeless people.
民主党的 Newsom 他为什么有什么权利把我们的幸福交在民主党手里面？
Okay, why Newsom has the power to bet our happiness to the Democratic Party?
Okay, that's at this point, the time has ended.
你的时间到了。
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, at this point, if I announce your name, please line up this way, just so we have an idea of how many speakers we have left. Ku Hua Fang. I'm sorry, translators, can you please let people know If I call out their names, please line up so we know how many speakers are left.
Xin chào quý vị, khi thị trưởng gọi tên quý vị xin hãy đứng xếp hàng ở sau cái bục để cho thị trưởng biết còn bao nhiêu người có mặt ở đây để muốn phát biểu.
如果你聽到你個名咧，係叫到你個名嘅話咧，你快啲入嚟呢個房間、呢個會議室入邊咧嚟發言咯喎。叫到你個名嘅話，記住快啲過嚟啦嚇。
下來是普通話通知，如果我們叫到你的名字的話，請您到前面來排隊。這樣的話，我們可以統計還有多少發言的人。謝謝。
Si el alcalde llama su nombre, por favor, ponerse en línea para saber cuántas personas tenemos. Gracias.
Okay, we have Ku Hua Feng. Give me one second. We're going to announce everybody's name, so just be patient. You might want to sit down for a second. Yvonne Au. Yvonne Au. Tien Chen Tim Tan. Tien Chen Tim Tan. Actually, if you're here, go ahead and come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to skip you once we resume public comments. Matt Capman. Matt Capman. Let's go ahead and line up. Eric Ho, I believe you already spoke, right, Eric? Eric Ho. Chantil Saxton, I believe Chantil already spoke. Chantil. Pedro G. Pedro G. Matthew Way. Matthew Way. Stephanie G. Oh, Matthew Way. Okay, come on up, Matthew. Stephanie G. Stephanie G. If my staff can also let me know if you see them coming up. Stephanie G. No? Yes, come on up. You know, I cannot read this at all. De La Lu from Bartlett. De La Lu from Bartlett. No. Kathy V. Kathy V. Is Kathy here? No. Joseph Sloan. Joseph Sloan. Is Joseph here? No. Lily Huang. Lily Huang. Lily here? Nope. Joseph Beer. Joseph Beer. Joseph. No. Martin Holguin. Martin Holguin, I see you. Norman Chow. Norman Chow. Is Norman Chow here? No. I think it's Trey or Traz. Yeah, Traz. No. Judy or Dwali? Dwali of Graves? No. Some of us need penmanship studies. Chase Sonorso. Chase Sonorso. Chase, are you here? Okay, I caught you. Nancy Quach. Nancy Quach, are you here? Nancy's here. I believe, Nancy, you want to speak with your sister. Let's be Catalina. Catalina Mock. Is Catalina here as well? Okay, please come up together. Judy Secchi. Judy Secchi. Is Judy Secchi here? No. Jia Sheng Chen. JC or Jia Sheng Chen? No. Catalina, we got you. Jesse Wu. Jesse Wu. Jesse Wu is here. Tai Lam. Tai Lam. Is Tai here? No? Yes? Okay. Ziyan Miao. Ziyan Miao. Is Ziyan still here? Nope. Meow Meow. Meow Meow? No? Alice Vong. Alice Vong. No. Zhen Baoxiang. Zhen Baoxiang. Wing Yi Lam. Wing Yi Lam. Jasmine Hall. Jasmine Hall. No. Tai Ne. If I pronounced that correctly. Tai of Loftus. Tai from Loftus. No? Kun Yi Wu. Kun Yi Wu. No? Lei Wenhee. Lei Wenhee of Angeles. Waylon Hui from Angeles. No? Sarah Kwong. Sarah Kwong. Sarah's here. Stephen Tran. Stephen Tran. See Stephen Tran? No? Ed Quintanilla. Ed Quintanilla. Via Zoom, okay. Roshan Akula. Roshan Akula. Not here. Laura Dominguez via Zoom. Bill Helu? Bill Hugh from Fairway Drive? Bill? No? Linda Lin. Okay. Linda's here. Okay. Kai Hong Yang. Kai Hong Yang. Come on up. No, that's Lauren. Christina Hargrove. Christina Hargrove. Oh, she left? Okay. Jian Lu. Jian Lu. Jian, come on up. So at this point, for the council's knowledge, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, at least 16 in person, at least 2 on Zoom, maybe more on Zoom. My question to my council colleagues is, do we want to proceed and hear the rest of these 16? We do have an option if we believe we've heard more than enough comments. I can have Rachel explain that as well. But what is the desire of this council? Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that if people have waited this long after 12 o'clock, I think they have the right to be heard.
Okay. Anybody object to that statement? If not, we'll go ahead and proceed. Anybody need a 5-minute break? Mr. Dang needs a 5-minute break. Anybody else need a 5-minute break? So do I. That's 3 votes for a 5-minute break. We'll recess this meeting until 12:30. And then in this order will be the last remaining speakers. Thank you. Yes. Hold on. Hold on.
请大家就座。
Kuhua? Do you need translating services?
Yeah, I need translate.
Which one?
I need translate.
Which language?
Mandarin.
Mandarin? 国语?
国
Okay.
语。
Yeah.
哎，你好。
Okay. You will have 6 minutes. Okay.
Okay. 知道。
All right. Go ahead and start.
Hello. Good evening. My name is.
可以讲国语。
Okay. Hello， 大家好。Hello， 大家晚上好。
国语。
对。我的名字叫 Q 花 Fan。
My name is Q Fa Huan.
我住在 Rosemead。
I live in Rosemead.
我是 Rosemead 的居民。
I'm a resident of Rosemead.
首先我要说明一下，我也是一个单亲妈妈。
I would like to say first that I am also a single mom.
我也非常赞成你们去帮助这个单亲妈妈还有孩子。
Of course, I agree and support that you guys agree with you guys support single mom and their children.
但是
However,
你们这个项目真的只是帮助单亲妈妈跟孩子吗？
so your program is only solely just help a single mom and their children?
我觉得我们 Rosemead 的居民每一个民众都有知情权。
I think that every single resident in the city of Rosemead has the right to know the details.
我觉得是一个公正、公平、公开的知情权，不是偷偷摸摸。
Okay, this is a fair, this is a transparent, this is justice, not just hiding and secretly handle things.
刚刚你们介绍的项目里面说，你们是有建20个单亲那个单元，帮助那个 single mom 还有孩子，你们还有370几个那个可合法性的、流动性的那个项目，完全没有解释这个370多个是怎么来的，是帮助一些什么人。
Okay, you emphasize that 20 units, you are helping the single mom and the children, but you mumbled not clearly explain the other 370 units, what those units used for.
你们说的太含糊了，我觉得你们有蒙混过关的嫌疑。
You guys talk very vaguely and not clearly, and you just want to pass through the public.
我有2个孩子。
I have 2 children.
我不想我每一天送他们去上学都是提心吊胆的，每一天跟朋友出去吃饭或者是上个家都回来，我一看这时间，我要够时间回家了，我不想那么晚，因为我每一天回家的路上都是不安全的。
I have 2 children. I don't want to worry every day when they were walking on the street or when we have a meal outside. We worry that on the way home, walking on the street, we have all those fear.
还有，我不想每一个星期天或者是 holiday， 我不能跟小朋友跟我的孩子去玩，去公园玩，因为每一天我出去都要担心受怕，回来那个时候被别人这个抢劫或者是那个攻击。 每一天还要跟他们解释为什么妈妈，为什么我们附近那么多人这个不穿衣服到处跑到处走，为什么每一天回来都是见到那么人在吸烟吸毒，闻着不好的味道，这是什么味道？我不知道怎么跟他们解释。
Okay, and I don't want every Sunday or every holiday when I take the kids to the park and we worry that we may be attacked or robbed. And when the kids ask why there's so many people not wearing their clothes, why so many people taking drugs and smoke and running around and with all those smells on the street, how to explain and answer their questions when kids asked.
刚刚我很留意里面说，你们的管理多么完善，多么好。我想问一下，晚上他们万一不回去，他们会去哪里？
Okay, well, you advocate that how great the management is. I was wondering if at night they don't come back to their unit, what's going to happen?
如果他们不回去，会去哪里呢？是不是在附近的居民那里游荡，对我们的安全造成一定的影响？
If they choose not go back to their unit, where are they going to be? Of course, near the neighborhood, in the community, and cause the risk and danger. to the community.
你们现在是多么保证，是说，哎呀，我们的管理多么多么好，是怎么样，一定是安全。如果是不安全，我们的安全受到威胁，出了什么事情，我们是该找谁去？我们Rosemead连一个像样的警察局，不要说像样警察局，基本上连警察局都是用 CT 的，没有医院，我们的安全谁来保证？
Who can guarantee?
钱是不是就你们盖在做上面每一人的家里去？
Okay.
红山里面。
Who can guarantee the safety of the residents? If something does happen, who can we go to? The Rosemead city don't even have a real police. We use Temple City's police. We don't even have a city hospital. If all this happens, where do we go? Do we need to go to your house and ask for help?
还有就是说，你们说晚上不能哦，就是说晚上必须回去修建。那些单亲妈妈或者是说是游民吧啊，如果他们不回去，那么是不是在附近游荡？
You have about 45
You
seconds
said
left.
that they have a curfew, but if they don't, single mom and the homeless, if they don't go back, where are they gonna go when they're in the community?
还有我就说一个事情吧，我一个朋友也是single mom，也去了这个游民所，但是他们几乎每一天都不回去，就算回去，大家注意听啊，就算回去，他每一天都带着不同的男朋友回去，谁来保证？
Okay, I have a friend who joined this program, and she claimed that she never go back to her unit. If she does go, she brings different boyfriends every night to go back.
而且他们的管理人员完全不知道，就算知道了也不会管，那个责任是谁算？
The manager of the unit, they don't even care. If they do see, they don't even care either. And if something happens, whose responsibility it would be?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
谢谢你的评论。
好，谢谢大家。
Matt Kratman, yes. Do you need translating services?
No, I don't.
Okay. I just want to be fair to everybody. Begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. I encourage the city council to immediately approve the Maryvale project for the library building on campus. This is an existing building that has been lying idle on the Maryvale campus, awaiting an.
Hold on 1 second, sir. I'm going to ask everyone, please show decorum. Let everyone speak. Go ahead and begin.
This is an existing building that has been lying idle on the Maryvale campus, awaiting an interior kitchen and bathroom remodel following COVID. The project should have been approved over the counter as a simple kitchen and bathroom remodel. If it had been, this project would be complete already and serving single mothers and their young children in need of some kindness and support for a few months, as the current Seton House project already does. Maryvale has had a residential housing program since the campus was built in 1953, before there was a Rosemead. This building has been used for residential housing, and the Maryvale campus and mission have always been family-oriented, including an early child education center in line with its foundational Catholic values. There's even a church and a convent on site, both used. Unfortunately, some people in the community have portrayed this project as a homeless encampment where the homeless will run amok through the neighborhood. It is not. I don't know why these people are compelled to lie, yet they do lie. I invite the opposition to look at the occupancy sign in this room that says occupancy 400 people. Yet 400 people could not live in this room. There's only one bathroom and there's no kitchen. So the 400 has nothing to do with the entitlement. One visit to the campus would change their minds. It's a park-like setting with beautiful red brick buildings spread out on almost 13 acres, where Easter egg hunts and other family events have taken place over many years, since 1953, where many of us weren't even here, me included. There's a school for young children and a pool where they learn how to swim. There's room to play. It's a beautiful campus, certainly the most beautiful campus in Rosemead. I encourage people to visit and donate to Maryvale to support their work in caring for the community. It's not a homeless encampment. It's a secure campus with the compassion, skills, and resources to serve those who need a little help at this particular point in their lives. Young mothers with their young children. Within a few months, these moms will receive the
About 30
life
seconds
skills,
left.
training, and support needed to put them back on their feet so that they can move on to independent living with their family intact. Family is the mission. I again encourage the city to approve the project immediately. Maryvale is the best thing going in Rosemead.
Thank you. Next up, Matthew Way. Matthew, come on up, Matthew. Do you need translation services, Matthew? No? Okay. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening, honored mayor, city council member, translator, and everybody. Thank you for having me. And it's already almost 1 o'clock, and we spent 6 hours here. I want to introduce myself. My name is Matthew, and I had been working at a psychiatric emergency room, and I work in the jail. So I deal with homeless, and I deal with all those unhoused people and people who are unfortunately on the street. I deal with them on a daily basis. I put them on psychiatric hold. I talk to them. I evaluate them. So I can confidently say I'm an expert for those people who are unfortunately who are unhoused. So earlier, many people saying that people in the community are misinformed because somebody said this is not a homeless project. But there's a lady earlier saying she's from the homeless subcommittee, and she's in touch with the city hall for the past 3 months, past 1 year. So if it's not a homeless project, then why it's she's from homeless subcommittee and getting contact with you guys for the past 3 months or over 1 year? And there's people keep getting at is, oh, you guys are stupid, you guys are misinformed or misguided. But from my personal experience, I'm an expert here in the unhoused people. For the people with unhoused, half of them, 50% they are like has mental health problem, and their kids normally are traumatized, and also many of them they need a DCFS involvement. So the child protection agency many times has to be involved. Social worker, case worker, child psychiatrist, and also there needs to be therapist to talk to the children, talk to the single mother. So in the past 5 years, California spent $24 billion on the unhoused people. On average, each person is $50,000. So 20 single mother.
30 seconds left.
That's $1 million. You guys only have 1 million federal fund. You guys don't have enough money. If you guys don't have enough money, you're doing a disservice for the single mother. You are causing harm to them instead of doing them a favor. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Matthew. Next up, Stephanie G. Stephanie, do you need translating services? No, you can speak English? Okay, you have 3 minutes. Begin when ready.
Hi, everybody. My name is Stephanie Gee. I'm a widow. The same thing. I'm a single mom. Yeah, when I married and I was pregnant and my baby just born and my husband got aneurysm and then he passed away. At the time, I have this, a mental problem. I depressed. Luckily, I know church friend and they bring me to church. And I live in San Gabriel now, but at the time, 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, luckily, I have my baby's godmom. She living in Rosemead. So she helped me babysit my son, and then I can go to school and and graduate and find a good job. And the same thing, I am here not opposed those single mom babies. I am with them. When life sometimes good and bad, and I really not here to oppose them. I just want to say, if that program is set like exactly what they mentioned in this paper, we don't say no. But I just saw that it said Hope Housing. Hope Housing is regarding homeless. So that's my concern about it. And also for my own experience, for those single mom, don't give up. Just try your best, raise up your kid. And like me, I raised up my kid by myself. And then he go to UC Berkeley, and then now he's a lawyer. So be sure I'm going to give the paper to him and let him read through and monitor every terms here. And my concern is that when I visit my son in Berkeley, if your son go to Berkeley, there's a small park. There's a lot of mental problem, homeless people over there. Every time I go there, my car was broke because, those bad people. Every time I go out visit my son, the window was broke. And also, the safety concern is make me here. I worry about our safety and our children in this area, especially the location around the area. There's so many kindergarten or school.
30
preschool.
seconds.
Okay, so I'm here, I concern our safety. So if the term, it doesn't match here in the future, I want you guys response for it. I want you guys respond for it. I really keep this paper. Want my son keep document it. So if in the future it doesn't match what you said here, I'm going to show you guys. Sure. 100% sure.
Ma'am, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Kathy V. Kathy. Last call for Kathy. Martin Hogwin.
Good morning or good evening.
In both, right? Martin, do you need translating service?
Well, about the translating part of it is I noticed that you only give you say it's for yourselves. If someone speaks another language, for your convenience, correct? But yet a majority of these people, we speak English.
Sir, I just simple question. Do you need translating service?
I would like another language, but you guys won't do it. So I guess not.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Do I answer that okay?
Go ahead and begin.
I love this country because it offers us the freedom of speech, as we all display here. But what it doesn't offer is taking that speech and taking it and making it a lie. It has protections against it. When we say something that's not true, you can be penalized for it. Now, I'm going to ask a question that somebody asked a little bit earlier. How many people here have been, including the Maryvale people, how many people have been in Maryvale, including you? Any of you been in Maryvale?
Sir, I understand you want, this is not an interactive.
No, but earlier somebody asked the question, they raised their signs, remember that? And I think I should be afforded the same thing. I'm asking a question and I'm asking you as well. Have you been to Maryvale? I mean, I don't think that's such an out of the place thing. None of you have, huh? Well,
yeah, I heard my colleagues to not interact.
Okay.
It's not a time in which they are interacting with the public. So, sir, go ahead and ask your questions.
Well, okay. All right. So you're being hostile to her to answer the question. I mean, it's a simple question. The reason I say this is because I think that when you go there, you can see what Maryvale offers. Hearing obviously these people and this and that is just hearsay. It's not really fact. Fact is what you go there and see. You want to put up signs saying that there's whatever, you should go there and see it. If it's not there, then it's not true. It's really that simple. I don't see why such an emotional group has come here and this has been such a big thing, because isn't it that simple, really? To go and find out the facts yourselves, but yet only one person has been there. And I find that kind of odd. You're going to be judging on something. Yes, ma'am. You've been there too?
Again, I'm going to ask the council not interact with the public.
Then pretend I'm invisible, okay? And then I didn't ask you any question. I think that's unfair. Let it be on the record that I think that's unfair. I mean, I'm talking to you as a human being and, whatever. It's a simple question, but anyway, since you don't want me to talk to you or whatever, I think that all of us that seem to not want to vote for should be able to go down there first and look at it. I mean, it's like riding a horse, teaching somebody to ride a horse and you never rode the horse. You got to go and ride the horse. And I think a lot of people's emotions here is improperly put, because I bet you probably hardly any of these people with science have ever been to Maryvale. And if you go there, you'll find it quite nice. and people that
About
need.
30 seconds left, sir.
What's that?
About 30 seconds left.
Oh, okay, now he'll talk to me. Now you talk to me, okay. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna end this. Invite you guys down there, but of course, tonight you vote, maybe you delay it, but I invite you down there, I invite all these people down there, and if you want to go down there, come on down. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Chase Sornoso. Chase will be followed by Nancy and Catalina. So please come on up and be ready for that. And then after that will be Jesse Wu. Chase, do you need translating services?
No.
No? Go and begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor. I want to applaud you guys.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Ask for decorum in the room so the speaker can speak. Go on and continue.
I want to applaud you all for your incredible patience and dedication and sacrifice of time for listening to all us here today. As a lifelong Rosemead citizen and a father, I want to first apologize to all the Maryvale workers, representatives, and residents. Let them know that there are many citizens in the city of Rosemead who welcome their presence and support their mission here. Council, I hope you take into account the decades of successful charitable service for Maryvale in our city. Maryvale's history will show you that there should be no cause for concern. Maryvale has already been successful with these programs without any previous cause for concern. And many people prior to this issue coming up had no idea of its existence or function prior. So again, no real cause for concern in the decades of service. As a city, we have a chance to help more mothers and children who face housing insecurity. To deny this straightforward renovation project would be to directly deny mothers and children a home and a chance at improving their already difficult situation. As elected leaders of Rosemead, make your decision based on the facts and reports that have been presented. Set the precedent for any future leaders that no matter how loud the adversaries, decisions for our city will not be influenced by misinformed concerns. Maryvale has been more than transparent in showing its renovation and program plans. Rosemead in the past and present has proudly called itself a business-friendly city. So I would hope the council would let Maryvale continue its charitable business and let Rosemead be known in the future as a charitable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. We have Nancy Quach, followed by Catalina, followed by Jesse Wu, followed by Tai Lam. Nancy, do you need translating services?
No, thank you.
Go and begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, dear council member, mayors, I just want the council please acknowledge why we are here, the resident. We are here to protest the approval of legalized and intensify land use. So what it is, and also we understand the difference between occupancy and occupant. Occupancy is like the people around here, so we're not, we know what the definition is. So please do not tell us we keep misinformation because only a few might be misinformation, but not everybody does. And I also acknowledge that only one person at the Maryvale is telling the truth. The second gentleman said that, let's see, he said that he want to give us flexibility. So then we look at the very first paragraph of the October 8th. I think the lady mentioned it. They want to legalize and intensify land use. And then the gentleman also mentioned something about give us a chance, a flexibility, yeah, to give us, quote unquote, give us flexibility, meaning whatever grant available out there, if the proposition AA pass, I think it's AAA pass, then that's a special grant that make it easier for all the city getting homeless shelter or whatever, consider that part. So I think that's a deeper meaning because they put at the very first paragraph at legalized and intensive use of land. I think that paragraph should be scratched. This is, to me, it's like writing a blank check from the city. Rosemead are not that dumb. We don't write a blank check to anybody. And this is considered a blank check. I don't mind, putting the, your unit for the, the woman, children, whatever.
But I think that's deeper than that because especially you look at the 13.67 acre land use. What do you think? I even go online and ask them, what do you plan to use on the land in the future? Are you gonna build and plus 11 building? What are you gonna do with those 9, 8, 11, 10 building left over? So every year we're gonna come back and ask, request for more? You know?
30 seconds left.
Okay, also one more thing. On the tax, I do some study. Maryvale owner is not Maryvale, it's called asylum. It's called something orphanage asylum. And the tax in 97, they pay 2021, they pay $97,000 in tax a year. Now 2022, 98,899. But 2023, they only pay 30,515. What happened to the tax, negative tax? The resident gonna
Thank
pay
you very
more?
much. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Catalina. Catalina, do you need translating services? Catalina, do you need translating services?
No.
No? Okay. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, all councilmen and the mayor here. Okay. Yeah. This Maryvale project is being opened with no input from the community and overriding our rights as neighbors, homeowners, and our own families and children. We are afraid the Maryvale will have negative impact in our public safety and public health. Maryvale and the city have provided the local community and neighbors little and no time for our input, our concerns for safety and health, and our wishes. They are simply trying to force their brand of politics on the people over any of our local concerns and objections. This is Sacramento and big corporate nonprofit forcing their plans on our local communities. Both Maryvale and city plans for the shelter are flawed and illegal. Don't underestimate Maryvale and the city think the local community is unorganized to fight them, that we cannot understand how they plan to operate and expand the shelter, that we don't understand the social and economic impact that bringing the unhoused into our communities are. We know our health, especially among of our old elderly and our children, will negative impact, that local crime will raise, that not only will our homes be worth value less next to the shelter, but our tax burden will grow, as we will need to pay more police and security to stay and live in Rosemead City. Okay. So no vote to AA bills and no for Judy too. Okay, so please respect our 20,000 residents. Here's a signature, and please, the city council should apologize to the resident here for misleading informations. Also, why the Maryvale not to do the shelter at San Bernardino City, where over there is like more land and more like good school too. Why they have to be in our lovely city over there? That will be much, much better than here. Since we have 20,000 signatures and support this program, please, not
30 seconds left.
program. Please let our community and our resident here be happy with this project. Please drop and cancel this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jesse Wu, followed by Tai Lam, followed by Sarah Kwong, followed by Bill from Fairway.
I need a translation.
You need translator which language? Guangdonghua, okay. Who's on my list? Madam Translator, let me know when you're ready.
Oh, you're ready.
Okay.
Hello，大家好，我係 Jessie Wu，
Hi, everybody. My name is Jessie Wu.
我係 Rosemead 嘅居民。
So I'm a resident in Rosemead.
我就想講第一個問題咧，就係點解洛杉磯學院嘅學生去附近佢哋係東立 東洛杉磯學院嘅學生，點解佢唔住喺東洛杉磯嘅附近？點解要住過嚟我哋 Rosemead 咧？
So I want to say something. The first is in the presentation, the speaker mentions, the student from like East Los Angeles College. So why those students don't live in the campus of East Los Angeles College and they want to live in a homeless shelter?
咁樣唔需要額外付佢哋啲費用，例如啲交通費用啦，同埋啲工具咧，可以節省我哋納稅人啲錢，唔使嘥晒我哋納稅人啲錢。
So if the student choose to live in or is able to live in East Los Angeles College campus, and you save a lot of money on transportation
同
and
埋
save a lot of money save a lot of money on taxes.
同埋咧，佢哋都唔需要浪費咁多時間跑嚟 Rosemead 住。
Also, they don't need to waste time or spend time on commute every day. So they don't need to commute between the campus and the shelter.
係第二個問題咧，就係你哋就唔好利用啲細路仔同嗰啲咩精神有問題嘅人啊住埋一齊。唔通窮人嘅細路仔就應該同啲有問題嘅細路啲人住
So
埋一齊
also
咧？
don't use the children and the people with mental health as a front.
咁樣你哋咁樣做嘢唔啱嘅啫。
No, that's not the right way to do it.
同埋咧，第三個問題咧就係美國咧，好似你哋做議員又好，做市長好，唔係通過我哋啲市民去投票，去攞得公平嘅結果嘅咩？
So mayor, council members, and you are the elected officials.
咁我哋頭先現場好多人都反對呢個 project， 點解你哋要拖到依家一點鐘啦？係咪？都冇結果，我都唔知做乜嘢。
So you sitting here because the vote by the voters. So why we have to spend so many hours sitting here and you hear all those like opinions and responses from the voters, from our residents? Why you still doesn't make the right decision?
OK， 講完啦，多
So
謝晒。
that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tai Lam. Tai Lam, last call for Tai Lam. Sarah Kwong will be followed by Bill, followed by Linda Lin, followed by Kai Yang. Sarah, do you need translating services?
No, thank you.
No? Okay. Go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everybody. I've been here today. There's two reasons for me to come here today. Number one, I got a phone call for a customer about 4 weeks ago. He has been someone in my book for more than 40 years. I've been in business about 20 years. He never ever saw up to my agency, but he made a phone call specifically to my office, make a specific request for me to call him back. And then the right next day, he also showed up in my office with his sister. They telling me the project about the Maryvale project. They said they have been living there for so long, 30, 40 years. He's about 76 or 78 years old. So they raised me the question about the project. So that customer can say, oh, okay, I never know about that. And they say they live 2 blocks away from the location, but they never get any notice. And the city already approved it for the first time. So they get so scared. So request me have to show up at the October 8th meeting. So that's why I show up. And that day there's a lot of people and a lot of people complain they did not got the notice. And so therefore they've been postponed. That's why I show up here today. The second reason I show up here and it's because in my office, just 1 block away, just 1 traffic light away, every week, about 2 to 3 times, there's unhoused people is going to visit my office, the building, go inside the building, even knock at the door when we are in business. During business hour, we would be bothered. They ask for hand sanitizer, they grab the candy, they throw things on the floor, on the lobby inside in our office. 2 weeks ago, we even need to call the police for help because one of the hobos bring a knife to the 2nd floor. And we are on the 1st floor. Once we get to know it, we have to call the police and lock up in our office for more than an hour. That is something we kind of, nothing related with single moms, with people who is in need of help housing, but that is what we scare of, the safety in our community. The next portion is about my questions for the project. I am so happy that people are helping, trying to help the people in need. But I have 2 questions for this project. Number one is this project is only provide temporary housing for 6 to 9 months. So my question would be, after 6 to 9 months, what if the people is not ready to move out. They're not ready to stand on their own 2 feet. What's going to happen to them? Are we going to see more people on
30
the street?
seconds left.
The next question would be, the project says they have the flexibility, depends on funding. So the question would be, what is the funding ends? And what is the flexibility means? 20 units, 200 units? And if we pass the project today, does next month it's going to have another project comes up as ask for 200 units or 400 units? So thank you. That is my concern today.
Thank you. Bill? Okay. Before you speak, Bill, give me 1 second, just for the council and the audience's knowledge. We have 5 more speakers here physically. I just asked our city clerk, we have about 5 people on Zoom. I'm going to ask that those who are on Zoom, if you want to make public comments, to go ahead and message the city clerk separately on Zoom so that she is tracking that of those 5 people. Okay? Bill, do you need translating services? Which language?
Mandarin.
Huayi, okay. That's Mandarin. Come on up. You will get 6 minutes. Mr. Translator, let me know when you are ready. And Bill, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Is it Bill Howe?
Yeah, Bill Howe.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bill Howe. Thank you. Just for the record.
好的。
Can we get the translator another microphone, please? Thank you.
Okay. 晚上好。刚刚在 Maryvale 秀的那个 PPT 上面，它有一个叫 Hope Housing。
Good evening. When giving the presentation, the PowerPoint, they mentioned about the Hope Housing.
对，这个我刚在网上查了，这个
I checked it online.
这个项目就是给 homeless 申请的。
This is actually for homeless applicants.
它的选项有成人、
Adult,
妈妈，
mom,
然后对药物有依赖的人。
and those who rely on substance.
对，但是你们只提到了妈妈来粉饰你们的谎言。
And you guys only mention about mom to disguise about your lie.
10年前有一项法案叫《校园和社区安全法案》。
Okay, 10 years ago, there is a law called Campus and Safety Act.
这就是臭名昭著的47号提案。
This is this is the proposal 47 that is make nothing good.
这项提案用它好的名称骗了所有选民。
This proposal use very good words and lied to all the voters.
让加州这10年来治安越变越差。
And make California's public safety is getting worse and worse year by year.
现在你们要用同样的方式来骗我们吗？
Are you using the same way to lie to us?
还有就是我们说帮助别人当然是好的，
And of course, helping others is always a good thing.
但是是要在自己的能力范围以内。
However, this has to be under one's capacity.
刚刚那些支持这个项目的人，
Those who support this program,
然后问 City Council 各位说，你要是不帮助他们，你们良心会过得去吗？
and they ask you if you don't support them, will you be passed to yourself, consciously speaking?
他们这不是道德绑架吗？
This is like robbing your morality.
他们既然这么想帮助，为什么刚刚至少有20人？
Since they really want to help in at least 20 of them.
每人领一个回家，他们自己帮助，问题不就解决了吗？
And they can just take one of them home and they can resolve the issue.
对，圣母和圣母婊是有区别的。
什么？
圣母和圣母婊是有区别的。I don't know how to translate that. I said.
Okay, well, he says something about
就是自己帮助别人和命令别人帮助别人是有区别的。
You help others and you ask someone to help others, that's different.
就是他们都是骗子。
They're all liars. 好了吗？ Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Linda Lin. Linda's followed by Kai Hong Yang, followed by Jian Lu, followed by Vilia Navarro. It's like, Linda, you need translating services. 国语 Okay.
普通话哈，讲一句到两句
Okay.
停啊。
Mr. Translator, just let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
早上好。
Good morning.
Good.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, you need to ask her to move her mic.
Okay,
Move the
give me
mic
one
closer.
second. Can you? Yes.
好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you.
今天呢，你们几位坐在这里的呢，都是 Rosemead 的那个叫什么市政府，就是什么梅啊，什么 council，我也不知道这叫什么名字，
Okay.
反正都是政府官员了。
I don't know about your exact title, maybe mayor, maybe city council, but at least a city officer of Rosemead.
那你们当选的责任是为当地的老百姓服务，
好。
使他们有更好的生活，使得城市建设的更美好。
When you voted on your position, that you supposed to take care of your residents to improve their life of quality and make the city more beautiful.
今天来的所有这里的，我刚才看见讲话的，差不多英文都不是太好，但是他们
those-
还有很多是什么 single mother user，就是说都不是很容易过来的。
And those I observed who gave a speech, their English is not good and they are single mom. They stand here is not easy.
那么我刚到美国时候呢，有人就跟我讲一句话，我觉得很有道理。
When when I came to the US for the first time, someone told me, and I think it's very meaningful to me.
在美国没有穷人，只有懒人，
In America, there's no poor people. There's only have lazy people
因为这个国家制度太好了。
because the policy in this country is so good.
你要变成穷人的话，除非 disability 的这个不管，除非你是躺倒不干。
Okay. Well, it's hard to become a poor people. I mean, except you have disability or you just want to lay down without doing anything.
我们自己走过来的经历，移民到这个国家都走过这个过程。这个国家实在制度是棒。
We have walked through the immigration. We have witnessed the greatness of this country through the process.
我刚才看到有些上来讲什么什么 single 母亲的，又是什么什么，我看有好几个人的脸是 professional 的这种脸，是职业妇女。 不是一般性的，比起这边来说，他们受教育程度高多了，英文也讲得好多了。
For those who I just observed that they claim that they're single mother, but they are professional women, and the English level is better than most of us sitting here.
怎么会弄到有脑子有问题，或者是说不能 handle 自己的生活还要住这种什么那个6个月什么都没有固定住处的，这怎么一回事？
Okay, and those who have mental health cannot handle their life, needs to have 6 months support. How can they end up into that situation?
我记得在纽森州长上来以前 ，Brown 州长是留了钱，加州是有盈余的钱的。 但是到今天，加州已经债台高筑到不得了，就是说纽森是非常会用钱的。
Okay, I remember when Newsom came to the stage, Braun left a lot of money to him, and California has a lot of money, but Newsom knows how to spend money and make California has huge amounts of deficit.
钱用的越多，问题越多。
The more money you spend, the more problem you will create.
现在吸毒也合法了，那个什么偷啊抢那个950块以下都没问题了。然后又是什么变性了，又是什么双性人了，又是反正就是赌博啦、吸毒了，什么都合法了。
Right now in this state, taking drugs is legalized. And stealing less than 950 is also legalized. transgender is also legalized. Is all those bad things become lawful now?
所以今天有这个社会问题，我希望各位当领导的要想一想，是不是政府的方向错了？
The problem in our society, I hope that the officers sitting here and have a reflection that is the direction of our city is wrong.
你把这边境开放了，你全世界没有那个就是什么单亲的什么小孩都弄过来，你美国能受得了吗？
You open the border widely and welcome all those singles, children. Can you afford to take and handle all those situations?
通过今天晚上这个会议，我希望你们能够向纽森去反映，已经加州被他弄得一塌糊涂了。
Okay.
One more minute.
And I hope that through this meeting, and you can report it to Newsom that there's such a mess in California that under his administration.
摸摸你们的良心，怎么做这个政府的？
Okay, touch your heart and ask yourself, how can you govern the city?
你要做好治理 Rosemead 的工作是你们的主要责任，照顾外来的什么 homeless 什么那个不是主要的。
Okay, well manage this city is your primary job and is your priority. And welcome all those homeless and the foreigners is your side job, not your focus.
然后建这个 project 不是唯一的方法。 Ben Carson 每个人都知道，他是很有名的外科医生。他小时候穷到什么，他也是单亲妈妈。人家怎么就能做得那么好？为什么有的人就
Your time has elapsed. Go ahead and translate the final part and let her know time.
Okay, and he's given an example of Ben Carson. He's a very famous surgeon, and he also grew up in a single mom. How can he become a successful surgeon while others cannot?
Thank you for your time. Next up, we have Jian Lu. Jian Lu. Jian Lu will be followed by Vilia Navarro. Guangdonghua. Jian Lu. Okay. Guangdonghua, Cantonese. Followed by Vilia Navarro. Vilia is the last in-person speaker that we have this evening. So you know, Vilia will be the last speaker that we have. Jen, since you're using translating services, you will have 6 minutes. Give me 1 second, Madam Translator.
你好啊，
第一陣，唔該。
Testing.
可以啦。
市長、議員們你好。
Honorable Mayor, Council members.
而家咧，而家成點幾鐘啦？
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
我嚟美國35年，
So I've been in United States for 35 years.
我估咧全美國只有Rosemead City 能夠聽證會開到今時今日。
So I assume Rosemead is the only city who has its council meeting till 1 o'clock in the morning.
所以咧嗱，但係有一樣嘢喎，呢度係冇收錢嘅喎，呢邊係自發性嘅。
So one thing you have to note it is all those are volunteers. They don't take money to be here.
呢邊咧係Rosemead聖基苗灣嘅居民。
So they are all the residents in San Gabriel Valley in Rosemead City.
但係呢一邊咧，我唔清楚。
So but on the other side, I don't know who they are.
嗱，呢啲就係人心啦。
So that is the public opinion.
咁可唔可以打個問號喺度 ？Why？
So can you put a big question mark? Why?
但係呢度仲有一樣喎，全部係成年人嚟嘅喎。
So on this side, they're all adults.
有啲可以做得我父母，有啲我哋同輩人。
You know, some of them can be old enough, is old enough to be my parents.
仲有一樣嘢，佢哋好多時從朝頭早到依家成12點鐘，聽日仲要上班，佢點解能夠堅持到今時到而家嘅時間都唔離開？
So and another thing is they have been here for more than 5 hours and up until midnight. So the next day in the morning they need to get up and go to work. So but why they stay till now?
係唔係為咗佢真正佢哋呢班居民嚟咗呢度咁長時間，佢一輩子嘅心血都喺聖基苗灣呢Rosemead呢一度。
So they're just here to speaking the truth and from the bottom of the hearts, and because they have lived here in the Rosemead City for the entire life.
咁講實，憑良心咁句，你哋市員，你係市長，你哋嘅根 都喺Rosemead。
So asking for your consciousness, and then your roots is here in Rosemead City.
咁你哋真正你今次呢鋪嗱呢個計劃，我唔理佢好與壞。
So think about it, think it through. So this proposed project, I don't care if it's good or bad.
因為我哋係一屆市民，我哋諗唔到佢個深層次嘅計劃係邊一方面。
So as like a common, a regular joke, and we don't think that deep, how that it will affect our lives, and then we don't go that deeper.
自從佢哋前一次聽證之後，佢哋全部發行嘅全居民做義工，申請要5萬人做簽名。
So after the last public hearings, the council meeting, so more than 50,000 people just want to sign up to be a volunteer, collecting signatures on the petition.
我嚟美國35年，
So I have been here in United States for more than 35 years.
我第一次聽見亞裔聖基苗灣呢咁少個圈子，能夠發動到咁大規模嘅自發性行為。
So I live in this like small community in San Gabriel Valley. That is like a small Asian communities here. So this is the first time I heard about this. They all just like volunteer to participate in this like political activities.
咁你講老實嗰句，佢哋為乜啦？
So think about it. Why they do that? Why they do that? Right?
佢都係為咗自己個未來或者細到下一輩。
So they are doing
佢之前嘅理想，唔想俾外來嘅因素打破。
So they are
冒呢個風險。
So they are doing this for their children, for the next generations. They just for their American dream.
咁我就望真正嘅議員們或者係市長們，從呢一個角度考慮。
Please, I ask you, council members and the mayor, think about it.
係咪啊？因為點解咧？錢銀今次蝕咗可以呢個，但係我哋個居住環境，如果一鋪過玩殘咗之後，攞唔翻㗎。
So think about it. Think it through. We consider the proposed projects. If we suffer like a financial losses, we can recover. But if our community got destroyed, it's really hard for our community and the residents to be recovered
我
from
就
that.
可以講到我自己嘅親身經歷先。
I also share my own experience with you.
我嚟呢度就兩公婆過嚟，我係非法過嚟嘅。
So I came to the United States with my wife as a illegal immigrant.
聖基苗灣呢係我個好大嘅基石，俾個平台我想。
So San Gabriel Valley is like a big platform for us.
我第一年有第二個女，
One more minute.
So first year here, I had my first child.
我經兩第二年我有個第二個女，第二個仔。
The following year, I had my second child, a son.
我第三年搞掂身份啦。
So the third year, I got a legal status.
我都係靠雙手，靠自己嘅能力。
I work hard to build the life I have now.
所以我哋實際上今次呢個計劃好，我好贊成，但係未知數，大家呢班居民係冇辦法攞到佢真實性，所以佢哋驚今次有咩差錯，對唔住佢嘅未來同佢。
So that is a wonderful presentation. That's like a wonderful project. The applicant described. But the thing is, we don't know the truth behind that. We don't know the truth about this project. Our residents demand for further details.
我就望你咁多位議員、市長們深思熟慮嘅。
So I'm begging you, we consider the proposed projects.
多謝。
Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker in public, before we move on to Zoom, we have Vilia Navarro. Vilia, do you need translating services? You do?
I need to go home and go to bed.
No, I think Bilia's joking. Bilia's joking. Go ahead, Vilia, whenever you're ready.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on 1 second, Vilia.
Council members, my name is Aurelia Navarro. My concern is that the people.
Mr. Mayor,
is
I'm
trans-
just gonna speak into the mic so we can hear a little better.
There, speak closer to the microphone, Vilia. We can't hear you. For the first time in our lives, we can't hear you, so speak.
Wow.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, my concern is that the people who live in housing suffer from addiction to drugs, alcohol, come from a history of domestic violence, have criminal records, and have mental health issues. I worry about the safety of my community. If Maryvale plan is approved, will Maryvale have a contract with the city outlining in detail exactly how they're going to utilize the space? will Maryvale assure the city that only women and children will live on the property and never expand to house men or build temporary homes? Will there be a curfew for the women living in the facility and not allowing to bring their past problems to the city? Will we be assured that their significant other will not have access to the children and women living in the property, thus giving ample opportunity to these men to case our community, maybe to rob from us? If Maryvale plans are approved, hopefully they will be held to a high standard to keep our community safe for all by not allowing the residents to cause problems. I thank you for your time and have a good night's rest or good morning's rest, because I'm gonna go home and go to bed.
Thank you, Vilia. At this point, this concludes all public comments that's here in person. I know we have Zoom speakers. We have 3 on Zoom, but is it Laura or Lauren?
Lauren, I believe.
Okay, Lauren Dominguez, is that who it is?
Yes.
Okay, Lauren Dominguez, do you need translating services?
No.
No? Okay, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay. Thank you. My family has been a resident of Rosemead for over 50 years, since the 1970s. We are strong Catholics and believe in giving back and helping others. We have even supported many events by the Daughters of Charity, which Maryvale will and is working with. Our main concern and comment here is to not stop supporting mothers and families in need, but to ask that before moving forward, that the city plans for stronger security and safety measures, and that these measures are transparent and disclosed to the community. We would love for the city to take precaution, especially as we are presently dealing with issues stemming from nearby shelters, such as Friendly Inn at the corner of Graves and San Gabriel, just down the street from Maryvale. We have seen Rosemead safety deteriorate dramatically in most recent years, with the city hotels and inns housing homeless and large developments like Walmart in neighborhoods that should be residential. As others have stated, Rosemead does not have its own designated police department despite crimes rising. Right now, we rely on Temple City to support us. My family has personally experienced a high number of crimes in our area, including gun violence, car break-ins, stolen mail, and attempted home invasion. And all we are told is that there isn't much that can be done aside from reporting the issue. The police department we rely on is great, but they are impacted and have limited bandwidth. If the city wants to move forward, we ask that the city creates concrete plans and make it transparent, as it will support us to proactively prevent crimes, as well as keep the women and children safe that are housed in Maryvale. We are concerned that once word gets out that vulnerable families are housed there, it could attract more bad actors to take advantage of their situation, especially as Maryvale is less than a mile away from Friendly Inn that houses homeless already and has crimes regularly night and day. We want the city to seriously consider this and take preventative measures to cut down on the crimes rising in Rosemead. The proposal currently states that there will be only a minimum of 1 security guard at night and 24-hour surveillance. Those safety measures are not enough given the current crimes that are rising and exist in the area. We would like for the city to take another serious look again how they approach this and disclose new plans to the public to put us at ease, which seems to be the main concern for most of the residents here, regardless of misinformation. At the very least, we ask that police regularly patrol the area, especially at night, and that there is a higher security staff minimum given how large the campus is. We also request that the new security measures are financed by organizations running Maryvale's programs, since there will be some funds and will not be an additional
30
increase
seconds
in
left.
taxes. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Lauren. Philip is next. What's Philip's last name by chance?
There was no last name.
His last name, Philip, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Hold on,
morning,
Philip.
Mayor,
Hold
and-
on. Oh, Philip, hold on 1 minute. Do you need translating services?
I'm okay, yes.
Okay, go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor and the entire city council member. My name is Philip Ng. I live in Rosemead for nearly 20 years already. I am a federal government employee, and I call Rosemead as my home of retirement. And I am a person on wheelchair, and as you know, I'm also one of the most vulnerable member in the community. And Maryvale project is very close to my home. I live on Newmarket near Garvey, and which is just about one mile away. For me, since I'm also a senior person, I'm retiring in my own home. I feel very insecure to have this homeless shelter place near my home. Secondly, I'm also very concerned that because of this project, it will also drive down the housing prices in this area. And I rely upon my own house to live the rest of my life. Therefore, I'm calling mayor and the rest of the city council members to vote on the project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Philip. Last speaker for tonight will be Eric T. Eric, are you there? Eric, are you still there? If you are, you might be on mute.
Hello?
Hello, Eric. Do you need translating
Hi.
services?
No, I do
Hi,
not.
Eric. Do you need translate? You do not? Okay. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, so my name is Eric Tran, and I am a citizen of Rosemead. I'm currently 19 years old. I'd first like to thank our city council members for hearing out every citizen's voice going into even midnight. So I will speak frankly and cut to the chase. Many of the people in this room are misinformed and have been fear-mongered into standing against an issue that has been blown way out of proportion, I would seem. There is evidence that Maryvale is efficient and effective in doing its job and helping out the unhoused individuals who are the beneficiaries of this organization. The demographics of the Maryvale residents are not the main perpetrators of crime, and you would be hard-pressed to find children and single mothers committing crime, much even less violent crime. Many Maryvale residents go on to seek and obtain employment and transition to stable housing for themselves. So thus, the question is raised. How can we claim to be developed societies when we frown upon giving aid and helping the most vulnerable members of our population? Esteemed city council members, please consider supporting the proposed project so that investments can be made into our community and that the community can grow as a whole. Thank you all very much for your time, and please take care.
Thank you, Eric. This now concludes the public comment portion of the public hearing. I will now close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Colleagues, before we deliberate, is there a need for a break? I know it's late. I'm just asking. No? No? Yeah, Mr. Dang needs a break? Okay. We will give Mr. Dang 5 minutes. Is that enough? We will reconvene here at 1:40.
Make sure everyone sit down. 好，你先说。
各位，我哋要翻嚟就座咯喎，越快就座好咧，就越快開始。
请各位就座，我们的会议将会继续进行。谢谢。
Por favor, todos necesitan tomar asiento.
We'll go ahead and reconvene this meeting at 1:45. I want to first say I appreciate the audience's patience this evening. I appreciate everybody's patience, from the applicants to all the members of the public that spoke this evening. I know it can be a frustrating process. The reason why we do things the way we do things is to make sure that A, we protect your rights as the public, to make sure you have a chance to speak, and you have a chance to speak in a way that is fair to you, and a chance where you have a full use of your time. We ask the council not engage with you during that period of time, as to not to interrupt your time to speak overall. And also, most importantly, so the council can hear all your comments in full as part of our decision-making process. So I do appreciate everybody's time this evening. I know it's late. I understand that it's late. I understand that our goal, number one goal, is to make sure everyone has a chance to speak first. And that's the reason why we allowed the meeting to go as late as it did, so that each and every one of you that wanted to voice your opinion, that had a chance to submit their cards, was able to do so. We did so by opening up many other rooms. We did so by opening up our virtual meeting as well. It is our goal to make sure the public had a chance to speak this evening. So with that statement, I will now allow the council to make their comments and or questions. Any council members have questions? Ms. Armenta, go right ahead. Go to kick us off.
Thank you. And I just cannot reiterate enough just what the mayor said. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your engagement, those that are in person and online. What we have here is, frankly, a mistrust on both sides. And the questions that I'm going to start with will hopefully be able to resolve some of those questions. I really need those people that understand and speak English to be able to translate to those that maybe are not able to speak English, because every single one of us cannot be translated in the 4 different languages. So we're counting on all of you. So I'm going to start off with Mr. Mayor. These are just my preliminary questions, because I know the council has many, many questions. And so I do want the ability to ask further questions after I ask my initial questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, to our lovely staff, Ms. Valenzuela, can you tell us the history of this project, of this program, please?
Yes, I can. Good evening, good morning, Mayor and Council. So the city attorney began the process in 2022 when Maryvale came to the city and was proposing the Seton House program with 9 mothers and up to 2 children. At that point, city staff, the city attorney, and their team met, and we did discuss that they're in a planned development zone. So for that reason, any changes in land use would require a planned development application. We went back and forth with letters from the city attorney and the attorneys from Maryvale. They felt that some of the uses were permitted by right. However, the city did let them know they're in a planned development zone. So for that reason, they would have to submit the application. In 2023, that's when plans were submitted to the city for the expansion of the Seton House into Library Hall. And at that point, the city reiterated to Maryvale that you would have to submit this plan development application in order for the city to approve any plans. And at that point, in July of 2023, that's when they submitted their application. So staff was working with them over the last year. And when the project application was deemed complete, staff drafted conditions of approval, which was requested by the applicant. And the applicant had the opportunity to review those conditions. And I wanted to provide the council with some of the conditions that the city did recommend in the draft. So for the Seton House program, we included conditions that limited the program to females who are 18 and older and children under 10. We limited the program occupant to 29 mothers with up to 2 children, only because the Seton House program in the Seton House building, they were proposing for 9 mothers with up to 2 children. In the new Labouré Hall, they were proposing 20 mothers with up to 2 children. And then we also asked them for drug testing protocols. For the Hope Housing for Students, we asked them to limit the program to females between the ages of 18 to 28, to limit the program to 14 people because they had 14 beds, and to have some enrollment criteria. So for example, the students would have to maintain a GPA of 2.0 and other criteria. So after Maryvale got the chance to review the conditions, they did challenge the city. And they were challenged us because they were saying that we were limiting access to the program to a specific gender, age groups, and educational institutions that may discriminate against other program applicants. In addition, they requested that the occupancy limit be based on the building and fire code. For that reason, staff wants to clarify that the staff report from the Planning Commission on page 5, where we detail the Seton House program, we don't specifically say that it's limited to the 20 mothers with up to 2 children, only because they did not want us to limit the occupancy load. And so for that reason, we provided for transparency for the council, the Planning Commission, and the public that based on occupancy load, they can go up to 374 occupants. And that can include staff, that can include, people working there. It can also include the mothers or the children. So based on that, they did resubmit the details to their programs. And that's before you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. And again, many people that came up to speak, they said, well, how do we know? What are the conditions? There is a total of 63 conditions. It's Exhibit A. Every single condition to this project is listed. And I understand that that's where there's the confusion, and on each side, they're saying there's misrepresentation, misinformation. But for our city attorney, Ms. Richmond, can you explain what a conditional use permit is or what a condition is?
Yes, certainly. So as this is a plan development permit, the city is allowed to condition that use to ensure that it is operated in a way that is safe for the community. And so when the project comes in, again, this is not the city's property. This is a private entity's property. People have property rights. They submit that project to us, and then staff, the sheriff's department, Public Works, it's reviewed to condition it appropriately. So we did come up with the conditions, and one of the conditions make clear that if they violate those conditions or there are issues that happen at the property, we can revoke their conditions or their use, or we can change the conditions if there are problems at the site. So that's mentioned in condition 8. It's mentioned in condition 19 as well.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. And I cannot stress enough, the city has been working with Maryvale for the past 2 years. So for anybody to think that this is just coming in front of the council, no. We've been in many closed sessions dealing with our attorneys and their attorneys, going back and forth what is best for Rosemead and its residents. So all of you really need to understand that. Not only that, I'm going to read some of the key conditions. Okay, some of the key conditions. Condition number 6 states the approval is effective for a period of 2 years. The applicant or applicants shall commence the approved project or request an extension within days prior to expiration. The 2-year initial approval period shall be affected from the city council approval date. From the purpose of this petition, project commencement shall be defined as beginning the permitting process with the Community Development Department or the commencement of land use activity and operation in the case where no permits are required, so long as the project is not abandoned. If the project has been unused, abandoned, or discontinued for a period of 2 years, this approval shall become null and void. Null and void. Condition number 8, project is granted and approved with the city and the city council retaining and reserving the right and jurisdiction to review and to modify the permit, including the conditions of approval based on changed circumstances. Changed circumstances include, but are not limited to, the modification of the use, a change in scope, emphasis, size, or nature of the use, or the expansion, alteration, reconfiguration, or change of use. This reservation of right to review is in addition to, and not in lieu of, the right of the city and its city council to review, and revoke. Again, revoke or modify any permit granted or approved under the Rosemead Municipal Code for any violation of the conditions imposed on project. Now, I'm going to read some of other conditions where it's vital to understand. Condition 27, the Seton House program shall don't touch the mic. Okay. The Seton House program shall exclusively serve parents and children. Condition number 30, the Hope House for Students program shall exclusively serve students attending a college. And condition number 33, no plan for future expansion or changes in services and activities currently offered on the campus shall proceed without the city's approval. Now we're here because there's 2 conditions where there's misinformation going on both sides. And that is condition 31. It's about occupancy. The majority of you have said that you're fine with single mothers with children, college students. So let's see if that is the case, because right here on condition 31, I'm sorry, let me go back to condition 29. The occupancy of the Seton House program shall not exceed the capacity limits as set by the California Building Code and fire marshal for any building on site. That is where people are having the difficulties, because it's not written here. Now, if Maryvale wants to be a good partner with the city of Rosemead and its residents, you're going to put 29 mothers and 58 children. We're going to see how great of a partner you want to be with the city, because again, we've dealt with you for 2 years. I've been in those closed sessions when we're going back and forth, reading the letters from your lawyers and reading what our lawyer has to tell us. So we're here because of the fact that you came to the city, You said, we're doing this whether or not you like it or not. That's not a good partner. Another, condition 31, the occupancy of the house of the Hope housing for student programs shall not exceed the occupancy limit as set by the California Building Code and the fire marshal for any building on site. That should be changed to 14 college students. From the very, very beginning, this council has been supportive of single parents with their children. As a former educator, not educator, but teacher at Garvey School District, I had many of the students from Maryvale in my own classrooms. And we need to get those children off the street. We need to give them a chance. But we need the partnership of Maryvale to make sure it's specific in the conditional use. And so, Mr. Mayor, that is what I have right now, but I do have a lot of other questions. I know that my colleagues have questions themselves, and I don't want to take up all the time.
Okay. Who else wants to speak? Ms. Clark, go ahead.
I'd like to piggyback on that question that she brought up. In other words, if there was a change and expansion of any of your programs to more than the 28 and the 14, you would have to come back for permission, correct? Per those.
I think that's a question for staff.
At this moment, with the conditions that you have in front of you, that's not correct. So they wouldn't have to come back.
Well, what's the point of number 8? Project is granted or approved with the city, retaining the reserving the right and jurisdiction to review and modify the permit, including the conditions of approval based on changed circumstances, which include but are not limited to the modification of the use, a change in scope, emphasis, size, or nature of the use, or the expansion, alteration, reconfiguration, or change of use. This reservation of right to view is in addition to and not in lieu of the right of the city and its city council to review and revoke or modify any permit granted or approved under the Rosemead Municipal Code for any violation of the conditions. So what's the point of that if we don't have any way to look at what if they make changes?
It's because conditions 28 and 31, it's based off of the occupant load of the building and fire code.
So if I can clarify, there's your question, Mayor Pro Tem Clark. As long as the use doesn't change, i.e. specifically the use in Seton House and the use at Hope Housing for students, they don't have to come back. As long as that's the same
No,
use.
but okay,
But if we're talking about occupancy, there is a maximum occupancy of 300, I can read everyone. Thank you, I appreciate it. 300 plus people, et cetera, right? So if it falls within those categories, there's no need to change. There's no need for them to come back to the council or the planning commission for changes as it's currently written. If they change their use, if suddenly tomorrow they said, we want to build homeless housing for people that are not single mothers, for people that are not students, that's a use change and they would have to come back to council for that.
correct?
That's correct.
And they understand that?
If you're going to speak, please come up and speak.
Good morning. So there's a couple of kind of implied questions there that I'll try to address. So start with the building occupancy and essentially how that condition kind of came to being related to the actual building, because essentially the fire code occupancy as distinct from what we are calling essentially program occupancy. So as everyone I'm sure is aware, like the fire code, essentially the California Building Code establishes what is the occupancy limit of any building that is based on egress or ingress that exists. So for example, your average single family home at 1,600 square feet, the average, it's about 1 person per 200 gross square feet of a building. So your average single family home in California had an occupancy limit of 8 people. Now you might actually have just a family of 4, but it just says that your by fire code, you would be allowed to have up to 8 people. Obviously, you may have a situation where there's more, but it's your house. Here, the size and the amount of egress and ingress allows for up to that 300 some odd number. And that, again, as staff kind of pointed out, is reflective of every single person that would exist in a building at any given one time. So, for example, if we had the 40, let's say 40 moms who were, or 20 moms in those 20 units that are being proposed, plus the 2 kids, that's theoretically 60 individuals. 60, that is counting essentially against that total occupancy, because again, it's trying to take into account that they are not always the individuals that occupy the space at any given one time. There could be servicers, there could be janitors, security could be walking through. They are, there's a number of just scenarios where the occupancy of any building will change greater than what we were calling like the program occupancy. Essentially, those are who are actually enrolled or like being brought into that individual housing program. So that's essentially why, in discussion with staff, we were requesting that particular number. It has nothing to do with saying that we're proposing 300, nearly 400 program participants, because one, that would just be practically infeasible. If you have 20 units with 1 bedroom in each unit, a living space and a bathroom, you just could not practically, as a practical matter, have that many participants in that one particular building.
Hold on one second. The city attorney just wanted.
I think what the question is yes, we understand the occupancy load. That is what it is under the building code. I think what they're asking is that the program could have more than what you've been discussing just initially because of the occupancy. Correct, it may not be 374. What the council is asking is what is the program limit? And that's the flexibility that you've mentioned, and I think that should be discussed. If not, what the council's asking is that have the program be the number that is a condition, since occupancy is already in the building code.
Sorry, one second.
Good morning. My name is Mike Couchman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer in Maryvale, responsible for the programs.
Mr. Howell, can you, I have to ask, can you speak closer to the microphone?
My apologies. So relative to the program capacity, if we're talking about the Seton House program and the totality of the 29 units, then we could stipulate for that particular program, the 29 program participants plus 2 children to each of those 29. But that's the program capacity. We would have staff and other support folks that would be in the building, and that's where the larger number would come from.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Before you do,
Well, yeah.
Ms. Clark.
In other words, you're saying,
Ms. Clark, can you speak into the microphone?
oh, I'm sorry. You're saying 29 plus 2 for each, that's
58.
okay, 50. So you're saying, right now, you're saying you're not going to go over 58.
No, 29 times 3 is 87.
Yeah, a total of 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the total program capacity with the 2 buildings. In the Labouré remodel, where we would have 20 individual units, the program, mothers and children combined, would be 60 in that building.
Yeah. Okay, so you're talking about 60 in the Labouré and 87 in the C.
I'm sorry.
Maximum.
No, you
I
have
can't hear you.
Oh, hold on. So basically, I think the question that Ms. Clark is trying to figure out is, what is the total program participants, mother and children combined, at your facility? What is that number? If you need to whip out a calculator to help us figure that out, that is also fine. While that happens, Ms. Armenta, you said you had a follow-up.
Yes, thank you. Are you willing to include in condition 28, 29 mothers and 58 children, which will equal 87? Are you willing to put that in the conditional use?
The program.
And we're talking about living. We're not talking about people that are, I'm
Right.
talking about staff,
Sure.
I'm talking about just living. Are you willing to put that in that condition?
So I just one clarification. Are we speaking just about La Brea or are we talking about both buildings
No, no,
combined?
I'm talking about Seton Hall or Seton House.
And I think
because-
that's the issue right now.
But there's two buildings.
Yeah,
and-
I'm speaking about Seton Hall. House, the Seton House program.
Okay, so that would be that would be 87. So
Mhm.
that would be 29 mothers
And
plus up to two
50
children,
Children.
up to two children per, yeah, in each family.
And then La Brea would be 60.
La Brea would be 60, correct.
Okay.
20 mothers with up to two children.
Willing to say that's what this is, we would be approving if we do.
That would be the program capacity, correct. That's all we'd have the capacity for. Yeah.
But let's say wanted to do something in one of the other buildings. You have 11 buildings or something.
Well,
I mean, that.
yeah, but,
sorry.
I mean,
would-
those buildings include administration, the early education program, the chapel, the sisters' residence.
Okay.
So we have 3 buildings on campus where we house residents. The 2 Seton House building, and then the building that we have the Hope Housing Program. And so we only have 3 buildings on campus that have the capacity to house
Okay,
people.
so.
I mean, I'm not including the sisters' residence. That's
You're right,
separate,
right.
yeah.
So I'm just trying to quell some of the concerns that people had when they saw the 387, 374.
Yeah, Maggie,
I'm sorry.
yeah, they're perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The 374 occupant
Yeah.
load, and I understand that's fire codes.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that this is what this program is, and if you changed anything, you would have to come back to us for permits. That's what, this is what I thought number 8 meant. Because if you're saying, no, you can be wishy-washy in the future, then
No, as
it's
we understand it, working with staff, the conditions for the programs are like specific to those programs. So if that program was changed, for example, I understand if we're agreeing to a specific program occupant load or occupant participation, if that we were requesting or proposing to exceed that, that would essentially trigger the expansion language of the previous condition that you were, I forgot the condition number exactly, that you were asking for
8?
clarification from staff.
8.
Because absent, correct, absent of that expansion as we understood it under that particular condition references like area. So for example, if there was additions to a building, that would trigger that particular condition under 8 in that unique scenario. But combined, it might be a little like.
Okay, well, I think let's try to
I
clarify
know,
this.
but I need assurance that you're agreeing to these two, the 87 and 60. And if you're gonna expand anything, no.
27 Hold on.
Oh,
You're gonna speak, make sure it's open to the public.
Right, so the Seton House program consists of 2 buildings. One building has 9 rooms. And so if you count 1 parent and 2 children for those 9 rooms each, that's 27 persons. The
Okay.
programming. The labor hall has 20 rooms. So if you account for 3 persons per each room, parent and 2 children, that's 60 persons. So the total programming would be 87
Oh,
persons.
Okay, is that what you understand? Okay, and so if you wanted to expand any kind of program, you would have to come back to us for permits.
So right now, Maggie, the conditions of approval don't say that. That's what staff's trying to say, that as long as the use stays exactly what they're saying, they could theoretically go up to occupancy load limit. Whether that's physically feasible is a different question, but they can do that. That is why Councilmember Armenta is proposing an amendment to condition number 28, where it would say something to the effect of limiting it to 87 residents, something like that is what Councilmember Armenta is proposing. Does that make sense, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're saying the same thing.
We're probably saying the same thing. It is 2:15 in the morning, so probably saying the same thing.
Is it at Emerson Park?
Yeah,
or
that's-
is
yes,
it at,
The temple.
the temple?
Yeah, it's not, yeah, let's not confuse the public on that inside joke. Okay, so that's understood. Any other questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I-
Go ahead, please,
have-
continue.
Okay, I want clarification, at the planning commission, Commissioner Tang commented the city of Rosemead has a homeless outreach program called Lakota. And one of the challenging issues is that they express is the lack of vacancy. He wondered if that would be an easy solution to direct Lakota to Maryvale. And the answer for Mr. Couchman, are you, yeah, responded that he would love to work with Lakota and speak to them about the programs to see who may qualify and who is appropriate for the programs that they offer Maryvale. I have a real problem with that because when we talked about the mental illness treatment programs you have, I expressed that I'm fine with it if there's a counselor there for the women that have trauma, that kind of thing. I have a big problem with getting somebody off the street that's talking to himself or whatever, has serious problems. I do not want Lakota to say, oh, you can go to Maryvale, have a bed there. Because the understanding in all of these documents has been single mothers in both programs. But what's very concerning to me is in the original, it says with no, what is it? With no, help me out with the occupant, the no specific gender or age. No limitations or some, I forget the word. So you have it in front of you. So I've got so many stuff here. And that's very concerning to me because when you're saying no specific, then you could have someone that has serious mental problems coming to Maryvale and mixing with women that don't need that. They already are dealing with the trauma in their lives and turning their lives around. So
Can I ask this question, Mayor Pro Tem? For Lakota, if Lakota recommended a single mom with her kids to Maryvale, would you be against that? Because that would be the only people that Maryvale would take in. Would be
Well,
single
are
moms.
they agreeing to that though?
Well, I'm asking the question to you. Well, I want to hear you
Well-
because that's going to shape maybe the next part of the question is, would you have a problem if Lakota if Lakota said, hey, we have a single mom with her kids here. We think it might pair well with Maryvale since that's what they offer. Is that something you're opposed to?
Not necessarily, except that they're saying that the people that are going to be screened are coming from different groups that.
Correct.
that
And
are
that's one of the groups that could
recommending-
potentially come in.
Potentially, but I don't want to open it up, that I want to be sure that that doesn't open it up to just anybody on the street that could come in and get services. I think
that what-
the mental thing should be for the women that have trauma in their lives and they need help.
I don't mean to interrupt Mayor Pro Tem, but just because I know, because time is a factor, I just want to make sure staff is also answering these questions as they go along. If Lakota, just use this example, if Lakota recommended a 28-year-old male, homeless, single, and Maryvale wanted to take them in, would that go against the conditions of approval?
So if Maryvale is willing to take them in and they meet the criteria of the single mothers with,
This is a 28-year-old single male with no
oh,
kids.
then yes,
It would violate the conditions of approval.
they would.
Yes, okay. So my understanding is that the only people that could be recommended by any organization from Lakota to everybody else is if they are a single mom or single parent with kids or college student.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess, and I'm not telling you what you think, Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to let you know
Yeah,
that it's a limitation
that's
that
Okay,
between both sides.
that's good.
Okay? Any other
But,
Mayor Pro Tem, any
but
other-
back to the 374 occupancy, that was interpreted by the opposition to be units that you could have 400 homeless people, drug addicted and mentally ill, whatever. And that's not what that means, right?
No, and that's not what that means. The renovations in the building will only create 20 living units. We would not have the physical capacity to house that many people. As we've just said, it would be 60.
And who are those 20 units for?
Those, right now, those 20 units are for single moms with up to 2 small children under the age of 10.
Okay, I'm gonna just kind of get you to clarify that. You said right now.
I mean, that's what the program is. We're serving single mothers with 2 small children under the age of 10.
Okay.
Yes.
And if in the future you wanted to build something else on the campus, because you have a big campus,
Yeah.
you would have to come back to us and get permits, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's,
Okay.
would be the city's requirement. This application does not include any new construction.
Yeah.
So any would require permits, would require us to come back and probably go through this process again or something similar to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just to reassure, we have no plans to build anything on it because there really is no place to build. It sounds like a big campus, but the reality is we have a lot of landscape, park-like
Right.
space that we're certainly not going to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, any other questions you have?
I think that's it.
Not this time? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other colleagues of mine have questions? Ms. Lowe, Mrs. Lowe.
Yes, I just want to also kind of confirm the presentation that Maryvale did actually doesn't quite match the conditions as stated here. For example, for number 27, where it said the Center House program shall exclusively serve parents and children. So then my question would be, if you happens to have a father with children, will they be able to accept, if Maryvale is willing to accept that case, would it violate our condition that's stated here?
It wouldn't. So as long as it's a parent, whether it's a mother or father, that would be permitted. And just so the council knows, as I stated earlier in our draft conditions previously, we did restrict it to females and age groups, but that was something that Maryvale actually challenged us on.
So I think kind of that's the problem. The problem is what they presented doesn't quite match the condition. So that means that they have more flexibility. And I think that flexibility is what concerns the residents. And kind of back to the number of 374, that number, technically, if they reconfigure whatever they have, if they can fit 374 bodies there, right? They could, because it doesn't violate anything.
That's correct.
Okay, so I can kind of see how this whole thing got all drawn up, because I can see why there's concerns in the community. Because even though you're presenting the program, what you currently think you want to do, but at the same time, what we currently have allows you to do a lot more, and that a lot more is what concerns the residents. So I think we need to be fair. I think whatever you guys want to do, we need to have that kind of conditions in the write-up so that the residents feel safe, because I think that's the concern.
I'm sorry, before we speak, was that something you want clarification from the applicant, or was that just a statement, Mayor Pro?
Let me make another statement. So your condition number 30, the hoping housing for the student program shall exclusively serve, again, it just says students attending a college. But what you presented was female students. So then my question is that your intention to serve female students? Or are we saying that you could have both female or male student? Do you plan for your program or your campus to be co-ed, basically? Maybe you're saying that right now you don't, but again, I mean, is that possibility? And I'm gonna ask staff, if I ask the questions, can they do a co-ed program on their campus?
The way it's conditioned today, yes, they can.
Right. So again, that is not exactly what they presented. Actually, I would say in general, what you guys presented today, what I'm hearing from the opposition, some of them actually say, you know what, if that's what you guys are doing, they actually okay with that. But I think we as a city need to be very careful to kind of help to make sure what you guys present is what you guys are doing and not changing it. So this is another area that I can see that that could be changed in the future. And again, that's what the residents not comfortable with.
Hold on, before you jump in there, just hold your question for a second. Did you want the applicant to respond? Did you have further things you wanted to say?
Well, I would say I would say, I think they need to kind of go back and work with staff. I think you guys heard the concerns, right? I think you guys are hearing our comments right now. It sounds like you guys need to kind of go back and work on these conditions again. I think your current condition is not, it's not quite acceptable, basically.
Go ahead, Mrs. Clark.
Yes, I totally agree with that because if you read, I read all of the support letters. And all of them, the ones that we had before, not the ones we got today. I mean, I've read some of them, but the ones originally were all saying for single mothers. And even Judy Chu's, Congresswoman Judy Chu's letter to Congress said, I want money for this program for single mothers. So everybody was on that page. That's how the $1 million came. So I don't see what problem you have. And I've asked, could you please change the wording? And you have to do it. We can't mandate that. But if you voluntarily do it, it would make a huge difference to the community because everything they've said basically is perverts, people that could really molest people, druggies, you know, I mean, we may not get them totally on board, but I think it would absolve a lot of the concern that I have and that the community has, is that this could be opening up to someone. How do you know, for example, that you've got a single mother with her little child, and then just in case, imagination, a man comes and he says, I'm a dad and I need a place to live. So he comes in and he has ulterior motives and molests the woman next door to him. I mean, this happens. This happens in this world. And unfortunately, it's very sad. But I think that, and people are nodding out there, I think you would make a huge difference in the community's acceptance and showing that you care about what people think, that if you would voluntarily put that wording in. They're putting up their signs and everything.
Okay, Mrs. Clark, I'm going to ask if you
Yeah.
can, we're going to have that Ms. Lowe and then Mr. Dan can speak after that.
I just have one more additional comments. I would like to ask staff, when you work with Maryvale again, we really need to put condition in there to make sure that this is not a homeless shelter. I think that is something that we heard loud and clear from the community, that, right, they do not want that. But I'm not sure whether we have enough condition in here to make sure that that does not happen. So I would like to ask staff to kind of work on that.
So the conditions today are sufficient. It's very clear on the uses that the city council would approve. So it's transitional and supportive housing. It's not a homeless shelter. It's not an emergency shelter. And so it doesn't deal with homelessness as a shelter. But I also wanted to clarify the conditions. If Maryvale agrees tonight, we can actually modify those conditions tonight with the resolution.
Okay, I'm going to, at this point, offer an opportunity to Mr. Dang to speak.
Oh, but he has a lot of questions.
Oh, he always does.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I waited all night for this, so really appreciate it. So first and foremost, I just really want to recognize our community coming together. Appreciate your energy, appreciate your passion, and appreciate you trying to champion the transparency. As Daniel Dang first noted in his opening sentence, he's not really here against Maryvale. He's here just to make sure transparency is warranted and want to make sure the community at large understands that process and that transparency. And at the same time, I also want to recognize Maryvale. Thank you for your confidence, your courage to come out. I know you're sort of overwhelmed. But I appreciate you guys coming out and really presenting your case and allowing the city council to fully understand your projects. Really want to appreciate that. And also, I just want to throw my kudos to my mayor for handling this evening's event spectacularly. So really kudos to that. With that said, I do want to piggyback on what Councilmember Lowe just mentioned. And I also have the same concern. Again, this whole evening, we talked about women, and children. And also, in addition to that, Congresswoman Judy Chu also gave the grant money, and that's really why we're here. If it weren't for the grant money, I don't think Maryville would actually come in at all to get a permit. I'll expand on that later. But again, Congresswoman Judy Chu says it's really for women. So in that line, condition number 27, it says Seton Hall program shall exclusively serve parents and children. If it is to the agreement of council and to the operator, I like that to read women and children as opposed to parents and children. Also, in addition to, in clarification also, in respect to Maryville's presentation, you said women of age 28 and under, like that condition in there. And then for children of 10 and younger, like that to be conditioned in there. Following the presentation from Maryville, just using that and codifying that. Condition number 30, it talks about Hope Housing for Students program shall be served. And I'd like to insert the word female students attending a college. Again, going with the premise of this, of tonight's meeting, and really identifying women in need and having a shelter in place for those women. Jumping into more of a technical thing, staff, I'd like you to turn your attention to page 22, page 2 of 22 of the Planning Commission staff report. And I'll let you find that page. Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay.
2 of 22?
Page 2 of 22, and that's in the Planning Commission staff report. So I'd like to turn your attention, staff, beginning with 1953, LA Orphanage Asylum relocates to Boyle Heights. 1968, Maryville established a in-house daycare center for children. And then we sort of have a jump in gap of 2014, Maryville opens a emergency shelter program for children 6 to 12 who have recently been removed from their homes due to abuse, neglect, abandonment. So that sort of fits the theme of an orphanage. And then it lists also, following that, it's 2019. That's when it jumps a little. Maryville closes the emergency shelter program and established a residential treatment program for girls of 6 to 21. So first thought in my head is orphanage is usually for children. And staff, is there a state definition of children? Is there a certain age group?
Based on state, it's anyone 18 and under.
18 and under. Okay. So again,
Under 18.
I'm
Under
sorry?
18.
Under 18, sorry. Under 18. So the fact that in 2019, you're already having programs for, in this case, adult women, because they're 21 over 18. So you already exceeded what originally was the land use that was permitted on that site. You went from orphanage, which is for children, and in 2019, you already administered services for adult women in this case. Um, 2020, Maryville concludes the residential treatment program, but continues to provide providing mental health service for children, youth, and families. Families, I would take that to mean women, children, and men. So again, changing the original land use that was established in 1953. And then in 2021, Maryvale partners with the Shower of Hope to provide temporary housing for female college students facing housing insecurity. Again, providing services to adults, which is beyond the scope of orphanage. So in those listed, I know staff, you quoted that these lists were pulled out of Maryvale's website. I take that we do not have permits for these change of use.
That's correct. So based on our permits and files of the city, the uses from 2014 to 2021 were never approved by the city. The use in 2021, the Shower of Hope, is basically the Hope Housing for Students program.
Okay. So just for optics, Maryvale, you've been operating without legal land use, without legal permits, at least from City Hall, at least from what we were able to gather from your website, which is 2014. One more optic, Madam Director, was there something special in 2019? I recall runaway teens or girls. Is there something around that time?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I believe there was two females that it was all over the news that they were runaways and they actually came from Maryvale. True?
They were what?
Mhm. There's two runaways that females that were all over the news. I could look it up. And those two girls, because they were from Rosemead, they actually came from Maryvale. Do you recall, Mr. Gunther? Okay, I'll look it up.
So perhaps to their administration. But nevertheless, I do recall that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is there is some optics here. So there's some optics of operation that Maryvale choose to administer without seeking proper approval. So I just want to paint that, you know, we see a fantastic presentation, we see great pictures, we hear great stories, but at the same time, there's some optics here that Maryvale isn't exactly all truthful. Moving forward, Councilmember Armenta, if you choose to share that later, I'll give you a chance for that. So over the years, the use has intensified from an orphanage youth facility to an adult treatment facility. We talk about mental health treatment currently right now. And I think if I read somewhere, your mental health treatment is on campus and it operates from morning to like 10 p.m. at night. Okay, the use is not permitted. So we talked about also what Maryvale said, and I think also some of the public comments said that we just want to be careful of what Maryvale is asking. So we see a great presentation for the Seton Hall project, Seton Hall program, but underlining this, there is a clause that says flexibility. And this mental health treatment is one of those flexibility. You want us at the council level to give you that future entitlement. So once you get that future entitlement, you can chase that grant money. Okay, I totally get it. But we don't operate like that. We don't give you future entitlement. Okay, each time you come through and seek an entitlement, you have to submit building plans because our building official goes through it, our fire official goes through it, staff goes through it. So without those building plans, we cannot give you those future entitlements. This treatment facility is a future entitlement, and that should not be part of this plan development. Okay. Going along with what Councilmember Clark said about compatibility. So we know that you're in a planned development zone. And planned development is it's a use that's within the compounds of your campus. So I'm actually a little concerned about some of the use that's sort of combined in here. Mental health treatment, operating till 10 o'clock at night. And it doesn't limit it to the occupants of your campus. It allows other people offsite to visit. Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, by right, you still have a orphanage use. So in theory, you could mix troubled women, orphan youth, mental health with men coming on the property. So that cohesiveness, that mixture of land use element, it doesn't really sit well with me right now. I think if we were to move forward, and depending on how council wants to react tonight, I think we should really break it apart. Seton Hall program is one entitlement. The other thing, we cannot give the other land use future entitlement. So this mental health treatment facility, that is a future entitlement. We shouldn't be doing that. They didn't submit plans for it. Our building official didn't have plans to review. Our fire folks didn't have plans to review. Public Works didn't have plans to review. We cannot just give future entitlement if there's no plans submitted. Okay. I'm seeing Polly raise her finger, so that's why I'm looking.
Is it a follow-up question?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, follow-up
a quick
question.
follow-up question.
So Sean, I thought their mental health service is a off-site service. I thought I read somewhere that it's not an on-site. If it is not on-site, then do they still need that?
It's dual, on-site and off-site.
I can clarify. So the applicant did indicate it's on and off-site. And so they can, I think we should defer this question to the applicant. I believe some of the programs do require the mental health services to be provided to the mothers or the students. So I think it's best to defer that question to them.
Okay. Okay, I just want to clarify. Maybe we can ask the applicants to explain that.
It's up to Mr. Day.
We could ask later.
Okay, please continue, Mr. Day.
So again, I'm really concerned about the mixture of the land use that's on this campus. I don't think it's compatible. I think in some group it might be conflicting. Worst case, it could be predatorial. So again, I'm just not really comfortable with this this land use element right now. Those are my thoughts for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's thoughts. I have a question for the city attorney. Can you explain a little bit about Senate Bill 1037 and how that relates to what is permissible in terms of supportive housing in general, when it comes to these types of issues by the state of California?
That particular bill, does that, trying to remember, that has to deal with the Attorney General's additional authority. Yeah, correct. So there were many bills that were passed in 2019, 2020 to deal with transitional and supportive housing, as well as low and affordable housing, which puts burdens on the city as far as how we review those projects and consider them, and that our actions have to be consistent with our housing element. Our housing element was approved by the state in 2022. And within that housing element, there are statements that we will approve a menu of types of housing, which includes transitional and supportive housing, that we actively try and encourage that type of housing. And so the way the law works used to work, is that if a city actively perhaps doesn't approve a project that otherwise can be properly conditioned or meets your code, it's referred to the state housing and community development. We could get an enforcement letter. It could also be referred to the Attorney General. This currently, it's happening in the city of Norwalk right now. It happened in the city of Elk Grove. But the new bill that you mentioned now gives the Attorney General authority starting January 1 of 2025 that instead of having to sue a city, they are allowed to actually issue fines anywhere from $10,000 a month to $50,000 a month. So, again, the state is really, sort of directing localities to consider their housing element whenever they are reviewing these types of projects.
And can you, I know you mentioned briefly Norwalk, Elk Grove, something like this happened in Elk Grove, right? What exactly happened in Elk Grove? The city, for those who never need reference, a suburban city outside of Sacramento.
Correct. In that case, the city denied a development of about 66 units for low affordable housing, and those that were also potentially going to become unhoused. And the city denied the project. They did receive an enforcement letter from HCD, and then they were again notified by the Attorney General. Ultimately, they sued. There was a settlement. The city had to pay $150,000 of the state's fees, and they are subject to about a 5-year period of time where any projects that come into the city, they have to immediately notify within 30 days HCD if they're housing related. And so basically HCD kind of is becoming its planning department, its council, and will review those projects for the next 5 years to ensure that they are following their own housing element.
Thank you, Rachel. And the reason why I bring that up is not ironically, but coincidentally enough, and by precedent, this city was also at one point under a consent decree, actually by the Department of Justice. And actually, it was about our materials being just in English versus in the multiple languages. As you can see, we've since changed that philosophy, and we have things like translators here now to support it if our community needs things like that. So when higher government comes in and dictates to us what we can and cannot do, we are limited by that restraint. I do want to say a couple things. I want to first thank my colleagues for bringing up some very good questions and some very good comments. I think that optimally tonight, we solve the issue tonight. We create the win-win tonight. If we don't, I'm going to feel really sorry for you all because for those who in the audience who don't know, but this council who does know, I have a military mission for the Army starting soon. So it will be the 4 of you that get to decide this at 4 a.m. in the morning without me. So I will be somewhere in Europe instead, enjoying
I'll
Europe.
be mayor.
And you'll be Mayor Pro Tem Clark. So I think that there's an incentive for us to try to create the win-win tonight so that you all don't have to repeat this process. I, however, will be enjoying Paris and Germany and everywhere else for the Army during that period of time.
No, virtually. You're gonna be.
I will not be here virtually. Trust me about that.
You'll be calling in for the meeting, right?
You can call me while I'm going down skiing on the Alps, I guess. I want to first thank the audience as well. I really want to thank the participation of everybody from Maryvale to everyone that's here this evening, providing your feedback and your thoughts. I understand this is a hard issue. I understand the need for the community to express that sometimes in ways that come off very strong. I will tell you that every single member of this council, to include myself, have been elected to make hard decisions. There are a couple of key hard decisions that I've made over time that, interestingly enough, may have divided this community on ethnic lines in the past. Whether or not we were going to shut down Cow Poultry, a poultry slaughtering business on Garvey Avenue, whether or not we were going to approve